So I'm going to start by reading those last 5 verses of Ezekiel 20, and that'll again make apparent sort of the segue into chapter 21. So in Ezekiel 20, verse 45 is where we're going to start. We read this. And the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, set your face toward the southland. Preach against the south and prophesy against the forest land in the Negev. Say to the forest of the Negev, hear the word of the Lord. Thus says the Lord God, behold, I will kindle a fire in you, and it shall devour every green tree in you and every dry tree. The blazing flame shall not be quenched, and all faces from south to north shall be scorched by it. All flesh shall see that I, the Lord, have kindled it. It shall not be quenched. And then in the last verse, Ezekiel sort of complains. He says, Then I said, Lord God, they are saying of me, is he not a maker of parables? Now, that last verse and that statement by Ezekiel is sort of the key to get us into chapter 21, because what you have here in chapter 20, verses 45 through 48, is Ezekiel, again, does what he's told. He prophesies this. And then apparently, either the people that heard this message just didn't get it, or they just sort of refused to understand the point of verses 45 through 48. And so they accuse Ezekiel of just making up parables. Like, you're talking a lot of gibberish here. We can't understand it. So that the misunderstanding or the lack of connection is either genuine, or they're just saying that to sort of be evasive, sort of avoid the implications of what he's saying. So, it's not really clear which is which, and it's probably a little bit of both, set in the real context of things. But that gets us into chapter 21, because what happens in chapter 21 is right after Ezekiel says, hey, they're just calling me this kind of babbler, maker of parables. God says, okay, let's try to make it clearer. And so in chapter 21, we get 4 oracles or 4 messages in this chapter. There's 4 distinct units. And in these 4 messages, the fire of the end of chapter 20, the fire against the Negev, becomes a sword directed against Judah and Jerusalem. So you say, well, why would chapter 20 talk about the Negev and this fire in the south? Well, we're going to find out a little bit about that as we proceed, because Nebuchadnezzar is actually going to sort of invade the area from 2 fronts, one in the north, one in the south. And this reference here in chapter 20 at the end of it is really about getting attacked or assaulted from the south. That's where the Negev is. And so it has coherence between the end of chapter 20 and chapter 21. But again, the way it ends is Ezekiel complaining, hey, they're just saying they're not getting it. And so God says in verse 20, all right, let's try to make it clear. So let's jump into chapter 21. You get the first of these four oracles. There's going to be, in the first 7 verses, you've got a sword. Again, the sword sort of replaces the fire of the end of chapter 20. There's a sword drawn and poised to attack Judah and Jerusalem. Then in verses 8 to 17, God tells Ezekiel to start talking about the sword being sharpened. Again, like sort of prepared to, for the assault, for slaying, God's enemies, God's people, really, again, who are apostates. The third message is the sword, again, directed toward Jerusalem, again, in a little bit more of a violent way. And then lastly, there's the sword directed against Ammon, and Ammon is in the south. Again, so you get these 4 basically mini messages, these oracles. So the first one here, let's begin in verse 1. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, set your face toward Jerusalem and preach against the sanctuaries. Now, I'm going to stop there already, because it might sound odd to the ear that God is telling Ezekiel to set his face toward Jerusalem and preach against the sanctuaries, plural. And you say, well, what's this thing with sanctuaries, plural? There's only one temple there. There's only one temple precinct, so why is it plural? And the answer to this is actually a text-critical issue. The Masoretic text should be translated as a plural, has mikdashim, excuse me, and that is just your standard normal Hebrew plural. It ends with im. Whereas there are some Hebrew manuscripts that don't have that plural, and the Septuagint translates it, their holy places, so kind of, also conveying a plural idea, but then some manuscripts don't. If you know a little Hebrew, and I'm not going to belabor this because most listeners are not going to, if you look at the ending of the Masoretic text, it is apparently a misspelling. Not that should not read the sanctuaries. It should read their sanctuary, singular. And the way you get to that is the ending, the IM ending. You take out the I or the Y consonant, which is what, again, a few manuscripts actually have. Something that makes a little bit more sense. So this is something that's resolvable. I brought it up because it's a good illustration of how something that the Masoretic text has doesn't really make sense, but the fix is easy. Again, a scribe at some point thought that the M on the end was a plural and stuck a Y in there and made it plural. When you have a singular noun with an M in the ending, and that M is a suffix, and it means their sanctuary, singular. So verse 1 and verse 2 are really directed against the temple. Again, just like we'd expect, it's not plural. There's not more than one temple there, so that's an easy fix, an easy example. And to continue on, God says, prophesy against the land of Israel. Say to the land of Israel, thus says the Lord, behold, I'm against you, and will draw my sword from its sheath, and will cut off from you both righteous and wicked. And here we have a reference to the righteous, even, again, suffering the effect of what's going to be Nebuchadnezzar's invasion. Verse 4, because I will cut off from you both righteous and wicked, therefore my sword shall be drawn from its sheath against all flesh from south to north. Again, both sort of sides, north and south, both areas that Nebuchadnezzar, again, is going to invade from. It's going to be a full-out assault from both directions. Verse 5, and all flesh shall know that I am the Lord. I have drawn my sword from its sheath, and it shall not be sheathed again. So at the end of chapter 20, we had a reference to the Negev and the fire that's going to be put in you and from the south. And again, that's all the Negev indicates, the south, the southern region. And again, that's referring to one point of entry that the Babylonians are going to use. And the people either didn't make sense of it, or again tried to deny it. They're self-denial, and God says, okay, let's make the language more plain. Let's talk about swords, and let's talk about Jerusalem. Okay, that makes it easy for you. But here again, we get the reference to both north and south. So this is pretty self-explanatory. When we hit verse 6, again, to finish up with the first oracle, God says, as for you, son of man, groan with breaking heart and bitter grief. Groan before their eyes. So God says, okay, after you tell them this, act like you're in pain. Okay, act like you're in pain, or you're in mourning, or something. You're troubled. And verse 7, and when they say to you, why do you groan? You shall say, because of the news that is coming. Every heart will melt, and all hands will be feeble. Every spirit will faint, and all knees will be weak as water. Behold, it is coming, and it will be fulfilled, declares the Lord God. So the reason why he's supposed to act this way, and when people ask him, is because I know what's coming. And you're going to hear the news soon of what I just described. Jerusalem's destruction of the temple, against my sanctuary, against, your sanctuary. It's all going to be gone. And I know this. I'm telling you what's coming, and I know what's coming. And when it comes, this is the response you're going to have. Okay, you're going to be in pain. You're going to just be, overtaken with grief. And so this is another one of these sign acts that Ezekiel's told to do a certain thing to illustrate for them something that, is going to happen, something that in this case is impending. You get to the second little mini sermon, again, about the same thing in verses 8 to 17. So verse 8, the word of the Lord came to me, son of man, prophesy and say, thus says the Lord. A sword is sharpened and also polished, sharpened for slaughter, polished to flash like lightning. Or shall we rejoice? You have despised the rod, my son, with everything of wood. So the sword is given to be polished, that it may be grasped in the hand. It is sharpened and polished to be given into the hand of the slayer. Cry out and wail, son of man, for it is against my people. It is against all the princes of Israel. They are delivered over to the sword with my people. Strike therefore upon your thigh, for it will not be a testing. What could it do? if you despise the rod, declares the Lord God. Now that's the end of verse 13. So the message here, again, is pretty straightforward. God says, look, you have despised the rod. Basically, every time I've tried to chastise you, Israel, every time I've tried to warn you or inflict, some sort of punishment or convey in some way, again, that your behavior is self-destructive. Bad things are happening to you, but it's going to get a whole lot of worse. We've had two prior captivities, two prior waves of invasion. So God's saying, I've tried to get you to repent, but you haven't listened. And so now I'm not going to come to you with a rod, again, something of wood, to beat you or chastise you, punish you in some way. This time it's going to be with a polished sword. Okay, brand new, flashing, right off the shelf, razor sharp sword that's going to do its job. It's going to be a whole lot worse. And we've gotten to this point because you have despised the rod. You've despised every attempt at correction. So he tells Ezekiel, okay, you tell him this, and now you go do something else. Go out there and wail. Cry out and wail like you're being struck down with a sword, like you're under attack. That sort of thing. Cry out and wail. Strike, therefore, upon your thigh. Now, this is a kind of a Middle Eastern gesture of mourning, gesture of, expression of calamity. Again, there are other ones that are more familiar, throwing up the hands, throwing, ashes, on yourself, on your top of your head, and, tearing the clothes and all. This is another one of those. So Ezekiel is told to act like he's under attack, suffering, being put to death by the sword, and then mourning again because of this is what's coming. This is what's going to happen. He continues on with what he tells Ezekiel to do. Again, to convey these thoughts, the assault and then its aftermath. He says in verse 14, "As for you, son of man, prophesy. Clap your hands and let the sword come down twice, yes, 3 times. The sword for those to be slain. It is the sword for the great slaughter which surrounds them, that their hearts may melt and many stumble. At all their gates I have given the glittering sword." In other words, there's going to be no escape. There's no way to get out of the city. It is made like lightning. It is taken up for slaughter. Cut sharply to the right. Set yourself to the left, wherever your face is directed. I also will clap my hands and will satisfy my fury. I, the Lord, have spoken. So this expression of clap the hands really means to bring the hands together. And we're not specifically told here, but in all likelihood, Ezekiel had a sword or something that looked like a sword, and you grip it with 2 hands. You swing it with 2 hands. And so, clap your hands, let the sword come down twice, 3 times, cut to the left, fade to the right. He's supposed to mime the behavior of someone killing people with a sword, again, to convey the message. And God says, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go in there with a sword. I mean, obviously he's going to use the Babylonians, but this is the imagery. This is the messaging. And again, we've gotten to this point because you've despised the rod of correction up to this point. All these prior occasions where not only did bad things happen to you, but I sent prophets. Ezekiel's not the first, attempt here to try to get you to stop, worshiping other gods and clean up your act and quit being idolaters. The whole story. Again, that here we are at chapter 21. We've basically been through 20 chapters of this stuff. And, this is just Ezekiel. He's not the only one, even in his own time. And he certainly, again, has been preceded by a whole line of prophets to try to get them to do the right thing, and they just don't. So God says, this is the point to which we've come. And, you've really got nobody but yourself to blame. Now, the next one, we have a third, again, oracle, third mini-sermon, where the sword again is directed to Jerusalem. Verse 18, it starts, "The word of the Lord came to me again. As for you, son of man, mark 2 ways for the sword of the king of Babylon to come. Both of them shall come from the same land, and make a signpost. Make it at the head of the way to a city. Mark a way for the sword to come to Rabbah of the Ammonites, and to Judah into Jerusalem the fortified. For the king of Babylon stands at the parting of the way, at the head of the 2 ways, to use divination. He shakes the arrows, he consults the teraphim, he looks at the liver. Into his right hand comes the divination for Jerusalem to set battering rams, to open the mouth with murder, to lift up the voice with shouting, to set battering rams against the gates, to cast up mounds, to build siege towers. But to them, in other words, to the people who are going to hear you say this, to the Israelites, this will seem, it will seem like false divination. They have sworn solemn oaths, but he brings their guilt to remembrance, that they may be taken. Now, again, to unwrap this a little bit, what Ezekiel's told to do is essentially, hey, make a little map, make a little schematic here for Nebuchadnezzar. And it's not like it's going to be delivered, but again, the imagery is that God is going to show Nebuchadnezzar how to attack the city. So, make a little schematic here, a little model or whatever it is, and mark 2 ways for him to come in and attack. We'll make it easy for him, because right now, he's kind of trying to decide, how should I approach the problem here? How should I attack? And he's using divination, and he, we get a few, methods of divination here. The whole shaking the arrows, consulting the teraphim, looking at the liver, all that sort of stuff, because he's Nebuchadnezzar, like most Babylonian or other pagan kings are going to do. They're going to consult the gods. What should I do? And God says, let's make it easy for him. Okay, I'll tell him how to do this. And Ezekiel, you're my messenger to the fact that I'm going to make the invasion plans as successful as possible, or as easy as possible. So again, it shows God's attitude toward the whole thing. He is using Nebuchadnezzar to punish the people back in Jerusalem. Now, Walton has a brief comment here. He says, according to verse 20, Nebuchadnezzar hesitated at Damascus whether to attack Rabbah of the Ammonites or Jerusalem and Judah. As it was customary in war campaigns, he resolved the issue by having a recourse to divination. Again, he could choose either way. And again, one's north, one's south. What does it matter? But again, this is the whole point. Nebuchadnezzar trying to plot out a strategy, and Jerusalem is going to be the victim of it, in any respect. As far as the methods of divination, just a few comments on that. Taylor has a little section here. He says 3 methods of divination are described. The first is shaking the arrows, a technique called bellomancy. In this, arrows were marked with names of people or places and then shaken up in a quiver, and then one was drawn out, as in drawing lots. It's just, in this case, you're drawing arrows. The second method is consultation of the teraphim. These were small images of household or ancestral gods, the possession of which played an important part in matters of legal inheritance, and he references Genesis 31 here. They were sometimes used idolatrously or for necromancy, and were among the abominations removed by Josiah in 2 Kings 23, verse 24. What they look like or how they were consulted, we do not know. If they were figurines of ancestors, they would presumably be used as mediums or by mediums for obtaining oracles from the departed. I'll just stop there. We've talked on a couple of occasions about the teraphim before, real briefly. These are apparently humanoid figurines, at least either of a whole human figure, probably not to scale, or maybe the head and the shoulders or something like that, because we see them show up in different places. Now, he references Genesis 31, the Jacob and Rachel situation where she is sitting on the teraphim, and she says, I'm having my period, I can't move from the tent, when people are trying to investigate who brought other gods along, and so on and so forth. So they could be small. But then you get the incident with David and his wife Michal, where she puts a teraphim in his bed, and the men of Saul who come to attack him, at least temporarily, think it's him in the bed, so they attack, but of course it's not him. So it might have been something bigger, or maybe, again, maybe just the head and the shoulders, kind of thing, where it looks like a person. We don't really know, like Taylor says, completely for sure. We've talked about how teraphim might be used both negatively and then sort of, neutrally. We do things like this now, even though we don't worship. We don't use them for necromancy, to consult our dead family members, our dead ancestors, for information from the other side. That's really the point of violation, how these things are used. Now, we use things like pictures. We have pictures of our deceased loved ones sitting around the house. Well, Okay, that's, to remind us of them. And teraphim could quite conceivably have been the Polaroids of that day, images of your departed ancestor. You have them in the house because you not only want to be reminded of them, but in a sense, you think that they're still there with you. And we, think like this too, because we believe in a spiritual world. But where the boundaries crossed is, again, using them for necromancy. You're using them in like a mediumship kind of thing where you're trying to solicit information from the other side. So that they clearly, again, could be used for something that legitimately is idolatry. But they could also, again, be this sort of neutral thing. It's not really clear. And again, it's probably a little bit of all these things, depending on what the person is thinking who might have one. But there are various episodes in the Old Testament where Josiah, he references, gets rid of them, all of them, just get them out of here, because he knows the propensity of the people to use them for idolatry and for forbidden practices. So, that's in a nutshell, that's what we're talking about when it comes to teraphim. So, here we have them brought up here. Nebuchadnezzar, again, consulting, his dead ancestors, maybe the dead kings who've gone before him. What should I do in battle? And, again, this is all very familiar, with respect to the ancient world and their view of where divine information comes from. So that's why it's mentioned. The third thing, this examining the liver, back to Taylor. Taylor said the third method of divination is hepatoscopy, the examination of the liver or the entrails of a sacrificial victim, typically an animal, obviously. This was a common feature of Babylonian divination, and it was carried over in ancient Rome as well. The interpretation of the markings on the organs was one of the skills in which ancient Near Eastern soothsayers were instructed. Now, there are a number of clay models of livers and other body parts that have survived and have been unearthed by archaeologists. And if you look at them, some of them are divided up into quadrants, and there's little marks on them. Might be a little symbol or something. So that was, again, sort of a template, a cheat sheet, the liver cheat sheet. As to, well, if it's marked in this certain place, it means this. If it's got a blemish over here and maybe one over there, well, then it means that. And so there was this whole system of how to, quote unquote, read the entrails or read, again, a liver. Then another term you might see with this is extispicy, which is a more general term, examination of the entrails, the internal organs and whatnot. But this is what they're doing. They had a whole system of interpretation that if you were, again, someone trained in Babylon, to do this sort of stuff, this was your duty as a wise man, or something. One of the you read about it in the book of Daniel. This is part of, quote unquote, Babylonian science, and Babylonian science is never divorced from their theology, again, from their beliefs about the gods and how the gods communicate and so on and so forth. So this would have been something, a method of divination that would be common to the Babylonians, but it's common elsewhere. It's just that with respect to archaeology, we've actually had a lot of these things recovered, and we kind of get some insight on how this was done, or what they thought they were doing when they were reading the entrails. Now, to continue on in verse 24, okay, so he says, look, Nebuchadnezzar is trying to figure all this stuff out, like, where should I build the siege tower? Where should I build the siege ramp? How do I array my troops, and so on and so forth. In verse 24, we read, therefore, thus says the Lord God, because you have made your guilt to be remembered, in that your transgressions are uncovered, so that in all your deeds your sins appear. Because you have come to remembrance, you shall be taken in hand. Now, the just after the mentioning of the divination, God tells Ezekiel, look, to the Israelites, to them, they're going to hear, about Nebuchadnezzar coming. They're going to know kind of, what he's asking his gods, and what to do and all that. They're going to know that, but they're going to think to themselves, oh, this is false divination. We're okay. And God's like, not really. He's going to show up here. He's going to show up here, and that'll bring to your remembrance why this is happening. You're guilty. You're awful. Again, you've rejected instruction. You're apostates, you're rebels, so on and so forth. And then he says here, look, when that happens, your transgressions are going to be uncovered. Then you'll remember all of a sudden, why this is going on. All your deeds, your sins will appear because you have come to remembrance. You will be taken in hand. This is going to happen. That's the point. This is going to happen. So don't delude yourself thinking God's going to protect us, we're favored, or this guy's off asking gods that, we know aren't as good as our God. Hey, that doesn't matter anymore because you've rejected, the true God. And he's using Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon to punish you. And all of that's going to become crystal clear, and it should be already, but either you don't, you're kind of thick-headed or you're in denial, but there's going to be no denial when it comes down. So verse 25, you, O profane wicked one, prince of Israel. This is a reference to Zedekiah. Again, we saw this language earlier. In earlier chapters, the prince is referring to the kings. And when Nebuchadnezzar shows up, the king at that point is Zedekiah. So you, O profane wicked one, prince of Israel, whose day has come, the time of your final punishment. Thus says the Lord God, remove the turban and take off the crown. Things shall not remain as they are. Exalt that which is low and bring low which is exalted. Verse 27, a ruin, ruin, ruin. 3 times it's repeated. I will make it. This also shall not be until he comes, the one to whom judgment belongs, and I will give it to him. Now again, Zedekiah gets addressed here specifically because he's, again, in the leadership. When Nebuchadnezzar shows up, we know that from Kings and, of course, historical references outside the Bible. He's addressed here again as a prince, not as Melech. It's Nasi, not as Melech. Again, we talked about that in a previous episode about that's sort of Ezekiel's way, or God giving him the language of kind of denigrating him, bringing him down a peg because of who he is and what he's been doing. Take off the turban, take off the crown. Again, the turban translation comes from a word that means to wind around. Again, it's used in Exodus 28, different places there, Exodus 29, Exodus 39, Leviticus, a few places, as something, part of the high priest garment, something that's wound around them. There's no indication here that Zedekiah had become more apostate by trying to function as a priest. There's no indication of that. But again, part of what he wears is, a turban or something, wound around the head. Take off the crown. Basically, you're out of a job now. I'm dethroning you, so you might as well get ready. One last comment. In verse 27, we have a ruin, ruin, ruin mentioned 3 times. This does happen in the Hebrew Bible a few times where things are mentioned 3 times like this, and it's a triple repetition. It's a Hebrew way of forming a superlative. And if you're not familiar with superlative, we have like good, better, best. We have good as an adjective, better as a comparative. One thing is better than another. And then best is the superlative. It's a word. Best is a word we use to go beyond comparison, to say this thing over here is the top of the heap, the mostest, to use a silly English equivalence here. But that's what you get here when you get a triple repetition. It's a way of expressing the superlative. So a ruin, 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 I will make it. This is going to be the worst ruin that there's ever been. Okay, is the whole point. So it's using the language of hyperbole here, and the superlative to make the point come home even more. Now I bring that up because I think that's what's going on in Isaiah 6. This is a total rabbit trail here, but holy, holy, holy. There are people who say, well, that's an indication of the Trinity. Well, actually, it's just the way of expressing a superlative in Hebrew. And incidentally, the Dead Sea Scrolls for that passage in Isaiah do not have 3; they have 2. Holy, holy. So we don't want to hang things like Trinitarian thinking on the repetition of 3 words. If it's 3 there, it's not because of the Trinity. It's because to emphasize the fact that the God of Israel is in a class of holiness by himself. There is no one as holy, no deity, no person, whatever. So that's why they're doing that. Last oracle in chapter 21, verses 28 through 32. Verse 28, again, this is the one where the sword is directed against Ammon. Verse 28, and you, son of man, prophesy and say, thus says the Lord God concerning the Ammonites, concerning their reproach. Say, a sword is drawn for the slaughter. It is polished to consume and to flash like lightning. While they see for your false visions, while they divine lies for you, to place you on the necks of the profane wicked, whose day has come, the time of their final punishment. Return it to its sheath in the place where you were created, in the land of your origin. I will judge you. And I will pour out my indignation upon you. I will blow upon you with fire of my wrath, and I will deliver you to the hands of brutish men, skillful to destroy. You shall be fuel for the fire. Your blood shall be in the midst of the land. You shall no more be remembered, for I, the Lord, have spoken. Again, so, double duty again. I mean, Nebuchadnezzar is also going to take care of Ammon. That's going to provide him a southern beachhead, if you want to use that term, or he's going to control the land to the south, which is, again, cuts off any escape from Jerusalem. Again, we I don't want to rehearse all the things that we've mentioned to this point, but the Ammonites again are in trouble as well. They're not going to remain untouched by the events that are to come. Taylor writes here in a passage which is very obscure but has obvious affinities with earlier parts of the chapter, especially verses 9 through 17. The Ammonites are represented either as, again, being caught up in this in a negative way, or, again, the land of Ammon being a point from which Israel, again, Jerusalem, can be attacked. So are they getting hit with a sword, or are they wielding the sword against Israel? Taylor, suggests this may reflect the period during or after the siege of Jerusalem, when the Ammonites joined with others to take advantage of Judah's plight. Again, they're going to be quick to side with the Babylonians. This sort of harkens to back to Obadiah, when it was the Edomites, who did this. Again, Ammon is going to be, brought. They know who their overlord is. It's Nebuchadnezzar, obviously. They don't want this to happen to them. So, there could be a sense of Ammon does the smart thing, lets Nebuchadnezzar come down there, doesn't offer opposition. Again, it cuts off a southern escape, and then they join. Or, again, we don't know, completely whether Ammon is sort of subjugated as part of this process or not. But, like Taylor says, the passage is a bit obscure, but it does make you think, of Obadiah with Edom again. The little kingdoms, right around, what's left of what used to be Israel. Here we were dealing with Jerusalem, Judah. They're going to be prone to take advantage, to do what's in their own best interest. And Ammon, of course, is not on the friendliest terms, historically, with Judah and Jerusalem. So Nebuchadnezzar is the indisputable boss. Obviously, it's Babylon. But what happens here again is just not going to be good news for Israelites, regardless whether Ammon has to be coerced a little bit, or put under the thumb, or whatever, or whether they just freely say, "Hey, let us help, let us do some killing too." And again, probably a mix of all that. This is not going to be good news, and it's included here in the oracle again to reinforce the point. You're not going to have any escape. Don't think that you can head out into the desert, into the Negev, into the southern regions and get away. It's not going to happen. You're going to be cut off here. So the result again is just a disaster. Now that takes us into chapter 22. We're at the cusp of 22. This chapter, 3 more oracles. Each of them begin with the word of the Lord came to me. And in this case, we're going to have in these 3 in chapter 22. The first one in verses 2 to 16, Jerusalem's going to get condemned as a city of blood. And Ezekiel's going to say this is all happening to you because of all these bad things you've done. Second oracle is going to be using the metaphor of melting down silver, the whole refiner's fire thing. We'll talk about that in a moment. And then the third oracle really goes after the leadership in Jerusalem. Again, the elites. Now we've seen all these things before. The melting of the silver thing is a little bit new, and we'll make some comments on that. But right on the heels of chapter 21, when again the message is you're doomed, and I'm sorry that Ezekiel's first prophecy at the end of chapter 20 wasn't clear. Are these clear enough for you? These next 4, you're doomed, and there's going to be no escape. And now we get a repetition again. None of this is new in Ezekiel, except again that the silver thing we'll say something about. That's kind of an extra dig, the way it's cast. But here in chapter 22, we get a reminder again of why this is happening. It's because of what you've been doing, what you are. So the first oracle. Let's go to chapter 22, and we'll get into that one. The word of the Lord came to me, saying, "And you, son of man, will you judge the bloody city? Then declare to her all her abominations. You shall say, Thus says the Lord God, a city that sheds blood in her midst, so that her time may come, and that makes idols to defile herself. That's what you are. Just what I read there. That's what you are. You have become guilty, verse 4, by the blood that you have shed, and defiled by the idols that you have made. And you have brought your days near. The appointed time of your years has come. Therefore I have made you a reproach to the nations, and a mockery to all the countries. Those who are near and those who are far from you will mock you. Your name is defiled. You are full of tumult. Then in verse 6, we get the whole listing. Behold, the princes of Israel in you, everyone according to his power, have been bent on shedding blood. Now, we could stop there and say, what's the shedding of blood? Well, it could be a reference to the sacrificing children, because blood is connected with idols in verse 4. It could be a reference just to the kind of thing that, remember Ahab with Naboth, the vineyard, had this guy killed so he could take his land. It could be that kind of abuse. It could be shedding of blood, could refer to manipulating, using soldiers to do things in conquest or in alliances with pagans that God didn't want done. And you have the suffering of innocent, the taking of life there that wouldn't, shouldn't have happened. It could be all sorts of things, shedding of blood, winking at this or that crime, showing favoritism in the legal system. We've seen all these things in Ezekiel, and all the prophets, to be honest with you, consistently rail against this kind of thing. But it's a lawless place, is the point. It's a lawless place. And so that's why, you're in trouble. And in verse 7, father and mother are treated with contempt in you. The sojourner suffers extortion in your midst. The fatherless and the widow are wronged in you. You have despised my holy things and profaned my Sabbaths. There are men in you who slander to shed blood, and people in you who eat on the mountains. Again, they commit lewdness in your midst. That's a reference, again, to high places, foreign high places to other deities. In you, men uncover their father's nakedness. Now, this could almost be a whole podcast in and of itself, but to uncover the nakedness of the father is actually a Hebrew idiom for either taking, how can I put this and be succinct here? It's not a reference to homosexuality. It's actually a reference to things like adultery and other sexual violations with women. And I know it sounds a little odd, but again, the idiom is wrapped up in, and you see it in Leviticus, like to uncover the nakedness of your father is defined as like, having sex with your sister or your father's wife or something like that. It's actually a heterosexual sexual violation. But basically, verse. Let's just continue. He begins to unwrap this a little bit more. In you, men uncover your father's nakedness. In you, they violate women who are unclean in their menstrual impurity. One commits abomination with his neighbor's wife. Another lewdly defiles his daughter-in-law. Another in you violates his sister, his father's daughter. In you, they take bribes to shed blood, and on and on and on. This is going to sound a lot like Leviticus. Remember, Ezekiel's a priest. Okay, so this is kind of a normal, it's I should say it's not an abnormal connection to be describing Jerusalem's violations in Levitical terms, specific points of God's law being violated. So here we have a whole message. I'm not going to read it all the way to verse 16, but this, you get the idea. So chapter 21 is, hey, you're doomed and there's no escape. And chapter 22 is, let me explain again why, in case you haven't gotten it yet. After over and over and over and over, detailing how wicked they are, and again, how apostate they are. Let's go through it one more time. And that's what we get in chapter 22. And this first oracle is just a litany of violations of God's law from various places in the Old Testament, of all sorts. You get down to verse 17. Again, the second oracle. And this is the one that has a little bit of a difference here, this whole, refining silver thing. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, the house of Israel has become dross to me. That the off-scouring when you're trying to heat metal to a certain temperature, it makes the impurities flow to the top and you scrape them off. Again, this is a familiar metaphor for the prophets, okay? But there's going to be one thing that's missing from it as we keep going. So he says, Son of man, the house of Israel has become dross to me. All of them are bronze and tin and iron and lead in the furnace. They are dross of silver. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, because you have all become dross, therefore, behold, I will gather you into the midst of Jerusalem. As one gathers silver and bronze and iron and lead and tin into a furnace to blow fire on it in order to melt it, so I will gather you in my anger and my wrath, and I will put you in and melt you. I will gather you and blow on you with the fire of my wrath, and you shall be melted in the midst of it. As silver is melted in a furnace, so you shall be melted in the midst of it, and you shall know that I am the Lord. I have poured out my wrath upon you. So here we put all this stuff in. We're going to make silver. Okay. Do you notice what's missing here? The process doesn't result in Jerusalem's purity. Okay. He basically says, you're all dross. You're all crap. Okay. You're all just this stuff that we scrape off the top and we throw away. You're the impurity. So the imagery here is not given so that, to tell Israel, look, you're going to suffer for a little bit and then you're going to come out better. You're going to come out purified. And I'm just doing this, so that, it'll make you a more pure, people for me. No, that isn't the point. The point is here, you're all the stuff that I throw away. There is not a good outcome on the other side of this. You are the off scouring. You are the dross. So it's a familiar metaphor, but it's used in a pretty dark way. Usually people can handle the idea, okay, I'm going to have to go through this for a little bit of time, but the Lord's going to use this to make me better. Well, the message here is the Lord's going to use this to throw you away. The Lord's going to use this to cast you from his sight. It's depressing, it's dark, but as we saw in the last chapter, this is the point to which we've come. And again, you should all know why. Now, the third oracle to wrap up the chapter here is the one that's directed against the leadership of Jerusalem. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, say to her, you are a land that is not cleansed or rained upon in the day of indignation. The conspiracy of her prophets in her midst is like a roaring lion tearing the prey. They have devoured human lives. They have taken treasure and precious things. They have made many widows in her midst. Did you notice there that there is such a thing as false prophets? Okay. People who claim to speak for Yahweh, but really, again, are not his. Again, there's a whole message in that too. Just because it's the same term, used of the good guys, the people that are called Navi. There are plenty of Navi'im or Nevi'im in Jerusalem that God is not speaking to, but they're saying he is. And the result of what they're doing is the loss of life, it's treachery. It's part of the picture here as to why this is happening. Verse 26, her priests have done violence to my law and have profaned my holy things. They have made no distinction between the holy and the common. Neither have they taught the difference between the unclean and the clean. They have disregarded my Sabbaths, so that I am profaned among them. Her princes in her midst are like wolves tearing the prey, shedding blood, destroying lives to get dishonest gain. And her prophets have smeared whitewash for them, seeing false visions and divining lies for them, saying, thus says the Lord God, when the Lord has not spoken. Basically, it's a system. The leadership abuses the people, and the prophets cover their tracks for them, cover their butts. Oh, well, this, the Lord's behind this. The Lord's okay with this. Thus says the Lord, and God says, I haven't said anything. Now I'm speaking. And you're going to find out that the message is a whole lot different. So the whole rest of the chapter, again, goes through this about how the prophets are whitewashing what's going on. They're essentially, as Taylor refers to them, religious tranquilizers. I kind of like that phrase. Making the people feel that things are okay, or, I guess the Lord's behind this, so here, this is what we do now. This is the way life is. This is the new normal, whatever. However that's going to become, clear in our heads for us to think about it. This is what they're doing. They're endorsing. They're covering up. They're calling good evil and evil good. That whole axiom there. This is what's being described here. And the people of the land, again, at the end of the chapter, the people of the land not only suffer, but in verse 29, the people of the land have practiced extortion and committed robbery. They have oppressed the poor and needy, and they have extorted from the sojourner without justice. They're imitating the behavior. Well, if the leadership's doing this, it must be okay for us to do it too. I mean, how familiar is that? Again, I'm not saying that America or any other country is the new Israel. I don't believe that, but the analogy I think is coherent. When the leadership is corrupt, then the people again begin to define morality by what the corrupt people say is legal or okay, and this is what you got. This is what the situation was in Jerusalem, and how bad is it? We get to verse 30. Here's how bad it is. God says, I sought for a man among them who should build up the wall and stand in the breach before me for the land, that I should not destroy it, but I found none. In other words, this place is worse than what went on in the past in Sodom and Gomorrah. Remember Abraham interceding, with God to spare Sodom and Gomorrah. Hey, if I can find, and he works down the number, and he gets to 10, and God says, okay, if you find 10 righteous people in there, I won't destroy the city, because you do the math. Okay, there's Lot, he's got daughters, and they're maybe they're married. I mean, you can see how Abraham's kind of doing the math in his head. Surely we can find 10, but he didn't. Here you can't even find one. Again, to people, to readers, to hearers who are going to know a story like Sodom and Gomorrah, you really can't spell it out any more clearly than this. I sought for a single person, a man among them who would, essentially do the right thing, so that I wouldn't destroy the city, and I couldn't find any. Therefore, verse 31, I have poured out my indignation upon them. I have consumed them with the fire of my wrath. I have returned their way, upon their heads, declares the Lord God. This is deserved. And again, we've had a litany of reasons given in Ezekiel, and Ezekiel's just one prophet. Okay, there's a litany of reasons why all this awful stuff is happening, and it's not something that makes God capricious. God, doesn't have a bad day. God doesn't wake up and say, "Boy, I'm cranky. Let's go punish Jerusalem. That'll make me feel better." No, it's justified. It's justified because of all the abuses, all the crimes, all the idolatry in the city. They're getting what they deserve. Unfortunately, that's just that's the case. That's the way it is. And so here we are again, with Ezekiel now. This we're very close. Chapter 24 is going to be the chapter where we actually get the destruction of the city, where they get the news that's talked about here. Where Ezekiel's told to behave in a certain way, because this is how you're going to react when you hear the news that Jerusalem's been destroyed. We're almost there. We've got one chapter before we get to that point. But it's just been one kind of spiritual beating after another in the book. And Ezekiel, again, he's left the door open in other chapters. He doesn't really hear. He's left the door open that God will save a remnant. And he's mentioned that before, and God will do that. But here at the end of chapter 22, you really can't get any more hopeless than saying, if there was just one person there that I could count on to essentially reverse this, somebody who would I could count on to do something here, to change things, then I would reconsider. But there isn't anybody like that. There is, there are people who aren't as guilty as others, and so on and so forth. We get that. Of course, there are people who wouldn't, like, seeing this or that happen to other people, or to the Sabbath, or to the temple, or whatever. But there's nobody here who, is going to take the personal risk to intervene and stand up for God. There just isn't. And so that's where we're at. Again, it's a picture that's dark and depressing, but that you have to be honest. You have to be honest. Ezekiel and God are telling people, this is what's in store, and this is why it's in store.
Mike, teraphims aren't actual entities, are they?
No, I think they refer to, again, something that would be made to either use in some way to contact a dead ancestor, a dead relative. But the object itself, isn't. It's not a critter. I think is what you may be asking. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And also, can you expound real briefly a little bit more about men uncovering their father's nakedness?
Yeah, this is really relevant when you get to Genesis 9 with this. What was the sin of Ham? Because there are lots of different views, for what happens, with Noah, and we know the story. I'm not going to go through the whole story, but the other two sons of Noah, take the cloak or the covering and walk backwards, put it over their father and whatnot, and what was Ham actually guilty of? And it's a real conundrum, or at least people think it is, because Ham isn't the one who actually gets punished. Remember, Canaan is the one who's cursed. And a couple times in the chapter, the point is made that Ham is the father of Canaan. Well, this language, the language in Genesis 9 is to uncover the nakedness of the father. And if you take that language and you go to Leviticus, that is a synonymous phrase for what we have here. To try to remember what the exact term was here. To see, basically to see the nakedness of the father and to uncover the nakedness of the father are both idioms that mean, again, to defile not the person who is your father, but their wife. And so, again, this is really cutting it short. It almost deserves a whole episode. But what happened with Noah and Ham, I think the best explanation based on Hebrew idiom, because none of these idioms are ever used of homosexual intercourse. They are only used of heterosexual violations. I think that the best explanation for Ham's sin is that he is maternal incest. He violated Noah's wife, his own mother, and she got pregnant and she gave birth to Canaan, and that's why Canaan is cursed. Because when Ham does this, he's trying to possess the patriarchal authority. It's kind of the equivalent of having sex with the harem. When we talked about that a week ago too, that kings would do. But when you did this to your father's spouse, you asserted your authority. I'm the leader now, and his brothers reject this. Obviously, Noah is drunk. He's there in the tent. There's a place in the text of Genesis 9 where the suffix on tent can and probably should be translated her tent. So it's a reference to, Noah was in there, might have been naked, maybe had sex with his own wife. Obviously that's okay. But then Ham does it too. And she gets, pregnant with Canaan. That's why Canaan's cursed, because it's Noah's statement that you're not taking over here. I'm going to curse the line that comes from you so that everybody knows that this is not who's going to inherit the tribe. So again, that's a real fast and incomplete way of explaining that whole issue. But key to it is this idiom. Everywhere else you find it, to either uncover the nakedness of the father or see the nakedness of the father. In the context, it always refers to heterosexual violations and not homosexual. And so if you take that back to Genesis 9, it actually can make sense, not only of what happens, but why Ham isn't cursed and Canaan is. And of course, Ham is the father of Canaan. Again, 3 times in the chapter, that point is made. There must be some reason why it's being made. And if you take the maternal incest view, well, the reason is because this is the result of what Ham did. It's this kid. And unfortunately, Noah has to curse the line because of the way it was created, because of what was done. This is a crime. So that's why it's relevant. It's something that we're not really going to pick up on unless we sort of, do a word study, a concatenation of all the terms involved, and see, and we discover that it's idiomatic for a very a pretty specific set of violations that are heterosexual. But today we're in Ezekiel 23, and it's a fairly lengthy chapter. And not coincidentally, it's as lengthy as Ezekiel 16. And the reason I say it that way is that this chapter is considered something of a continuation of Ezekiel 16. And most listeners will probably remember that one. That's the one that was sort of loaded with the language of sexual betrayal. Again, sort of the mature audience kind of episode that we had when we hit that chapter. This is going to be more of the same. We're not going to sort of beat the same drum. I mean, when it comes up, I'll allude to some things that we talked about in Ezekiel 16. But there's a good deal of that kind of language in this chapter. And if you remember listening to the one on Ezekiel 16, I actually did quote a few passages from this chapter to sort of, help explain some things back in chapter 16. So there's some overlap here. And I want to start off jumping into the chapter here by reading an excerpt from Taylor, his Tyndale commentary on this to sort of set it up. Taylor writes, "The allegory of Israel's history, which occupied chapter 16, is continued in this chapter in a slightly different form and in even more repulsive detail. It tells of two sisters, Aholah and Oholibah, who represent Samaria and Jerusalem. Of course, Samaria is the northern kingdom. Remember after the days of Solomon that the kingdom had split in two, northern kingdom, southern kingdom. Northern kingdom, one of the terms that was used to refer to that was Samaria. So the two sisters here represent Samaria and Jerusalem. Taylor continues, while not described specifically as brides of Yahweh, some such relationship is clearly implied in verse 4, where it says, they became mine, and in verse 5, Oholah played the harlot while she was mine. So there's some sort of relationship there. The chapter deals with their intrigues with foreign powers, described in the crudest of terms, and with their subsequent downfall. Despite the distasteful theme and the indelicate language, the reader of these verses must appreciate that this is the language of unspeakable disgust and must try to recognize Ezekiel's passion for God's honor and his fury at the adulterous conduct of his covenant people. The feeling of nausea which a chapter like this arouses must be blamed not on the writer of the chapter nor even on its contents, but on the conduct which had to be described in such revolting terms. At the same time, it is possible to see that Ezekiel's language shows considerable awareness of the fundamental characteristics of apostasy. That's the end of Taylor's quote. Block adds this thought. He says, these oracles are dominated by the language of prostitution and lewdness. If this chapter is recognized as the locus classicus for bawdy vocabulary, it is because it has intensified the sex-related imagery of chapter 16. Now, since people are, again, I'm not trying to appeal to everyone's, prurient interests here, but since people are interested in the fact that the Bible does have this kind of talk in it, for those who subscribe to the newsletter, in the next issue of the newsletter, which I believe will be issue number 11, I'm going to have a link in the newsletter to a folder. And in that folder, I've added 2 articles. So if you're a newsletter subscriber, when you get issue number 11, click on the link and look for the articles by Marvin Pope and Edward Eulendorf. Now, Pope's article is from the Anchor Bible Dictionary. It's called Euphemism and Dysphemism in the Bible. Basically, it's an article about this kind of language and how, biblical writers tried to express this or that. And Eulendorf's article is called The Bawdy, B-A-W-D-Y, The Bawdy Bible. And that's actually a journal article, the Bulletin of the School of African Oriental Studies. It's from 1979. And he goes through, again, a lot of what the title sounds like, a lot of sexually bawdy, sexually descriptive language in the Bible. So those are 2 actually good peer-reviewed sources for this kind of subject matter. And if you want to know, where else in the Bible this matters and would help with interpretation, there you go. You're going to have those 2 articles. So jumping into the chapter at hand at this point, given that background, we'll just start in verse 1. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, there were 2 women, the daughters of one mother. They played the whore in Egypt. They played the whore in their youth. There their breasts were pressed, and their virgin bosoms handled. Oholah was the name of the elder, and Oholibah the name of her sister. They became mine, and they bore sons and daughters. As for their names, Oholah is Samaria, and Oholibah is Jerusalem. So there we have the 2 sisters identified. There's right off the bat, there's a reference here to fondling, the sister's breasts. And then there's this reference to Egypt, right in the first few verses. They played the whore in Egypt. So there's some kind of reference to alliance with Egypt. And that actually came up in Ezekiel 16. Remember the other chapter here that was very explicit. So there was an issue of military alliance with the Egyptians. You couldn't really divorce that from religious apostasy because you weren't, the prophets preach all the time against creating these alliances because you're supposed to trust in the Lord. He's supposed to, lead you in battle and be your defender and whatnot. And then, of course, you get, in when you get treaty ceremonies and all this kind of thing, there's obviously the input or the involvement of the gods of the other side and all that sort of stuff. So this kind of thing was supposed to be avoided for a number of reasons. So here you have a reference to it. We're going to come back to this Egyptian idea a couple of times. The names themselves actually sort of set the stage to let the reader know that what's actually being talked about, for obvious reasons, we have Samaria and Jerusalem. They're not people. They're not actually women. They're not actually going out and being prostitutes. This is a metaphor. And the point of the metaphor is their religious apostasy. And their names actually telegraph that point. Oholah and Oholibah begin, each of them, with the Hebrew, three consonants in Hebrew that are used to spell tent. That's Aleph, He, and Lamed. Now that becomes an issue because if you're, thinking back in Israel's history, and even to the time that there was a temple, again, we'll return to that comment in a few minutes as well. This idea of a tent was where religious worship occurred. Okay, now the most obvious connection is the tabernacle, but there are actually connections to the temple as well. But let's just think about this tent idea, this place where worship occurs. Oholah could be translated her tent. It'd be the noun for tent and then a suffix for her tent. Okay, if you know a little Hebrew, this is easy to pick up on. Now, what would that mean, her tent? If Oholah means her tent and Oholah is Samaria, well, this is the elder sister, the part of the metaphor for Samaria. We could sort of think abstractly and say, well, her tent might be an allusion to maybe an alternate tabernacle that was set up in the northern kingdom, or probably more accurately, an alternate system of worship. And again, it points to religious apostasy. Aholibah literally means my tent is in her, and more on that in a moment, because we would have Yahweh as the speaker. My tent is in her. If Aholibah represents Jerusalem, then that's going to refer to the worship of Yahweh in Jerusalem, something about this that involves a tent. And right away, listeners could be thinking, well, this is Ezekiel's time period. They have a temple now. They don't have a tent. Well, kind of, sort of. We'll come back to this in a moment. There actually is a connection between the temple and the tabernacle that involves a tent, even in the temple context, the sort of the post-tabernacle era. But again, just to get our minds thinking here, that their names are playing on this idea of a tent, and they're going to be adulterous. They're going to be apostate. They're going to be unfaithful and disloyal. So their names, again, could be references to tented places of worship. There's precedent for this. Again, maybe a little bit cryptically, but Esau's wife, her name was Oholibamah. Oholibamah would be a better pronunciation in Hebrew. Bama is the word for high place, and that's in Genesis 36 too. So her name literally means tent of the high place. And a lot of scholars think that that's likely a pagan place of worship. That is, Esau's wife is named after a pagan cult center. And they guess that because it's Esau. Again, Esau is sort of the oppositional line again to Jacob, who's going to be Israel. So it certainly can't be the tabernacle because Esau's line again wasn't Israel; it was something else. So the supposition is that her name is a reference to Esau and his family, his contacts, extended family, whatever, engaging in alternative worship. So again, it makes sense on that level, even though we're not given a lot of those details in the scripture itself. But the name is sort of a telegraphing of the idea. So in Ezekiel 23, when we have these two names that are sort of similar, it's supposed to get the reader and the hearer's mind thinking of apostate worship. And that's really going to be at the core of the whole chapter. So if Aholibah is my tent is in her, then the name, again, likely points to Yahweh's worship in Jerusalem, and Jerusalem is Aholibah. And then Aholah, her tent, probably Samaria's tent by abstraction. Again, the other part of the kingdom. Now, as far as, to pick up this one thought that I dropped a few moments ago, this tent thing going on in a temple context in Jerusalem. In 2 Chronicles 29, verses 3 to 7, we read this. This is when Hezekiah is cleansing the temple. In the first year of his reign, in the first month, he, Hezekiah, opened the doors of the house of the Lord and repaired them. He brought in the priests and Levites and assembled them in the square on the east and said to them, "Hear me, Levites. Now consecrate yourselves and consecrate the house of the Lord, the God of your fathers, and carry out the filth from this holy place. For our fathers have been unfaithful and have done what was evil in the sight of the Lord our God. They have forsaken him and turned away their faces from the habitation of the Lord and turned their backs. They also have shut the doors of the vestibule and put out the lamps, and not burned incense or offered burnt offerings in the holy place to the God of Israel." Again, you get this description of the tabernacle trappings inside the temple. And in Unseen Realm, I actually talk about this, where there's this possibility that, again, there are curtains mentioned. There are parts of the tabernacle mentioned within the temple complex, and all of the tabernacle items are moved inside the temple. And again, since we have these references to curtains and that sort of thing, the supposition is on the part of a number of scholars is that the holy place and then the Holy of Holies, which, if you recall the construction of the tabernacle, that whole area, both the holy place and the Holy of Holies, right, adjacent to it, and there was a veil in between those two compartments of the tabernacle. But that whole structure itself was covered over by, these curtains, by sort of something like a tent idea. And so, since you get references to the inner stuff in the tabernacle in those two places, the assumption is that they just moved everything inside the temple. And so when you have the giant cherubim in the temple, which is where Yahweh would sit, that's his throne, and then the ark becomes his footstool, there's still this tent structure within, in the inner sanctum of the temple itself. And so if that's the case, then calling Jerusalem a Holibah, my tent is in her, that would make sense. In other words, it's referring to the holiest place within the temple. And because of that reference, again, it's obvious that that's holy ground, it's sacred space. That's where certain crucial implements are, the ark, of course, all that stuff, and it's going to point to the fact that I was dwelling in Jerusalem. I'm still dwelling within the confines of this tented structure inside my temple house now, and that's going to become ruined and defiled. Aholibah's behavior, her adultery in this chapter, just like her sister Aholah or Oholah in the north, that has apostatized long ago and been destroyed by the Assyrians and whatnot, just like her sister Oholibah is going to go off and commit adultery with these other nations, and that's a metaphor for the corrupt worship that's going on in Jerusalem. So the names are actually significant in by means of or as a means to convey the idea of what's really at the heart of the chapter. It's not the sexual issue, even though that's the metaphor that's used to describe it. It's really about religious apostasy. So in verse 5, and really verses 5 through 10, you have a focus on Oholah. So the older sister, the one that was the northern kingdom. Okay, so let's jump into verse 5. Oholah played the whore while she was mine, and she lusted after her lovers, the Assyrians, warriors, clothed in purple, governors and commanders, all of them desirable young men, horsemen riding on horses. Verse 7, she bestowed her whoring upon them, the choicest men of Assyria, all of them, and she defiled herself with all the idols of everyone after whom she lusted. Now, let's just stop there at the end of verse 7. Look at the verbs. She bestowed her whoring upon them. She defiled herself with all the idols. The verbs tell you that she was the initiator. This wasn't forced upon her. It's not like she had to be talked into it. The northern kingdom initiated what was happening. And that's why, again, they get punished. Ultimately, they're not deceived, they're not misled, they're not cajoled, they're not forced into this apostasy. They're doing it of their own free will. Verse 8, she did not give up her whoring that she had begun in Egypt. Now, we'll stop there. Either that's a reference to the early days in Egypt. Remember back when we were in Ezekiel 20, we talked about how the golden calf incident might have been a perversion of Yahweh worship, and so the incorrect worship of Yahweh might have even been going on in Egypt while the people of Israel there were in bondage in Egypt. So that it could be, this could be another reference to that situation, or maybe this is a reference to an alliance with the Egyptians militarily, because down in verse 19 we're going to get an allusion to that. So whatever it is, the problems, according to verse 8, began with Israel's connection to Egypt. So that's either in the more distant past or it's something more recent. But either way, she's been apostate with Egypt, and now she's gone after the Assyrians. Continuing on the rest of verse 8, for in her youth men had lain with her and handled her virgin bosom and poured out their whoring lust upon her, basically having their way with her. Verse 9, therefore I delivered her into the hands of her lovers, into the hands of the Assyrians, after whom she lusted. These uncovered her nakedness. They seized her sons and her daughters, and as for her, they killed her with the sword, and she became a byword among women when judgment had been executed on her. Now, a few notes here. This is more than military alliance, because in verse 7 you have a direct reference to idolatry with the Assyrians. Again, so that's the major point. That's what's driving the bus here. A Block has a passing comment here that I thought was worth bringing up. He says, the portrayal represents a continuation of the sexual addiction developed in her youth in Egypt. So again, by extension, that's an addiction to other gods. And there are a number of references in Ezekiel and Hosea and Jeremiah that he cites. This language shows up in other prophets. Hosea 2:7, verse 9, verse 12, verse 14, verse 15. Jeremiah 22, Jeremiah 30. Again, it's not just Ezekiel. There are other prophets that are pointing this out. And the term for lovers, me'ahavim in Hebrew, always refers to an adulterous situation. In other words, it's not just sort of an innocent kind of thing going on. It always refers to some sort of violation. And verse 10, you have a report of Oholah's fate in 3 stages. Block points out. If you go back to verse 10, these uncovered, these Assyrians that she's whoring herself out to, uncover her nakedness. Basically, they have their way with her. They seized her sons and her daughters, and as for her, they seized them. The implication is they either kill them off or they take them into captivity or make them slaves or whatever. And as for her, they killed her with the sword. So her fate comes in 3 stages. She's stripped bare. Her children, in other words, the citizens of the northern kingdom, were taken captive, and they just kill her. So she prostitutes herself, she loses her children, and then ultimately loses her life. And that's the story of the northern kingdom. This again helps to identify, even though we had it explicitly earlier in verse 4, it helps to identify Oholah as Samaria, the northern kingdom, very clearly, because they were wiped out by the Assyrians in 722 BC. Again, there's no ambiguity here, again, to someone who's living in near proximity to the historical events of Samaria, of the northern kingdom. The next section, we have Ezekiel 23, verses 11 and 21. Now the focus changes to Oholibah. Okay, her whoredom. So verse 11, her sister, Oholibah, saw this, and she became more corrupt than her sister in her lust and in her whoring, which was worse than that of her sister. So in other words, Jerusalem, the place of the Davidic dynasty, the place where the temple is. Again, Jerusalem, where my tent is in her. That's how Yahweh is thinking of Jerusalem. Again, his holy sanctuary, his tented holy place, the Holy of Holies. Jerusalem was worse than Samaria, worse, again, than the apostate north that had defected from the united monarchy after Solomon's death. Again, it's very plain. You can villainize the north all you want, but Jerusalem's a lot worse. In verse 12, she lusted after the Assyrians. governors and commanders, warriors clothed in full armor, horsemen riding on horses, all of them desirable young men. And I saw that she was defiled, and they both took the same way. In other words, both the sisters just went down the same path. Now, there's an allusion here of the southern kingdom sort of courting, and of course, to use Ezekiel's language, whoring themselves out to the Assyrians. So when did Judah, Jerusalem, when did they do this? Well, it's probably a reference to the incident where Ahaz, king of Judah and Jerusalem, solicited help from the Assyrians during the Syro-Ephraimite War. And you can get the reference for that in 2 Kings 16, verse 8. That incident, that's part of the Isaiah 7 passage. Everybody knows Isaiah 7:14, behold, the Almah, the virgin will conceive and bear a son, so on and so forth. Well, the whole setting for that is this incident where Judah's in trouble because they have the king of Syria and Damascus and Ephraim, these two places, they're ganging up, or they're looking like they're going to gang up on Judah. And Ahaz, the king in Jerusalem, is worried, and so he needs help, so he goes out and contacts the Assyrians. This is Isaiah 7, verses 7 through 9. And this is condemned by Isaiah the prophet. And that's when you get the whole setting about, well, ask the Lord for a sign, that he'll protect you. And Ahaz says, oh, I'm too embarrassed. I'm not going to, again, this feigned humility. And then God, through Isaiah, gets mad and said, well, good. Well, the Lord himself will give you a sign then. Behold, a virgin shall conceive, so on and so forth. So this is the whole context for it. And so apparently this is the reference that, again, they're going out. They're sort of, if you're sticking with the woman metaphor, the woman-wife metaphor here, she abandons her husband and goes and, to quote Ezekiel, goes after Assyrians, governors and commanders, warriors clothed in full armor, all of them good-looking men. She abandons the one that's supposed to be her protector, and then goes off in this other direction. So again, the metaphor is pretty consistent. Verse 14, she carried her whoring further. She saw men portrayed on the wall, the images of the Chaldeans portrayed in vermilion, wearing belts on their waists with flowing turbans on their heads, all of them having the appearance of officers, a likeness of Babylonians whose native land was Chaldea. Now, this is similar, again, to something in Ezekiel 16 that we tracked on when we did that chapter. Ezekiel 16:17, we had a reference to the images. So these images which Aholibah lusted after are exclusively male forms. Again, that's an item of interest, kind of obvious because of what's going to follow. They're sculptured on the walls. This idea of being portrayed in vermilion probably refers to them being outlined in red, again, just to make them more prominent artistically. They have male attire, belts, flowing turbans, military officers, whatnot. Again, just pardon the pun, but just fleshing out the picture of who she was attracted to, again, to extend the metaphor. In verse 16, when she saw them, she lusted after them and sent messengers to them in Chaldea. And the Babylonians came to her into the bed of love. So now we're transitioning from the Assyrians to the Babylonians here, which brings us into Ezekiel's day. And they, continuing on in verse 17, they defiled her with their whoring lust. And after she was defiled by them, she turned from them in disgust. When she carried on her whoring so openly and flaunted her nakedness, I turned in disgust from her, as I had turned in disgust from her sister. So basically, Jerusalem does this and then sort of doesn't get out of the arrangement or the encounter what she wanted. And then we have this adversarial relationship between her and these Babylonians going on. Again, that's a picture of what's going on in Jerusalem, because they had tried to, again, kiss up to Nebuchadnezzar, or again, try to. If you remember, Hezekiah actually brought the Babylonians into Jerusalem, showed them all, the storehouses and the treasuries and all this kind of stuff. If you remember the story of Hezekiah's life, it's even back then this was beginning, trying to, again, create a friendly but apostate relationship with Babylon. And that goes on for a while, but then it turns against Jerusalem. And Jerusalem realizes that. They try to get out from under Nebuchadnezzar. Again, we have two waves of captivities, and Nebuchadnezzar trying to set up certain relationships politically to govern the place, but then in Ezekiel's day, which is sort of where we're heading to, Zedekiah winds up rebelling. We talked about that the last episode last week. And Nebuchadnezzar is going to have to show up himself and destroy everything. So that again, this is a metaphorical reference to these events, what's going on here, and of course God looks at the whole situation and just turns away in disgust, like he did from the northern kingdom. He's not going to save them. In fact, he's going to use them, like we talked about last week, as instruments of punishment. And that's, we're going to get a little flavor of that again too. In verse 19, we read, "Yet she increased her whoring, remembering the days of her youth, when she played the whore in the land of Egypt, and lusted after her lovers there, whose members were like those of donkeys, and whose issue was like that of horses. Thus you longed for the lewdness of your youth, when the Egyptians handled your bosom and pressed your young breasts." Again, it's very sexual. We had this imagery before in chapter 16. Again, comparing the phalluses of the Egyptians to those of donkeys, and their ejaculation like horses. Again, just over the top kind of language that we saw in chapter 16. Here it is again trying to make the point that she was, this insatiable, whore, but it all goes wrong. And God is just disgusted with the whole thing. Now, Bloch, I think, has some interesting things to say at this point, both in this section and in a few things that'll follow. He has here the increasing detail of verses 14 to 18 may reflect a concern with more recent history, in a little bit more recent than Babylon and even the Assyrians. He says, "Are we to see here an allusion to Josiah's ill-fated encounter with Pharaoh Necho at Megiddo in 609 BC? And this is where Josiah died. This is 2 Kings 23. The lack of information on the motive for and nature of that meeting has led some to surmise that the Judean king had aligned himself with the Babylonians, who were rapidly replacing the Assyrians as the dominant power in the ancient Near East. Aholibah, Jerusalem, longed for the sexual arousal she had experienced when the Egyptians had fondled her nipples and caressed her breasts. The coarse speech here represents an intentional rhetorical strategy, designed not only to shock the audience, but also reflect Yahweh's disgust with her behavior." So, again, it's a reference to, you were involved with the Egyptians as far, way back, or maybe even, more recently. You were involved with the Assyrians all the way back to Ahaz, and now, you dabbled with Egypt again. Here with Josiah in 609. Then it was the Babylonians, more recently, and basically she's whoring herself out to whoever she can. And politically, this is what Jerusalem does in the history of Israel in the Old Testament. Instead of doing what the prophets wanted her to do, wanted wanted Judah to do, the leadership, the people, to trust God for their military deliverance, to avoid the worship of other gods, they violate the relationship with Yahweh in both respects. And this is how it comes out in this metaphor. Again, whoring themselves out to whoever matters at the time, whatever, wherever she thinks she can get the most, quote unquote, satisfaction or benefit from the arrangement. This is what she's doing. This is what Jerusalem's doing. In verse 22 through about verse 35, we read, okay, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to Jerusalem? Of course, we've had a lot of this talk through the whole book of Ezekiel, and it's never good, and it can be quite, violent. And in this case, we're going to get some allusions to some things that are going to, if you were an Israelite, if you were either someone who's captive in Babylon already, and you had maybe friends and family back in Jerusalem, or if word of this ever went back to Jerusalem, again, probably not, but again, it's probably the immediate audience. You hear that it's just going to hear this and just freak out. But what Ezekiel's going to say next is just going to, again, frighten everybody and really, again, try to transmit of how bad it's going to be for the people back in Jerusalem. So verse 22, "Therefore, O holy boss, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will stir up against you your lovers, from whom you turned in disgust, and I will bring them against you from every side, the Babylonians and all the Chaldeans, Pekod, P-E-K-O-D, and Shoah and Koah, and all the Assyrians with them, desirable young men, governors and commanders, all of them, officers and men of renown, all of them riding on horses." Now these three names, Pekod, Shoah, and Koah, Taylor notes that these are normally identified, though not without some uncertainty, with Pukudu, Sutu, and Kutu. These are Aramean tribes on the east of the river, the Tigris River, which are known from a number of Assyrian and Babylonian inscriptions. All these peoples, together with all the Assyrians with them, are to be the instruments of God's punishment upon Jerusalem. So these three terms, again, refer to Aramean tribes that are going to basically join in the fun, again, of destroying Jerusalem. Now, Bloch, I think, has even a more interesting point here. He says, or he points out anyway, I'm just going to paraphrase, that these names are used and vocalized in Hebrew as they are in the Hebrew text to create a sinister, what he calls a sinister wordplay. So these terms, again, as they're, let me just go back to the ESV here, Pekod, Shoah, and Koah, in Hebrew, if you just translated those, they would be punishment, war cry, and shriek. So they actually, Ezekiel actually uses the names of these Aramean tribes and changes the vocalization a little bit to convey the message of this is what it's going to be like. You're going to be punished, you're going to hear war cries, and you're going to scream your heads off, because it's just going to be that bad. But it actually gets a lot worse in what he begins to describe here. Verse 24, they shall come against you from the north with chariots and wagons and a host of peoples. They shall set themselves against you on every side with buckler, shield, and helmet. And I will commit the judgment to them, and they shall judge you according to their judgments. And I will direct my jealousy against you, and they may deal with you in fury. Now catch this list. They shall cut off your nose and your ears, and your survivors shall fall by the sword. They shall seize your sons and your daughters, and your survivors shall be devoured by fire. They shall also strip you of your clothes and take away your beautiful jewels. Thus I will put an end to your lewdness and your whoring begun in the land of Egypt, so that you shall not lift up your eyes to them or remember Egypt anymore. Basically, I'm going to take the beautiful prostitute and make her ugly. You have a series of atrocities here, and these are actually known explicitly from Assyrian texts. This is how the Assyrians, and again, it's also getting attributed to the Assyrians are only part of this mix. You got the Babylonians, you got these Aramean tribes, but this is the way that the Assyrians especially were known to treat peoples they had conquered. Mutilating a person's face, killing people with the sword, taking the children captive, burning everything, naked exposure of the people, again, all this stuff. It's designed to say, I'm going to make the whore ugly so that no one will want her anymore. Now, in a footnote, Bloch says this in his commentary, a footnote on this passage. According to the Middle Assyrian laws, if a husband catches his wife having sex with another man, he has three options. 1, put her to death and kill the lover. 2, pardon his wife and allow the lover to go free. Or 3, cut off his wife's nose and make the man a eunuch. Cut off, what? The purpose of the mutilation is to make her the object of abhorrence. Nobody's going to want her anymore. And of course, to make sure that the man can't do this anymore. Now, even more than that, there's another section, where Bloch gets into the Assyrian stuff. And I want to quote you something he quotes from a book by A.K. Grayson, who was an Assyriologist, called The Assyrian Royal Inscriptions. And these are published in a series, Records of the Ancient Near East. So here's what, I'm trying to remember which king it was. Yeah, I can't remember which king it was, but here's what one of the Assyrian kings says upon conquering a couple of locations. This is actually from Assyrian records. Quote, I felled with the sword 800 of their combat troops. I burnt 3,000 captives from them. I did not leave one of them alive as a hostage. I captured alive Huliah, their city ruler. I made a pile of their corpses. I burnt their adolescent boys and girls. I flayed Huliah, their city ruler, and draped his skin over the wall of the city. I razed, destroyed, and burnt the city. Moving on from the city of Kinabu, I approached the city Tela. The city was well fortified. I felled 3,000 of their fighting men with the sword. I carried off prisoners, possessions, oxen, and cattle from them. I burnt many captives from them. I captured many troops alive. I cut off some of their arms and hands. I cut off of others their noses, ears, and extremities. I gouged out the eyes of many troops. I made one pile of the living and one of heads. I hung their heads on trees around the city. I burnt their adolescent boys and girls. I razed, destroyed, burnt, and consumed the city. End of quote. This is why I refer to, when I used to teach Old Testament survey, and I know I've done it in other contexts, I would refer to the Assyrians as the Klingons of the Old Testament. It's this kind of stuff that they were known for. This is why when God tells Jonah to go to Nineveh, Jonah wants nothing to do with it. And his reason isn't that he's afraid. If you go to Jonah chapter 4, Jonah tells you why he didn't want to go. Because he believed that if he preached in Nineveh and the Ninevites repented, that God would spare them. Jonah hates them. He hates the Assyrians. Everybody hates the Assyrians. They are the most despicable, cruel, just unthinkably godless, at least in terms of what they do to people. They're ISIS, okay? They are the ISIS of their day. And Jonah's like, I don't want to go there because I know that you'll forgive them if they repent. I want them to burn in hell. I mean, that's the message. I want them to suffer because of what they've done to so many people. And this just gives you a glimpse of it. And Ezekiel, again, knows that the people know this stuff. And so when he mentions this whole thing about they're going to go in there and cut the noses off and do this and that, Ezekiel knows what is going to sort of what the images are going to be conjured up, in the minds of the people who are hearing him. I've got friends, I've got family, I've got acquaintances. Well, even beyond that, they're just my people. They're back there in Jerusalem, and this is what they're looking at. This is what's going to happen to them, again, because of their apostasy. And the whole point is that when Ezekiel brings this up, it's like, just prepare for the worst. Prepare to hear the worst, because the worst is what's coming their way. It just doesn't get any worse than what the Assyrians are used to doing to people, and they're going to be part of this mix. Again, the Klingons of the Old Testament. This is why Jonah said, I just want them to burn in hell. I don't want them forgiven. Period. That's why I didn't go. And at the end, if you remember Jonah, at the end, when they do repent, the city of Nineveh repents and spared, Jonah's pouting. He doesn't like it. It stinks for this very reason. It's easy to look at Jonah and say, oh, well, you're just an uncompassionate, moron. Well, look at what he's considering. Let's just allow him to be human. And again, the best parallel we can think of in our day is ISIS. This is the box that you put this kind of thing in. And if we think ISIS is bad, they don't have anything on the Assyrians. I mean, God forbid that they do what they do, and as awful as that is, the Assyrians would do this on a ridiculous scale. And even if a city surrendered, they would do stuff like this. The Assyrian annals and other sources are just filled with this kind of description. When you didn't want the Assyrians to be coming your way. Let's just put it that way. Verse 28. For thus says the Lord God, behold, I will deliver you into the hands of those whom you hate, into the hands of those from whom you turned in disgust. And they shall deal with you in hatred and take away all the fruit of your labor and leave you naked and bare. And the nakedness of your whoring shall be uncovered. Your lewdness and your whoring have brought this upon you, because you played the whore with the nations and defiled yourself with their idols. You have gone the way of your sister. Therefore I will give her cup into your hand. Thus says the Lord God. And then we have a poetic part of verse 32. Thus says the Lord God, you shall drink your sister's cup that is deep and large. You shall be laughed at and held in derision, for it contains much. You will be filled with drunkenness and sorrow, a cup of horror and desolation. The cup of your sister Samaria, you shall drink it and drain it out, and gnaw its shards and tear your breasts. This is what's coming. For I have spoken, declares the Lord God. Verse 35, therefore, thus says the Lord God, because you have forgotten me and cast me behind your back, you yourself must bear the consequences of your lewdness and whoring. The rest of the chapter then is a summary of the judgment on the two sisters. We'll just read it. The Lord said to me, this is beginning in verse 36, Son of man, will you judge Oholah and Oholibah? Declare to them their abominations, for they have committed adultery, and blood is on their hands. With their idols they have committed adultery. So here we get to again to the real heart of the issue. They have even offered up to them for food, to their idols, for food, the children whom they had borne to me. Moreover, this they have done to me. They have defiled my sanctuary on the same day and profaned my Sabbaths. For when they slaughtered their children in sacrifice to their idols, on the same day they came into my sanctuary to profane it. And behold, this is what they did in my house. They even sent for men to come from afar, to whom a messenger was sent. And behold, they came. Again, Jerusalem is soliciting all this. And this is what they're doing in my tent. Okay, my tent is in her, going back to the names, verse 40, picking up there again. They even sent for men to come from afar, to whom a messenger was sent, and behold, they came. For them you bathed yourself, and painted your eyes, and adorned yourself with ornaments. You sat on a stately couch, with a table spread before it, on which you had placed my incense and my oil. Now that, again, just to be blunt, this is how you made yourself smell good. Okay, you get perfumes, you get oils, you get incense. I mean, we don't have like modern bathing like we have now. Back then, what this is a reference to is you get yourself all dolled up. You're playing the prostitute, playing the whore. Making yourself look good and smell good. And to make yourself smell good, you're using the incense and my oil. That this was reserved for the holy place, the tabernacle presence. Again, mixing the metaphors of the prostitution and the religious apostasy, in these verses. This is Ezekiel saying, this is what you did. This is what you did. This is how you acted. Verse 42, the sound of a carefree multitude was with her, and with men of the common sort, drunkards were brought from the wilderness, and they put bracelets on the hands of the women and beautiful crowns on their head. So we have that's the end of verse 42. We have a nice picture of the whore reclining on the couch, all dressed up, smelling nice, entertaining her clients. Again, this is the picture of Jerusalem. Verse 43. Then I said of her who was worn out by adultery, little sarcasm there. Now they will continue to use her for a whore, even when she's done. She's had enough. No, you haven't had enough. Verse 44. For they have gone into her as men go into a prostitute. Thus they went into Oholah and Oholibah, lewd women. But righteous men shall pass judgment on them with the sentence of adulteresses and with the sentence of women who shed blood, because they are adulteresses and blood is on their hands. So here's the question. I mean, this language is drawn from Leviticus 20, verse 10, and also Deuteronomy 21:21. Here's the question. How do whores and adulteresses get punished in ancient Israel? Stoning. Stoning. And the ones who, remember, in Old Testament law, the ones who were stoning the guilty were supposed to be the innocent, more righteous. So look at the image. God's calling the Assyrians, the Babylonians, and these Aramaean tribes as they're the righteous ones. In my eyes, I'm using them to get rid of you. There's blood on your hands. And there's reference to child sacrifice, this occurring in the most holy place, and it's as bad can be. And so this is, again, table turning. Taylor writes here, the similarity of this penalty, the stoning, again, the allusion to stoning here for the adulteress. The similarity of this by the way, it wasn't just the adulteress, it was those guilty of intentional murder, again, referring back to offering up the children. Taylor writes, the similarity of this penalty with the state of siege of a city bombarded with sling stones and incendiary missiles, again, catapult kind of stuff, okay, can scarcely have been coincidence. The shame of the guilty person's end under Mosaic law will be exactly matched by the fate of Samaria and Jerusalem. So he uses the Old Testament reference to stoning and those who deserve to be stoned with siege warfare. Again, this is what's going to happen to you. Verse 46, for thus says the Lord God, bring up a vast host against them, and make them an object of terror and a plunder. And the host shall stone them and cut them down with their swords. They shall kill their sons and daughters and burn up their houses. Thus will I put an end to lewdness in the land, that all women may take warning and not commit lewdness as you have done. Basically, again, a reference to the remnant, the people. This is what you don't want to do because this is what will happen. Verse 49, they shall return your lewdness upon you, and you shall bear the penalty for your sinful idolatry, and you shall know that I am the Lord God. And that's where the chapter ends. And the very next chapter, again, which we'll hit next time, Ezekiel 24, is the siege of Jerusalem. So all of this collectively, not just this chapter, but a number of the preceding chapters have been leading up. We have 23 chapters essentially of this, or almost, of the 23 chapters, most of them have been stuff like this. Chapter 16 and this one, again, using the metaphor of prostitution, spiritual prostitution. And again, this is why James, we mentioned this with chapter 16, this is why James, again, and other places in the New Testament alludes to or actually uses this kind of imagery, to be disloyal to Christ, again, is spiritual adultery. And again, if you use that reference, and James is writing to, Jews in the diaspora, they're going to know where this imagery comes from. They're going to know that they're being painted with the same brush as the people of God were, way back in Israel's history. The adultery metaphor is a common one and a big deal, and frankly, a pretty effective one. Because, again, for those of us, who are married anyway, we can all relate to this. But of course, this is just way over the top. This kind of description with its repetition and its frequency, its wantonness, and it's just the insatiable character of it. So it's way over the top, but it is something that a lot of people can identify with, either unfortunately in reality or at least conceptually. So let's just jump in. I mean, Ezekiel 24, is the turning point chapter, not just because it's about the siege of Jerusalem, but when this happens, and since this happens, his message after this chapter is going to change. It's not going to be doom and gloom against Jerusalem. It's going to be a mix of doom and gloom against the enemy nations, the nations surrounding Israel. So they're going to get their due in a series of oracles, but it's also going to be positive. There's going to be, a look forward to the future of Israel, the future of the city. And as Trey just mentioned, with the last 8 chapters, the future of the temple, what that means, it doesn't mean we'll have to wait till we get there. But the message will change after this. This is a hinge point in the whole book. So it's been pretty rough going. Again, if you're listening to these messages, if you're an Israelite sitting in Babylon, hearing about how bad you are and how bad the people back home are, and it's true. Even those who don't want to believe it, they get demonstration of it. And when this chapter takes place, when it comes to fruition, we're going to talk about that in this episode. When this actually, how to correlate what Ezekiel's saying with the actual historical siege of Jerusalem. When the captives get word of that, and they're going to get word of it while Ezekiel is still there, obviously, it's all going to hit home. But then things are going to shift. So in this chapter, this is what we're going to be reading about, the siege of Jerusalem, and it's going to be communicated again by a parable. We've seen parables before. This one's going to be what scholars call the parable of the rusty cauldron. And that's going to occupy sort of the first half of the chapter. And then we're going to get the episode where Ezekiel's wife dies. God takes her life, and how he commands Ezekiel to react and respond, which in a nutshell is don't do any of the traditional mourning stuff, is going to be used as a sign act and illustration of how it's going to be once the city collapses, once the city dies, so to speak, and that's going to be a message, a visualization, and a message for the captives, and that's what they're going to experience. And we actually get, again, word at the end of the chapter that, hey, this is what's going on, this is what's happened. And it's still prospective, though, because it's only in chapter 33 when Ezekiel actually gets word, from someone who's escaped the city, when Ezekiel and the captives actually hear in real time, what happened a considerable amount of time before. But that event is going to be anticipated, that the message from that fugitive that they hear that the city is destroyed, that's going to be mentioned here in this chapter. So the messaging here, though, literarily, in terms of the way the book is arranged, it's still a hinge point. So let's jump into the first verse here. We read, "In the 9th year, in the 10th month, on the 10th day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me. Son of man, write down the name of this day, this very day. The king of Babylon has laid siege to Jerusalem this very day." So we'll stop there with the first two verses. Now we get a chronology here. We get a chronological mark. And scholars have noticed a long, long time that the date itself given in these two verses actually, on the surface, creates internal contradictions for the way Ezekiel presents the chronology of events elsewhere. Now, to illustrate, sort of get us into what's going on here, I have a selection from Block, his commentary, where he notes the problem. I'm bringing this up, even though this is sort of mundane material. I'm bringing it up for a specific reason that I'll sort of camp out on for a minute or two when we're through what Block says here. But Block writes, "On first sight, this literary unit seems to begin predictably enough with the word event formula followed by a date notice. But within the context of the book, the latter, that is the date notice, raises several interpretive problems. First, the formulation of the date, and in other words, that's the way it's actually written. The formulation of the date notice differs from all the other ones in the book. In other words, the wording here is different than when Ezekiel gives us dates elsewhere. In the Hebrew, it's different. Whereas elsewhere, such notices usually follow immediately after, this is Hebrew, Vayehi. Vayehi is typically, and it came to pass, or some such rendering like that. Whereas elsewhere, such notices usually follow immediately right after that first term, Vayehi, and then precede statements beginning with Haya, which is the verb to be. This one breaks up the word event formula appearing, before another Hebrew term, lemor. Again, I'm doing this for a reason, so just hang with me here. Furthermore, whereas every other notice that omits the word for month attaches the preposition bet in directly to the ordinal number. But 24:1 doesn't do that. In Hebrew, I'll just read the verse here. It's Vayehi devar Adonai. So, and it came to pass, the word of the Lord, Eli, to me, and then we're going to pick up the verb, elsewhere you supply some things here. But Vayehi devar Adonai Eli ba shana. So there's our in the year. And then we have ha tesh'it. We have the 9th year, ba kodesh. That's the month. Ha asiri. So in the 10th month. Be'esor la kodesh lemor. We have here the 10th day of the month. So we get all the expected, we get the year, the month, the day of the month, all that. But what Block is saying is typically that follows immediately Vayehi, and then it comes before something that the verb Haya that appears. That's the way it is in all the other cases of giving a date. So why isn't it here? Why switch up the way you typically announce dates in this chapter? So he points that out and says, this is the first thing to observe. What's going to happen here is this date is going to produce internal contradictions. But we notice that the date here, in this case, is different. So Block's starting to angle for a resolution. The difference in the date formula here is going to be part of the solution. Second, he says, correlating this date with Ezekiel 33, 21, and 22 creates impossible chronological problems inasmuch as the time span between the commencement of Nebuchadnezzar's siege of Jerusalem and the date Ezekiel receives the report that the city has fallen is 5 days fewer than 3 years. So it's almost 3 years in between if you go with this date that he gives us here. And Bloch's point basically is that, look, that's unreasonably long. Now, Ezekiel 33, 21 and 22 says this. Again, this is later in the book, and it's a reference to Jerusalem falling again. Okay, it's another reference to Jerusalem's fall. It says, in the 12th year of our exile, in the 10th month, on the 5th day of the month, a fugitive from Jerusalem came to me and said, the city has been struck down. Now the hand of the Lord had been upon me the evening before the fugitive came, and he had opened my mouth by the time the man came to me in the morning. So my mouth was opened, and I was no longer mute. You have to remember, Ezekiel was not able to talk. This is all the way back at the beginning of the book. We're going to mention this a little bit later. But back in chapter 3, Ezekiel was struck dumb. There's 3 or 4. And so that he could only talk when God gave him a message. Now, after the city is destroyed and he gets this report, Ezekiel says, I could talk again, whenever I wanted to. But the thing to notice here in these 2 verses is the day, the 12th year of our exile, 10th month, 5th day of the month. So Bloch's saying, if you put these dates together, you take the one here in 24:1 and then the other date in chapter 33, he's like, that's a 3-year interval. It's just too long. He says, since the siege of Jerusalem is known to have lasted 18 months, and that comes from 2 Kings 25, verses 1 to 3, and Jeremiah 39, 1 and 2. Since the time of the siege is known, and it's actually given to us in the Bible, he writes, it would have taken the survivor almost 1.5 years to reach the exiles in Babylon, which by any calculation is far too long. It's just not that long of a trip. Third problem, Bloch says, is the formulation of the date notice is virtually identical to the notice in 2 Kings 25 and 25:1 and in Jeremiah 52. So he says, okay, we got 3 things to observe here. The date that we're given creates internal problems, but if we look at how the date's given, we've got to deal with 3 things here. So then a little later in his commentary, he writes this. Based on these observations, these 3 issues, one may assume that in this instance, the editor of Ezekiel's oracles, okay, I'll just stop right there. Remember way back when we started the book of Ezekiel, I said there are going to be periodic times where we have to talk about how the book was put together. And this is, again, why I bring it up. Many Christians have an unworkable picture of inspiration, that the content of the Bible just sort of dropped from heaven or was downloaded into a writer's brain. When you get into stuff like this, that view just does not work. And Bloch's going to explain why we have to think about when the book was edited, how it was put together, and why. Again, which is not a magical download, okay, into somebody's head. There's actually thinking going on. There's something intentional going on. Writers and editors. So Ezekiel himself, as he's, preaching this stuff, somebody's writing it down. Maybe it's him, maybe it's somebody else. But then after he's dead, it has to get put together into a form of a book. And we talked about this at the very beginning of this study. I used Ezekiel 1 through 3 as an example of editorial hand, how the person to number switches. You may or may not remember that, but here we go again. The person or persons putting the book together they're making decisions. They're doing things intentionally. They're not going into trances and having the words of the text downloaded into their skull. That's just not the way this works. So back to Bloch. Based on these observations, one may assume that in this instance, the editor of Ezekiel's oracles diverged from the prophet's otherwise consistent practice of dating oracles on the basis of the exile. In other words, Ezekiel typically dates things by the time they went into exile. Continuing, and that he followed the official Jewish system of reckoning based on the king's regnal year. So Bloch is theorizing here that in this instance, this date that we have that's different than all the other ones was put here by an editor, and the editor uses a different formula, dating something by the king's regnal year instead of how Ezekiel typically does it. The former would have the terminus a quo, that's Latin for the earliest possible date, so that's a little scholar speak in Bloch's commentary here. But the former would have the earliest possible date, I'll just translate the Latin, as Nisan 597 BC. But since the accession year did not enter the calculations in the latter system, the terminus aquo, the earliest possible date, would have to have been 1 year later. In other words, 596. According to the latter system, the 10 Tebet of Zedekiah's ninth year, the day the siege began, computes to January 5th, 587. And Bloch is going to argue that this is the day the siege begins, January 5th, 587. That's the timing of, in the Israelite mind, the beginning of the day of the Lord, when all this bad stuff is going to actually happen that Ezekiel's been telling us about. Now, Bloch continues, however, this conclusion raises the question of why the system used to date the present oracle should have diverged from the standard pattern in the book. The answer is surely to be found in the precision expressed in Yahweh's command to Ezekiel in the following verse. He is to write down the name of this day, presumably reflecting the official system of dating, not Ezekiel's own idiosyncratic method, but instead this one's, based on sort of the real-time regnal year of the person, reigning back then, whereas Ezekiel typically base dates on the date of his own exile. So if you do that, if you make that adjustment, that you assume that an editor put this date in, and the editor was using the regnal year, the connecting the date with the reign of the person in charge back there, instead of all the way that all the other dates are formed, then you don't have a chronological problem. Then the problem of Ezekiel chapter 33, 21, and 22, this unreasonably long distance between the siege and the fugitive, coming to them, that those problems are taken care of. So I wanted to again just throw that out, like I said a few moments ago, for this reason. You have to factor this kind of thing in to your view of inspiration. Writers make decisions. They do things intentionally. There are reasons why this or that writer or this or that editor does something, and it may conflict with something else in the book. And so critics come along and say, oh, look at this chronological problem. The Bible's full of errors. No, it's time to get a clue, dude. All right? What happens here is biblical books had more than one hand touching them. That was the process. And one editor apparently wanted to date something very specifically in a different way. And that's why we have this. And the Hebrew itself is different than all of the other date formulas. That should tell you something. Again, that should give you a clue that something else is going on here. And so, again, Bloch in his commentary discusses, how to look at this, how to resolve it, so on and so forth. But I mention it here not so that we all get into biblical chronology. Trust me, I've been there, done that. It's kind of a quagmire, but it has value, again, for illustrating a point that I can, I could say this on a podcast. I could go to a church or whatever and say, hey, we need to think differently about inspiration. But here's an actual concrete example where if you're thinking that all this is just downloaded into somebody's head and that no other hands touch it, in other words, if you're thinking the biblical books don't get made like books did, normal books did, then you're going to have problems. So again, we need to let the actual, I'll do my scholar speak here now, the actual realia of the text. In other words, the phenomena, probably better to say, of the text, what's actually in the text itself. That needs to steer our theology about the text. Okay, we don't invent our theology and then ignore the text, although that's kind of what happens a lot when people do systematic theology or they talk in theory about inspiration. No, if we're going to say this thing is inspired, we actually have to look at what is actually in the thing and then formulate our doctrine on that basis. So, okay, end of little theological diatribe here. So let's go back to the chapter 24. Now, after that, after he's given the date, God gives him a command. In verse 3, it starts. So I'm going to read verses 3 to, let's see, how far do we want to go? Let's go to verses 3 to 14. All right, so he's going to command Ezekiel something specific. He says, utter a parable to the rebellious house and say to them, thus says the Lord God, Set on the pot, set it on, pour in water also. Put in it the pieces of meat, all the good pieces, the thigh and the shoulder, fill it with choice bones. Take the choicest one of the flock, pile the logs under it, that is the pot, boil it well, seethe also its bones in it. Verse 6, therefore thus says the Lord God, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose corrosion is in it, and whose corrosion has not gone out of it. Take out of it piece after piece without making any choice. For the blood she has shed is in her midst. She put it on the bare rock. She did not pour it out on the ground to cover it with dust, to rouse my wrath, to take vengeance. I have set on the bare rock the blood she has shed, that it may not be covered. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, woe to the bloody city. I will make the pile great. Heap on the logs, kindle the fire, boil the meat well, mix in the pieces, and let the bones be burned up. Then set it empty on the coals, that it may become hot, and its copper may burn, that its uncleanness may be melted in it, its corrosion consumed. She has wearied herself with toil. Its abundant corrosion does not go out of it. Into the fire with its corrosion. On account of your unclean lewdness, because I would have cleansed you, and you were not cleansed from your uncleanness, you shall not be cleansed any more, till I have satisfied my fury upon you. I am the Lord. I have spoken. It shall come to pass, I will do it. I will not go back. I will not spare. I will not relent. According to your ways and your deeds, you will be judged, declares the Lord God. So we get this parable, and there are parts of it that are going to be clearer than others. If you went through the Leviticus series, there's this part about you didn't cover the blood on, with dirt and all that stuff. That might bring your memory back to something in Leviticus we did. But just generally, we have an allegory here, and probably, the odds are, let's just put it that way, that Ezekiel actually does this. He takes a pot, he builds a fire under it, he throws the meat. This may also be a sign act. Again, he might also be acting it out. The parable as he's giving it, and then as he's giving its implications. So that the pot is Jerusalem. We learn that from verse 6. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, woe to the bloody city, to the pot whose corrosion is in it. So that the pot that has something, there's something corrosive here, or there's some kind of corruption about it. Or is it the corruption of the contents? We'll get to that in a moment. But the pot is Jerusalem. Now, you would think, again, if the pot is Jerusalem, then what's inside the pot is the thing that is corrosive or corrupt. But a lot of commentators go the other direction. So does the meat in the pot symbolize the corruption, or is it the pot itself? There's a question there for interpreters. Now, the reason why there's a difference of opinion, and you'll actually get this difference kind of illustrated in translations, is that for instance, the Septuagint translator takes the Hebrew here, the word that's in the ESV translated corrosion. It's the Hebrew term telah. Okay, the Septuagint translator took the Hebrew there as meaning rust. And so if you have a translator working on a particular English translation and he gets influenced by the Septuagint, the way the Septuagint handles this, then it's going to work out in the English translation that you're going to read what the translator produces and think, oh, there's something wrong with the pot. The pot is rusty or something like that. And some English translations have that. The problem, though, is that verse 11 tells us the pot was made of copper, and copper does not rust. So we have kind of a real world problem, with that particular angle, that particular translation. Now, that raises the question, well, if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that the telah, either translated corrosion or rust or corruption or something like that, if it doesn't refer to the pot, then you would think that it has to refer to what's in the pot. And then the question comes up, well, why in verses 4 and 5 then does God say, put in the pieces of meat, the good pieces, the choice bone? It sounds like there's nothing wrong with what's put in. Well, the point, I think, and again, I think you can already tell, I'm I don't, follow the Septuagint here. I don't think it makes sense to have the pot have the problem, be the corrosion, because it is copper. It doesn't make any sense. I think it is the contents that are corrupt, and that matches much better the analogy of the allegory, because, okay, you could say, yes, Jerusalem is corrupt. Okay, I get that. But it's the people inside that are the problem. They're the ones who are morally accountable. And Jerusalem's corruption, is an abstract. There's nothing wrong with the buildings or the streets or whatever. It's the people in it that have created the problem, that have created the circumstance of the exile and God's judgment. So to me, saying the contents are corrupt makes a lot more sense in the analogy. And the reason why they'd be called the choicest and the good pieces is because they're God's people. I mean, he had chosen them from among all the nations, and they started out well. Okay, would be the point. You had all these advantages. You were chosen by God. God led you into the land, and you had David, and you had Solomon, and you had the temple, and everything was going okay. And under Solomon's reign, it starts to go a little bit sour, and then after he dies, just boy, we just know what happens. The whole system just collapses. So I think that would be the point of the positive language about what's going into the pot, and having the contents of the pot still be corrupted. So to me, that just makes a lot better sense. So Block has a comment here. He says this statement, if you again go with the contents, represents a direct challenge to the people's mistaken perception of their status. Far from being Yahweh's choice cuts, the residents of Jerusalem are nothing more than putrid flesh, fit only to be discarded as refuse, unquote. And we've seen this kind of messaging in Ezekiel prior to this point, where the people think a certain way about themselves. Oh, we're left here. We're, God's favor is upon us. We're the good guys. And Ezekiel's had to say, no. That would be a mistaken conclusion to draw. And the magnitude of the mistaken conclusion is going to be illustrated for you because the people who are left back in Jerusalem that are saying this about themselves, or that you're presuming, hey, if God left them back, we're sitting here in Babylon, but the ones that God left that didn't take into exile, they must be okay. And, the city must be doing fine and be fine. And, Ezekiel's saying, well, the misguided nature that is going to be shown to you pretty radically when the city is destroyed. So what Block says here, and again, I'm, my own sort of trajectory here, not following the Septuagint, and obviously this isn't unique with me, but I think internally it just makes better sense to see the contents of the pot as corrupt because it just fits the analogy better. The people inside are the ones that are going to be judged. And it's something Ezekiel has hit on many, many times. Now let's go to verse 15. I want, before I do that, let me make a content. This blood has been shed in her midst. She put it on the bare rock. She did not pour it out on the ground and cover it with dust. I made this comment about Leviticus. If you remember back in Leviticus, some of the regulations. Again, Ezekiel's a priest, so it's kind of natural for him to take either the illegitimate blood shed, that resulted from the corruption of the people, inside the city. And again, he's talked about that elsewhere, recently in recent episodes, we've covered that ground. It might be a reference to illegitimate sacrifice, whether it's child sacrifice or some other sacrifice. But if you remember, Leviticus has some rules about, not, consuming blood and disposing of blood in certain ways. And there was this notion of you wanted to cover the blood with dirt or dispose of it in a certain way so that it couldn't be reused in a ritual sense, in a wrong way, like by someone who wanted to, reuse the blood, to perhaps worship a different deity or to do something magical with it. Again, if you listen to the series on Ezekiel, that probably rings a bell. But since Ezekiel's a priest, he's drawing on that idea here, and it points to illegitimate worship again. So it's not just violence, random violence, even though as we've tracked through the last few chapters of Ezekiel, there's certainly plenty of that going on in the city, plenty of that kind of human-to-human corruption and injustice. But here we have another reference, to the illegitimate worship that's going on there too. But let's go to verse 15. God says to Ezekiel, this will be 15 through 27, which is really the end of the chapter. Let's just read the rest of the chapter and then comment on a few things. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, Behold, I am about to take the delight of your eyes away from you at a stroke. In other words, very suddenly. You shall not mourn or weep, nor shall your tears run down. Sigh, but not aloud. In other words, keep it to yourself. Make no mourning for the dead. Bind on your turban and put your shoes on your feet. Do not cover your lips, nor eat the bread of men. So I spoke to the people in the morning, and at evening my wife died. And on the next morning I did as I was commanded. And the people said to me, will you not tell us what these things mean for us, that you are acting thus? Why are you acting this way? Because obviously they would have known that his wife had died. Then I said to them, the word of the Lord came to me. Say to the house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will profane my sanctuary, the pride of your power, the delight of your eyes, and the yearning of your soul. And your sons and your daughters, whom you left behind, shall fall by the sword. And you shall do as I have done. You shall not cover your lips, nor eat the bread of men. Your turbans shall be on your heads, and your shoes on your feet. You shall not mourn or weep, but you shall rot away in your iniquities, and groan to one another. Thus shall Ezekiel be to you a sign. According to all that he has done, you shall do. When this comes, then you will know that I am the Lord God. Verse 25, as for you, son of man, surely on the day when I take from them their stronghold, their joy and glory, the delight of their eyes and their soul's desire, and also their sons and daughters, on that day, a fugitive will come to you to report to you the news. On that day your mouth will be opened to the fugitive, and you shall speak and be no longer mute. So you shall be a sign to them, and they will know that I am the Lord. That's the end of chapter 24. Now, again, the gist of this is that Ezekiel is told by God, I'm going to take your wife, and you're not to visibly or audibly mourn in the customary manner. Now, as far as the mourning customs, Taylor has a nice summary here. I'll just read this little section to you. He says, the mourning customs reflected in these verses are interesting. 5 aspects may be observed. A, sigh but not aloud. The word sigh is normally used of the noisy groaning of wounded men and is a reminder of the ritual lamentations that were regularly laid on for funeral occasions. And Taylor actually references the New Testament here, Mark 5:38, your sort of official mourners and wailers. Second, letter B, bind on your turban. In mourning, the turban, the normal headdress of the priest, and he gives the reference Exodus 39:28, also Ezekiel 44:18. This is the normal headdress of the priest, though it was also the festal headgear for a layperson, Isaiah 61:3 and 10. Normally it would be removed and the head covered in dust and ashes. Joshua 7:6, 1 Samuel 4:12, Job 2:12. So I'll just stop here. So the point is that when God says, keep the turban on your head, he's saying, don't do the expected mourning things, to take it off and cover your head with dust and ashes. That's a public gesture of mourning, and God says to Ezekiel, don't do that. Third, letter C in Taylor's quote, put your shoes on your feet. The sandals were taken off in time of distress, as in 2 Samuel 15:30, and also Isaiah 20, verse 2. So again, don't do that. Someone might associate that with public mourning. And again, this is me now. God's whole point is that I want you to act in ways that are noticeably contrary to anything associated with public mourning. So don't take the sandals off your feet, the shoes off your feet. Fourth, letter D in Taylor's quote, covering the lips was compulsory for the leper, Leviticus 13:45, and was a sign of disgrace, Micah 3:7. It involved veiling the lower part of the face from the nose downward. The lips, in Hebrew, sapam, really means mustache, or again, that part of the beard, which it regularly represents in modern Hebrew. So again, this was for the man you would normally normally your face isn't veiled, but when you're mourning, again, this is something you do. And God's instructions are don't do that. Lastly, number 5, the phrase, eat not the bread of men. The phrase of men, says Taylor, means ordinary or common, according to its use in Deuteronomy 3:11, Isaiah 8:1, passages like that. So the command here is not to eat ordinary food. In other words, the mourner's funeral meal. He gives another cross-reference here, Jeremiah 16:7. Indeed, it is useful to compare these words with the whole section in Jeremiah 16, verses 5 through 13, where Jeremiah was forbidden by God to enter the house of mourning and was called upon to give his reasons when he was challenged by the people. So you get a similar section in Jeremiah. So when he says, don't eat the food of men, it's, don't eat what's typically eaten as part of a funeral meal, as part of mourning. Don't do anything that could be construed as the normal process of mourning, because in the wake of a death. So that's what Ezekiel's commanded. Now why? The captives in Babylon, obviously, who are hearing this from Ezekiel, they say, "Oh, why?" Verse 19, "Will you not tell us what these things mean for us? Why are you acting this way?" And Ezekiel gives his response. Well, the word of the Lord came to me. God gives him his response, and his response is, through the words God gives to him, "Say to the house of Israel, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will profane my sanctuary, the pride of your power, the delight of your eyes, the yearning of your soul, and your sons and your daughters whom you left behind will fall by the sword." And when that happens, again, to condense it, when that happens, you're gonna do just what Ezekiel's been doing. That's what I want you to do. I want you to behave in your loss the way he's behaving in his loss, because I told him so. And again, that's going to be a sign to you, of this is my loss too. But I don't want, I want it to be the aberration that it is, or that this should have never happened. That Taylor writes here, just as Ezekiel's dearest one had been taken away from him by a single stroke, so the nation was to lose its dearest object, its proud boast, the pride of its power, the desire of its soul. Again, it's going to lose Jerusalem. The people of Jerusalem will lose Jerusalem. They'll lose the temple, and they'll lose their loved ones that are back there. Again, just like Ezekiel loses his loved one, the thing that's dearest to him, God says, I'm going to profane my own sanctuary, because this is the thing that I gave you that was obviously at one point dearest to me and was dearest to you. Because what does the sanctuary indicate? My presence, the presence of the true God on earth among people, his people, the people he had chosen. That's all going away. And again, we've seen this kind of language from God before, where God essentially says, "You know what? I'm doing this, and I'm good with it. It needs to be done. So I'm not going to be upset. And as a sign to you that I'm not going to be upset, I'm telling Ezekiel when his wife dies to not mourn publicly." And that's what I want. That's how I want you to respond. That's how you should respond. Again, to illustrate both to yourselves and to the rest of the people around you, the whole group there. This is going to be a sign for how I look at things. And if you agree with me on the necessity, of all this, on the rightness of it, that the fact that you deserve it, this should be the way you act too. But God knows obviously how they look at Jerusalem and the temple and whatnot, which is again why he uses this language. Then the chapter ends again with this comment about Ezekiel, where he says, "On the day, that on the day that this happens, a fugitive will come to you, report to you the news. Then your mouth is going to be open." Again, this is the real place where you see most clearly the transition, because back in chapter 3, Ezekiel 3, verses 25, 26 or so, Ezekiel had been struck dumb. He could only speak when God gave him a message. He couldn't function normally otherwise. But when that was done to him, so that the people, if you remember, so that the people would know that when Ezekiel does speak, they need to pay attention, because the only way he can speak is when God is giving him a message. So when Ezekiel's mouth, his tongue is loosed, the people, again, who know the circumstance should, have their ears perked up, because this is a message from God. If it wasn't from God, Ezekiel wouldn't be talking, because he can't talk unless God is the one speaking through him. So that was done to get them to pay attention and to sort of discern the seriousness, the reality of what's going to happen. And then finally, here we are in chapter 24. Finally, when it does happen, then the fact that Ezekiel is no longer sort of under this burden or under this restriction, that is going to be a sign that, okay, it's done now. It's happened now. And it forms again this transition. So from chapter 25 onward, the subject matter of the book is going to change, and what Ezekiel says is going to change. There's no need for more prophecies of doom against the city, because the city is destroyed, and the last wave of captivity, is going to be occurring. Okay, it's over. It's done. Ezekiel's role is going to become more pastoral, and sort of, he's a prophet, but it's sort of less of a prophet, the doom and gloomer, and he's going to be more pastoral. He will become he'll be referred to it with terms like shepherd and watchman. For his people, he'll start talking about the judgment of Jerusalem's enemies, not Jerusalem, but Jerusalem's enemies, who are God's enemies. He'll start talking about the positive future for Israel, that it's not completely dead. Again, going back to this remnant thinking, that God had to wipe the slate clean, but that doesn't mean that he's abandoning the plan. So again, he'll start hearing about Israel's future, even though we've had all this disaster. So the transition to a positive message for Israel only happens when the judgment actually occurs, again in real time, and when the captives, Ezekiel himself among them, actually hears confirmation, historical confirmation from this fugitive. And that's why in the next several episodes, and if you actually look at the book, if you remember when we overviewed the book way back at the beginning, from 25 onward, there's a section, okay, from right around chapter 25 to chapter 33 or so, 32, something like that, 32, 33. That section is called the Oracles Against the Nations. So Ezekiel turns his focus, God turns his focus away from Jerusalem. We're done with that now. We'll come back to them. They will have a future. But I'll tell you who's not going to have a future. And that's my enemies. Okay, we've judged my people. We've judged Israel. Now we're going to start talking about the enemies. And their judgment is going to have a finality to it that the other doesn't, because we're going to take care of them, and then we're going to start talking about the future. And the future is not going to include them in the sense that they're going to be important empires and important city, and all that kind of stuff. Whenever they're going to be mentioned, it's with this talk of they're going to be turned to Yahweh. Not so much in Ezekiel's book, but in other prophets, you get the same kind of thing. Jeremiah, you have oracles against the nations. And then you have talk about how they're going to bow the knee, the whole every knee shall bow kind of thing going on. That when God's enemies are spoken of in futuristic terms, it's, you really get two things. You get, oh, yeah, when I judge them, that'll be it for them, and that was it for them. We're done with that, and they're not going to ever return to be the entities that they were. Or there's going to come out of them those who will bow the knee to the God of Israel, and who will be assimilated into the family of God, into the believing community, because their hearts will be changed. This whole conversion talk that we get, we're going to get some of that in Ezekiel. You get it in other prophets, but here's the transition point. So in the next few episodes, we're going to get the oracles against the nations. And so you know what the context is and why the transition is here, why the whole tone, at least the object of what Ezekiel's after, why that's going to change. So again, that's a little bit of a preview for where we're going to be in the next few episodes. All right, well, let's jump in here. This is going to be chapter 25, but before we hit 25, I'm also going to use this episode as sort of an introduction to what this section is. The oracles against the nations is how scholars typically refer to this. And this is something that the prophetic books do. There's always, with most of the prophetic books in the Hebrew Bible, there's a section in the book somewhere where we have what are essentially prophecies or prophetic utterances, diatribes against the nations. So, a lot of prophetic content is, of course, directed against Israel, God's own people. Just like Ezekiel's been, you've been bad, all this stuff that you're doing, and this is why you're under judgment, so on and so forth. But then there's always this section devoted to, oh, well, we're not forgetting about our enemies. Even though God's using, your enemies against you to judge you, God's going to get them too. So these sections in the prophetic books are called oracles against the nations. And I think the first thing we need to say beyond that brief, sort of sentence introduction is when I use the word prophecy here, we're not, really talking about predictive prophecy. Now, there will be some elements of what will go through in these oracles, and these really cover Ezekiel 25 through 32. So that section of the book, and there are going to be some things in there that are predictive, of the future, and maybe even some that would trickle out into the distant future, what we would think of as end times. But a prophecy is just a prophetic utterance. It's something a prophet says. So I don't want people to be misled and think we're doing eschatology here. We're not, even though there might be something somewhere in these chapters that could point that way. But that's really not typically what we're doing here. Some pronouncement of judgment is the way to think about it. A lot of times, again, in the prophetic books, these are grouped as collections. Isaiah, you have chapters 13 through 23. Jeremiah, it's 46 through 51, unless you're in the Septuagint. The Septuagint, Jeremiah moves them to a totally different section, and there are possible reasons for that. But we're not in Jeremiah, so we're not going to worry about that. Here in Ezekiel, it's 25 through 32. Amos, first couple chapters, or first chapter and on into the second. Even in the little minor prophets, you're going to have sections of those that are going to do this kind of thing. So basically, that's what an oracle against the nation is, some prophetic utterance of judgment against a particular nation. Now, there are ancient Near Eastern parallels to this kind of thing. And we'll sort of get into what happens in these oracles. But two examples. In Egyptian literature, there's something called the execration texts. That's a term that scholars have given to these things. And basically, there are, in certain eras of Egyptian history, we know archaeologically, from that work, field work, that something called, again, an execration text must have been fairly common. And what this was it's not a document that pronounces curses against an enemy. What it actually is you'll have the names of countries or the names of people or the names of kings written on objects like a piece of pottery, pot, a jar, a figurine, or something like that. And then that object will be smashed to bits. And the idea is sort of like sympathetic magic, or think of a voodoo doll as probably the best illustration that we could have. So you do something to this object. The object is somehow associated with a person, place, country, whatever. And by virtue of the things you do to the object, that's what you're hoping. And you're hoping that if you use this in a ritual context, you're hoping that the gods will do this thing to that entity that's named on your behalf, or as a result of this thing you're doing to the object. So archaeologists have uncovered a lot of these things, smashed items that when they're put back together have names on them. Again, names of people, places, the cities, that sort of thing. So that's a parallel to what we're going to see here, because essentially an oracle against the nations is, some sort of divine utterance wishing the demise or promising the demise of, whatever entity is named. The Mari texts would be the second example. A text from a place called Mari, which is actually, these texts are actually known for prophecy, ancient Near Eastern prophecy. Ancient Israel was not the only place where you had prophetic activity in terms of sort of a professional guild of people that would go around preaching or go around doing what prophets did, either encouraging, a group of people, or, pronouncing judgment on them, or saying, well, I have a message from God, or in this case, the gods, to the king, and this is what God says. Thus says this or that God. That kind of activity, that kind of language, shows up in ancient Near Eastern texts very, very noticeably. A preponderance of that material from this place called Mari. And if we got into sort of if this was a class on ancient prophecy, we could get into that. Some of the terminology that's used in the Hebrew Bible overlaps with terminology from Mari and so on and so forth. So that Mari has been studied by biblical scholars to sort of try to understand what prophets are doing or what they did, how they function as a group, especially like the school of the prophets, certain things they did like sign acts like Ezekiel's doing. In this book, some of that has some parallel to what goes on at Mari, at least in terms of the idea. Anyway, you do something and then you mime something that's going to happen. That sort of thing. So there are examples in the Mari text where you get utterances, prophecies given to the king that condemn some foreign entity, some foreign king or some foreign city. So there, again, sort of a loose parallel there. By oracle, again, we should say something about that. So we're talking about prophetic utterances. A lot of commentaries will use the term oracle, oracle against the nations. I mean, I did it to introduce the subject today. You should know, though, that that language comes from a specific Hebrew term, masah, which, again, that's the best translation for it, an oracle. And that language is used in the prophets a lot, especially Isaiah, but it's really not used in Ezekiel. Only in Ezekiel 12:10. So it's not even in this oracle against the nations section. So why do we call these chapters oracles against the nations if the term masah doesn't show up in them? Well, it's because thematically what goes on in this section is the same as the other stuff in other prophetic books that does use the term. So that's just what scholars do. Anchor Bible Dictionary, I'll just read you a little statement here about this. It says, a masah is based on a particular revelation given to the prophet of the divine intention or of a forthcoming divine action. A speech or text belonging to this genre was composed by the prophet in order to expound the way in which the revealed divine action or intention would actually express itself in human affairs. Thus, regardless of the overall formal structure they exhibit, all texts belonging to the genre masah link descriptions of God's acts or intentions with descriptions of human acts and events in order to present events taking place in the human realm as the manifestation or result of divine initiation. End of quote. So if we were doing a word study on masah, that would be a useful paragraph to tell you what that term means. But even though the term itself isn't used in Ezekiel 25 through 32, what I just read there, that whole idea, is very present in Ezekiel 25 through 32, and that's why scholars use the same language of this particular section in Ezekiel. As far as the order, chapters 25 through 32, chapter 24, of course, our last episode was about the fall of Jerusalem. And if you remember that episode, the news of the fall of Jerusalem were actually the news of the invasion, and then, of course, the ultimate outcome of the invasion, which is the destruction of the city. The news of that only reaches Ezekiel and his fellow captives in chapter 33. So between chapter 24, which is when Ezekiel, tells the captives there with him, hey, remember from last episode, God said, mark down this very day, Nebuchadnezzar's invading, okay? So from that point in chapter 24, and Ezekiel describes what is going to happen in more detail, all the way between that conversation, that sermon, if you want to call it, and chapter 33, they don't know what the outcome has been. Now, they're assuming that what Ezekiel said has actually come to pass. Of course, he's God's prophet. They probably don't want to believe it, but there you go. But there's a certain amount of waiting. We talked about that last week in relationship to the chronology that's given at the beginning of the chapter, so on and so forth. But you have this waiting period. Well, for the reader of Ezekiel, between chapter 24 and chapter 33, you got space. You got other stuff going on, and what falls into that section, chapters 25 through 32, are the oracles against the nations. So, there's some logic to why stick these here. Now, just to, Taylor has a few thoughts about this, and then, I'll just throw in a few things of my own. Taylor opines, and he's not the only one, that the reason why you have this interval is to sort of heighten the tension for the reader, that the reader has read chapter 24 and it's like, okay, did it happen? Did it happen? That sort of thing. And then you get, this essentially this delay, 25 to 32 to 33, you finally find out, because then the fugitive runs up to Ezekiel and says, hey, Jerusalem's fallen. So they think it's a literary thing to heighten the tension of the reader. That makes good sense. It's a guess, but it's reasonable to argue that, at least literarily. I think it's more interesting, and frankly, most everybody else thinks it's more interesting, to, instead of guess about why they're here, is to actually look at them and the order of the nations. They're not strictly chronological. In other words, as you go through chapters 25 through 32 and you hit all these nations that the prophet is now preaching against, we can't assume that they're presented in the order that they fell. And all of these countries that are mentioned here are going to be attacked also by Nebuchadnezzar, by the Babylonians, who have come back to destroy Jerusalem. Yeah, but there's more things happening when Nebuchadnezzar makes this trip to take care of Jerusalem once and for all, in his mind. There are other entities, other countries that he has to deal with. And we know this, from external history. Egypt's a big one, and so Egypt is going to be part of the oracles against the nations. Well, you can't just read the section and say, oh, this is the way that they were taken, or, we're just following Nebuchadnezzar's itinerary here. That really isn't the case. They're not strictly chronological. Some of it's chronological, but other parts are not. You have, for instance, the oracles against Tyre, chapters 26 through 28, occurs before Egypt, but then the Egyptian oracles are chapters 29 through 32. But then part of chapter 29 presupposes Nebuchadnezzar defeated Tyre before he defeated Egypt, so that there's a chronological indication. But that sort of thing doesn't fit the other ones. So that can't really be it. If you look at the list, the what it starts with in chapter 25 does sort of move clockwise through the nations surrounding Judah, and then of course ending in, with Egypt, which would have been south of where Judah is. So it seems to be kind of a clockwise geographical kind of listing. Now, in the list, there are 7 nations. Babylon is missing. In other words, there's no oracle against Babylon. So why? I mean, a lot of scholars have wondered. I mean, they're the big bad guy here, so why are they missing? Well, there are several possible reasons. Taylor writes, Cook, again, who's another commentator, sees Babylon as standing apart from the other nations, inasmuch as it was the instrument of God's punishment upon Israel. That's why it's not mentioned. They're the nation getting used to punish Israel. Taylor continues, Skinner goes further and regards the Babylonian invaders as being the instruments of judgment upon all the nations mentioned here, as well as on Israel, unquote. Again, that's possible. Again, we don't have that same kind of language like, oh, Edom, King Nebuchadnezzar is going to come get you. He's my instrument against you. You don't have the explicit sort of description with that. But since historically it's the same person, same invading army, you could make that argument, and some scholars do. So again, to summarize all that, as far as, what they're doing here, all of the reasons are probably literary as far as the placement. The order that they're presented is probably geographical, that sort of thing. The oracles really sort of are there theologically, though, to present 2 ideas. And I kind of like the way, again, Taylor summarizes this. He says, the 2 facets he summarizes this way. First, if Yahweh is the God of the whole earth, then he clearly has something to say about the history and destiny of nations other than Israel. Okay? And then the second theological point would be the future prospects of Israel, whether they are thought of in terms of a day of judgment or Davidic messianism, the messiahship of the line of David, or a new covenant. Okay? It must be matched by judgment on peoples who have often flagrantly disregarded the laws by which all mankind are to be judged. So, Israel's going to have a future, and part of that future is going to be bringing everything, all these other nations, into line underneath a Davidic ruler. And so that's why theological point of the judgment here. So really, two theological ideas are transmitted, frankly, in any list of oracles against the nations. And that is, hey, Yahweh's the God of all the earth. So he is the one in whose hand is the destiny of any given nation. That's the first theological point. Then secondly, ultimately, all these nations are going to be brought back into the fold, brought under the rulership of the line of David. And so to do that, they need to be judged. It's not just going to happen by itself. Okay. And this goes sort of hand in glove with this portrait of Messiah. Obviously, as a son of David, this is what you'd expect. But the Messiah as a kingly ruler, and of course, the king's going to have an army. There's going to be conflict. There's going to be fighting. This is part of what a king does. So there's this concept of military dominion associated with the messianic ruler of David. We've talked about this before in other episodes when we did get into eschatology, again, how the Jews expected this was what the Messiah was supposed to look like, what he was supposed to do. And we can read that in the New Testament. They had very militaristic expectations, and this is part of the reason why. And so the oracles are part of that bigger theology of not just the divine warrior, Yahweh abstractly up in heaven exercising judgment on the nations, but more concretely God doing that through the Davidic ruler, who is his, quote, son, even in the Old Testament. All those things sort of work together to build out the messianic profile. So the oracles of the nations are, again, even if you look at it that way, they're actually part of, or they feed off of, they build off of the messianic expectation, the messianic mosaic. This is what the Messiah is supposed to do. He's going to be a military leader, and these are the guys that are going to be in trouble, these nations. So I have to mention along with that, and I hope that some of these thoughts have popped into your head because of the way we talk about the nations here, the nations being reclaimed, and also things that I've written in Unseen Realm and on the website, other places. It might occur to you to ask, well, is there some sort of divine council worldview stuff going on here with the oracles of the nations? And the short answer is, I think, yeah. Again, it's really unavoidable in one sense because we're talking about bringing the nations back into the fold. But there are, again, some curiosities, and we'll hit a couple of them, as we proceed through the oracles, even today and the next episode, and especially when we get to 28 and a few of the other chapters, we're going to hit some of these things. But just generally, when you're talking about the judgment of the nations, Yahweh judging the nations and punishing them for their evil. And again, the prophets often talk about how the act of their judgment will either lead to or be one side of a coin, the other side of which is those nations are brought into submission to the line of David. Okay, when you're talking about that, bringing the nations back into the family of God as the people of God, that's divine council worldview stuff. That's Deuteronomy 32 sort of stuff. Again, the nations are under other gods. Those gods are hostile to Yahweh. That situation needs to be dealt with. Psalm 82, the gods are going to die like men. At the end of the psalm, rise up, O Lord, and take back the nations. All this kind of talk that we've spent a lot of time in either previous book studies or previous episodes, like the Death of the Gods episodes. We've done a couple on those, some of this Day of the Lord stuff. This should all be very familiar if you've tracked with the podcast for any amount of time or if you've read Unseen Realm. Now, to that end, I'm going to put, if you're a newsletter subscriber, okay, if you're a newsletter subscriber, I'm going to put 2 articles into the folder. And again, you have the link to the folder in the newsletter. The next issue of the newsletter, I'll make sure that this goes in again as well. But there's a folder that lives online that if you're a newsletter subscriber, you get the address to. And it has articles, book chapters, whatnot, things that we talk about here on the podcast that are somehow pertinent to an episode. I'm going to put 2 more in them. The 2 articles that I'm talking about are by John Geyer. And the first one, this is 1986. These are journal articles. They're not freely accessible, so I can't just post them. But again, I can put them behind a protected folder, and you'll get that if you subscribe to the newsletter. So if you don't subscribe, please subscribe to the newsletter, and you'll get these. The first one is called Mythology and Culture in the Oracles Against the Nations. The journal is Vetus Testamentum, 1986, one of the issues there. And I'll just read one of the excerpts, just a little paragraph excerpt. This is a technical article. You may or may not get something out of it, but here you go from page 141. This is about 3/4 of the way through the article. He writes, the analysis of the oracles against the nations in Amos, Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel shows the existence of two different forms. He's talking about literary forms there. One of which is represented only in Amos 1 and 2 and Ezekiel 25. The form which exists otherwise in Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel would seem to be a traditional one through which the prophet expressed his contemporary message. I'll just stop there. So a lot of the article is dealing with the literary form of oracles. Okay. Back to Geyer. He says, these oracles show a significant dependence on mythological themes. They do not contain any indictments referring to specific events. Where any complaint is mentioned, now catch this, it has to do with hubris, with a minor god represented on earth by the king, or some king, claiming for himself the power and the glory that belong to the high God alone, unquote. Now, the nearest thing that you probably are familiar with is Ezekiel 28. Okay, or maybe Isaiah 14. Look at it. Isaiah 14 is in that section, Isaiah 13 through 23, oracles against the nations. Isaiah 14, the so-called Lucifer passage. Ezekiel 28, if you've read Unseen Realm, again, you have this something going on in Eden. Something's bad going on in Eden, the Garden of God and the Mountain of God, all that stuff. So what Geyer's saying here is that in all of, in these sections, there just seems to be some tale told that draws on what Geyer calls mythological themes. And what he means by that, if you remember, when scholars talk about myth, they're talking about stuff that gets written about where a divine being is one of the characters, one of the actors in the story. Okay, so Geyer's saying a lot of this oracle of these sections, they go after the nations, they go after the kings of those nations, but they seem to regularly draw upon some story of divine rebellion. And again, if you've read Unseen Realm, that should be very familiar language to you. So in Geyer's first article here, again, Mythology and Culture in the Oracles Against the Nations, he tries to draw some of this out. Now, I think he actually does something more interesting in the second article. The second article you'll get in the folder is called Blood and the Nations in Ritual and Myth. Same journal, Vetus Testamentum. It's just this one's 2007, so it's a good number of years removed. And I'm going to read you part of this because I think it's really kind of interesting. It's going to sound kind of odd, but just hang with him. I would file this under, boy, this is kind of interesting. I need to think about this some more. I'm not sure that what he's saying is on target, but it's really interesting. So that's how I process this article. Here's the abstract. Geyer writes, in my book, Mythology and Lament, which was a 2004 title, I suggested that the oracles about the nations might have had their Sitz im Leben, that's their life setting. That's the German, that's the translation there. In the ceremonies, in other words, their life context, in the ceremonies of the Day of Atonement, more properly called the Day of Purgation, as this developed into the celebration of the year of Jubilee. The present paper is an initial exploration of that possibility, linking ritual, myth, and stories about the elimination of the enemy. See, there's his connection point. Continuing, he uses the Ugaritic story of Anat, the goddess Anat, very sort of famous scene where she's covered in blood. He writes, Anat's bloodbath is seen as having the same purpose as Leviticus 16 in terms of cleansing the sanctuary through blood ritual, which in the case of Anat means the slaughter of an unspecified foe. Now, I'll stop there. Now, we know from Leviticus 16 that it's not about killing off the foe, but yet the sins of the nation are put on the goat that lives, the goat for Azazel, and sent out into the wilderness because that's where sins belong and all that stuff. And then the blood from the goat that is killed is used to cleanse the sanctuary. It's not applied to people. It's about the sanctuary. Geyer says Exodus 17:8-16 is found to be a narrative that supplies the same principle, same ritual setting to the slaughter of a supposed foe. It is suggested that the ordinary ritual setting. So what he's arguing here in this article is that there's something about the Day of Atonement and other ancient Near Eastern material, where part of atonement or purgation of not just the sanctuary. Think about Leviticus and there's Leviticus 16. The sanctuary is purged of impurity, the reset button, like we talked about in the series on Leviticus. That's true. But it's also to sort of, again, atone, using that atone language in the English translation, for the nation. Again, it's a national reset button, and that means that the people are also purified, even though the blood doesn't get applied to them. It's about the sanctuary. It's about any missed impurity at all is taken care of with this ritual, Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, all that stuff. We hit the reset button so that the people can be holy, again, can approach God, and that any sins that would pollute the land would also be, again, reset, taken care of. The land would be purged, from impurity. I mean, it's very all-encompassing. And you get, again, atonement language applied to the land in other passages. We're not going to go back and rehearse all that we did with Leviticus, but Geyer's point is that this ritual seems to sort of kick off or be central to the sanctification of the people and the land and the sanctuary. And as part of that ritual, an enemy has to be dealt with through a blood ritual, some kind of bloodletting or something like that. So you might say, it's kind of hit or miss. I can see parallels, but I can see problems. Well, I can too. But I think the article to me is still interesting because what he does in it and then applies it to the oracles of the nations, think of it this way. He's saying, look, maybe the oracles of the nations are about the destruction of an enemy, i.e., whatever nation's in view, so that the land can be mine, can be God's. The land can be restored. We're not under threat of pollution of the land by the foreigners coming in, all that kind of thing. And again, if you eliminate the enemies, then everybody who's left are the people of God in the land. And again, connecting this with some sort of blood ritual or some kind of sacrifice, something like that. So he's actually asking the question, is this the purpose of the oracles against the nations? Because in Ezekiel, that's where we are. In Ezekiel, the nation has been dealt with. Jerusalem has been destroyed. That was chapter 24. And the iniquity there is going to be purged out of them and out of the land. They've been driven from the land. But we know that they're going to be brought back. There is still going to be a future here for the people of God. But before we get to that, we got to deal with these nations, with the enemies, so that when we sort of wind up, when everything winds up, we've got the nations under dominion. We've got the people of God under dominion. I mean, they've been redeemed. Now they've been brought back. We have, the king, the Davidic king, ruling in the land over, united people who belong to Yahweh, that sort of thing. And so the oracles of the nations become part of this picture. Geyer just takes it a step further and wonders, does the destruction of the nations, which he knows and he's going to talk about, he's very familiar with the divine council kind of stuff. He's an Old Testament Semitic guy. Does this have something to do with the demise, the destruction of the other gods as well? With quote unquote taking care of divine rebellion as well. Is that part of the purpose of the ritual, to not only fix the people and that kind of thing, but also, again, to ritually, in the case of events on earth, physically destroy the enemies of God? You ritually take care of them, and as in heaven, so on earth, that kind of thing. Is this the whole point, or a major point of the oracles of the nations? Again, I look at his articles, I find them interesting. I don't know if I buy the whole thesis or not, but there's enough here that, again, I'm letting you look at them if you want to. These are technical articles. This is not light reading, but there's enough there to make you go, yeah, boy, I don't know. That's just something good to think about, something to chew on a little bit. And so I'm gonna offer those, but I'm actually gonna try to be a little more concrete here when it comes to Deuteronomy 32 stuff and divine council worldview stuff. toward the end of this episode. I want to get into chapter 25, and we'll skim it real briefly. It's actually pretty self-explanatory when you read through it. But I want to return to this point because I think there is a connection that we can all sort of see a little more clearly than what Geyer's doing. But I want to throw out what Geyer's doing just in case you're interested. Give you the articles, you can read them, and with them what you will. So let's jump into 25. Again, there are, in terms of the section, chapters 25 through 32, we're going to have oracles against 7 nations. You're going to get 5 of them in this one chapter. Because after this chapter, we're going to have chapters 26 through 28, okay, where it's Tyre. And then, the rest of it's going to be Egypt. So they're going to get a lot of attention. And then we have these 5 smaller groups here in this chapter. And the 5 are Ammon, Moab, Seir, Edom, and the Philistines. So they're the ones that are targeted specifically in this chapter. And I think probably the easiest thing to do is just read through the chapter, at least, maybe not all of it. We might have time to do all of it, but let's just jump in here. So the first 7 verses, it starts against Ammon. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, set your face toward the Ammonites and prophesy against them. Say to the Ammonites, hear the word of the Lord God. Thus says the Lord God, because you have said, aha, over my sanctuary when it was profaned, like, yeah, get them. They were happy. Because you have said, aha, over my sanctuary when it was profaned, and over the land of Israel when it was made desolate, and over the house of Judah when they went into exile. Therefore, behold, I am handing you over to the people of the east and the Babylonians for a possession. And they shall set their encampments among you, and make their dwellings in your midst. They shall eat your fruit. They shall drink your milk. I will make Rabbah, it's again a city in Ammon, a pasture for camels, and Ammon a fold for flocks. Then you will know that I am the Lord. For thus says the Lord God, because you have clapped your hands and stamped your feet and rejoiced with all the malice within your soul against the land of Israel. Therefore, behold, I have stretched out my hand against you, and will hand you over as plunder to the nations. And I will cut you off from the peoples and make you perish out of the countries. I will destroy you. Then you will know that I am the Lord. So, Ammon, he says to Ammon, boy, you had a good time, watching Israel get the tar kicked out of them. But the same guys who did that are going to take care of you too. So the Ammonites and the Israelites, if you're familiar with the Old Testament, they're not exactly the best of friends. There's a lot of conflict there. You have references in Judges 10 and 11, 1 Samuel 11, 2 Samuel 10, where Israel's getting into it with the Ammonites. Not a good relationship. Taylor notes that after the fall of Jerusalem, their king, the Ammonite king Baalis, that's Baal, and then the letters I-S, Baalis, appears to have encouraged Ishmael in the assassination of Gedaliah. That's mentioned in Jeremiah 40, verse 14. Their crime in this oracle was that of gloating at Judah's misfortune, verses 3 and 6. And their punishment was to be overrun by nomadic desert tribesmen. Men of the East, either tribesmen or, of course, the Babylonians themselves. Commentators go either way there. So just think about this. We're not going to go through everyone in specific detail, but their specific crime is, to quote the text, because you said, aha, because, essentially like, all right, high five, or something like that, because you rejoiced over my sanctuary when it was profaned, and over the land when it was made desolate, over the house of Judah when it went into exile. That's the reason that this is going to happen to you now. So just tuck that away. It has something to do, let's put it this way, with a nation who's thrilled to see the presence of Yahweh displaced from Yahweh's inheritance. Thrilled to see the people of God, Yahweh's children, driven away from their inheritance. Okay, again, I'm saying it this way deliberately. I want you to be thinking in Deuteronomy 32 worldview terms, because that's really what this is about. They're being targeted because they hate the Most High, and they hate his people. And they and their gods want the people of God destroyed. They want the land abandoned. They want to take it for themselves. Again, you have to be thinking in terms of the cosmic geographical ramifications of this to understand why God is basically making a point to tell the prophet, okay, all this stuff I said that was going to happen in Jerusalem has come to pass, but we're not done there. I want the nations to know that it doesn't end here. I want them and their gods to know that they have not won. It's still my land. This is still my people. So I have a message for them. And you get these oracles, and it happens in all of the prophetic books somewhere to some degree. If you continue on the chapter, you get verses 8 through 11. Now it's Moab. Thus says the Lord God, because Moab and Seir as well, said, Behold, the house of Judah is like all the other nations. Therefore I will lay open the flank of Moab from the cities, and from its cities on its frontier the glory of the country, Beth Yeshimosh, Baal Meon, and Kiriathaim, and I will give it along with the Ammonites to the people of the east as a possession. In other words, Moab and Seir are going to get theirs, but look at the accusation again. Why is God angry? What's the point? What sets this whole thing off? What's their specific crime? Quote, because Moab and Seir said, Behold, the house of Judah is like all the other nations. In other words, they're not ruled by the Most High, or the Most High has abandoned them. The Most High has disinherited them too. Again, for someone, again, like an Israelite, who is familiar with the cosmic geographical context for this kind of back and forth, this kind of tit for tat, that, it really helps you to read, again, between the lines here, sort of what's lurking under the surface. And what's lurking under the surface is this worldview. Again, the nations and their gods, just like, yeah, he disinherited them too. Yahweh has no people. He's done. They're done. The land is ours. Let's take it. That sort of feel. Verses 12 through 14. Okay, now you get Edom. Edom is in view. Thus says the Lord. And we've spent a lot of time talking about Edom with our episodes on Obadiah, so I don't want to go back and rehearse all that. If you want more on Edom, go listen to the 2 episodes on Obadiah. But in verse 12 here, Ezekiel 25, thus says the Lord God, because Edom acted revengefully against the house of Judah and has grievously offended in taking vengeance on them. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will stretch out my hand against Edom and cut off from it man and beast. I will make it desolate. From Timon even to Dedan they shall fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my own people Israel. And they shall do in Edom according to my anger, according to my wrath, and they shall know my vengeance, declares the Lord God. Now, the specific crime here, again, and if you can go back and again, like I said before, listen to the Obadiah episodes, but Edom had historically sided with, assisted in some way, the Babylonians when the Babylonians came in and destroyed, Jerusalem, destroyed the temple. Here, that whole sort of thing is worded this way, that their specific crime is that they have acted vengefully against Israel. Okay? And so their punishment is going to be, well, by Israel's own hand, I'm going to take revenge on you. In other words, Israel is not done with. They're going to come back here. Okay, my people are not dead. I have not cut them off entirely. And there's going to come a time when my own people will conquer you, to make the point. Now, I don't want to backtrack too far into that. We know, again, historically, some of this, happens in the intertestamental period. Taylor notes when Edom was overrun by the Nabateans, the ancestors of the modern Arabs. They were subdued by Judas Maccabeus, then by John Hyrcanus, again, in the intertestamental period. And so some scholars, point to that as being the fulfillment. But remember, when we talked about Obadiah, that the prophecy against Edom was really fulfilled by the conquest of Adam, humankind, all the nations, through the gospel. Again, if that sounds kind of strange, go listen to the episodes on Obadiah. We also talked about how Amos, certain prophecies in the book of Amos are quoted and used and theologically applied in Acts 15, where Edom becomes like paradigmatic for all the nations, and Babylon is sort of the source of the problem. Remember, Babylon is where the nations were disinherited. Deuteronomy 32 worldview, and the solution to that ultimately is the overspread of the gospel through all the nations, which begins in Acts 2 at the hand of God's own people, the Jews who have converted to follow Jesus after the crucifixion and resurrection. They kickstart the reclamation of the nations. So you have all of this stuff in play. And again, if this is unfamiliar content to you, you're just going to have to catch up. You could read Unseen Realm, that would help, but you could watch the introductory videos on the podcast website, that would help, but especially listening to the 2 episodes on Obadiah. But I want you to, for our purposes here, think about the term act vengefully. We're going to come back to that. The next group, the last group here, the Philistines, are accused of the same thing. Verse 15, thus says the Lord God, because the Philistines acted revengefully and took vengeance, with malice of the soul to destroy in never-ending enmity. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will stretch out my hand against the Philistines, and I will cut off the Kerethites and destroy the rest of the seacoast, so on and so forth. Now we know, again, historically, Philistines, long-standing enemy. Taylor writes, David finally broke the military ascendancy of the Philistines. We know that. But they continue to cause occasional trouble during the monarchy, though we have no record other than this oracle of their hostility at the time of Jerusalem's fall. The Kerethites, who are regularly linked with them, with the Philistines here and elsewhere, may well be etymologically the same as the Cretans, as the Septuagint translates. David employed them in his standing army of mercenaries, and it is likely that the Pelethites, who shared this duty with them, were also Philistines under a slightly different name. The punishment pronounced on them for their vengeful wrongs done against Jerusalem is expressed in the form of a play on words. I will cut off Hikrati in Hebrew, the Kerethites, et Keratim. So again, that's typically the way scholars look at this, and all that's legitimate. But I think there's something more going on here that is sort of missed. Is there a pattern? And as we close, this is where how I want to wrap this up. Is there a pattern with these peoples and their offenses? Is there something to see here in the divine council worldview? Well, consider this. A few thoughts. All of these peoples that we just went through in chapter 25 had Nephilim descendants originally in their land. Okay, look at the list. Ammon, Edom, Moab, you got the Philistines, Again, you just track through Deuteronomy 2 and 3. I mean, you're going to get the drift of what I'm saying here. The Transjordan here and the Philistines, they all had that history earlier in Israel's history, back in Deuteronomy 2 and 3. Again, the Anakim, and of course the Anakim, they went by that name in particular. Those who lived in Canaan proper, the ones that the conquest was aimed at eliminating. Again, this is all Unseen Realm stuff that I wrote about at length. In the land, they refer to the Anakim. In the Transjordan, they have other names. They had a name for them in Ammon and Moab and Edom and so on and so forth. But Deuteronomy 2 and 3 says, hey, they were tall as like the Anakim. They were Rephaim and blah, 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 blah. Okay, all this. All these places in this oracle have that history. Second thought, the first 3 are clearly cast as hating Yahweh's presence in the region. And they also hate Judah's status as elect, as Yahweh's inheritance. Okay, they hate the people because they're Yahweh's inheritance. Remember Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9? When the Most High divided the nations, he divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. Okay, but Israel is Yahweh's portion. Jacob is his allotted inheritance. Okay, this whole worldview. The other nations hate that, and these specific 3 are accused of this is why they're going to be judged. This was their crime. They rejoiced at Yahweh's presence, leaving his inherited portion, and his physical people, that inherited portion, were destroyed and driven out. And so God is going to retaliate for that. Why? Because he has to make the point that this is not where the story ends. You might think it is, and it might thrill you, but that's going to wear off pretty quickly because it's not where the story ends. Third thought, the offense of the last 2, the Philistines, and then again, before them, we had the Edomites. The offense of the last 2 are described with the lemmas nakam, that's the verb, and nikma, the noun equivalent. This idea of revenge, again, acting vengefully. It's the vocabulary of score settling. And if you actually do a search on this term, maybe not every occurrence, but I'm willing to put a number on it, 90% or better, this is the lemma used for interfamilial antagonism, sort of fratricidal crime language in the Old Testament. It's really interesting, not only for that reason, that this is the lemma you would use of where one, again, I'll just be blunt here, one disinherited sibling wants to take revenge on the one that the father likes. Okay, that kind of situation. This is the lemma that is used in the Hebrew Bible for interfamilial, fratricidal, revenge, warfare, killing. Okay, this is the one that's used. There are lots of lemmas that could be used to describe sort of what happens to Jerusalem and Judah. But here, the crime is specifically this lemma. And I think it's by design. I think it is drawing on the fact that at one point in human history, God had related to all of humanity. But at Babel, he disinherited the nations. He divided them up according to the number of the sons of God. Again, the whole Deuteronomy 32 cosmic geographical warfare or a worldview thing. And God said, I'm not going to have a relationship with humanity anymore. I'm taking all of the nations that exist, I'm divorcing them, and I'm putting them under the authority of these other gods. Of course, the other gods become corrupt. We know that from Psalm 82. They were supposed to be placeholders ruling, according to Yahweh's definition of justice. They don't do that. They're terrible. They cause chaos. Psalm 82 is about judging that. We get that. We've been down that road a lot of times on this podcast and in my other material. Okay? But with that in mind, when you use this particular lemma about taking revenge, it's suggestive. And here's another reason. If you go back to Deuteronomy 32, and if you have an ESV, again, this is the best place to go because other translations are going to have something totally different. But Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9 in the ESV, this is where we incorporate the Qumran language, dividing them up according to the number of the sons of God. What people know less of, and I've written some things on the website and mentioned it in Unseen Realm as well, but at the end of the chapter, Deuteronomy 32:43, I discussed this in detail in my Bib Sack article on Deuteronomy 32:8 and the sons of God. Verse 43 is quite different in the ESV than it is in other translations for the same reason. Because the Dead Sea Scroll material that gives us the correct reading, sons of God, for verse 8, also gives us the correct reading for verse 43. And here's what it says. Rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods, for he avenges the blood of his children and takes vengeance on his adversaries. He repays those who hate him and cleanses his people's land. Guess what lemma is behind he avenges the blood of his children and takes vengeance on his adversaries? Both instances there. Guess what lemma it is? Yeah, it's the same, right, that we just talked about here in Ezekiel 25. Nakam. Okay, the language of score settling within the family. Is it possible? Is it possible that the oracles of the nations here are written the way they are to thematically link them back to Deuteronomy 32 and say, here it begins. The judgment of the nations after Jerusalem's fall. Now that we've taken care of Jerusalem's apostasy problem and her sin problem, we turn our attention to the nations because the story doesn't end here. Is it possible that the oracles against the nations are the beginning of the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 32:43? Okay, I think it is. Again, I think a very careful, literate reader of the Hebrew Bible, because Nakam isn't used that often. It's not like it's hundreds and hundreds of times. A careful reader, again, would have done, okay, rise up, okay, rejoice with him, O heavens, bow down to him, all gods. Start bowing now, because yes, Israel has been punished, but now it's time to bow the knee, because you're going to get what you deserve too. Yahweh is not done with his own inheritance. He is not surrendering, his own inheritance. You don't get to go grab it. In fact, you're going to be brought into submission and into the fold. Okay? And here it begins. So I really do think that there's some connection point here, conceptually and intertextually, that the oracles of the nations are there to sort of prime the pump, get the ball rolling for the submission of the disinherited nations under the authority of the king of Israel. Now, we know who the king of Israel is going to be. When these oracles are given, they don't have a king anymore. They're in exile. But who is the king? Well, the king is Jesus. Okay, he's the king. He's the son of David. All this New Testament talk. And when we have the post-cross playing out of the nations being reclaimed, they are put under the authority of him. Remember when we did the episode on, isn't it curious how Paul links resurrection language with the defeat of the gods? There's half a dozen passages like this that link the resurrection with the victory over the principalities and powers, over the rulers, of dark. This language that Paul uses for these geographical, he uses this geographical dominion language for the powers of darkness. Well, he gets that because he inherits the Deuteronomy 32 worldview. Okay, it's all the same kind of thing. It just takes a different form. And so that's what you're dealing with here when it comes to the oracles of the nations. And again, you have to penetrate the English text a little bit to see how people would have read this back in ancient Israel. What would they have been thinking? What would their filters have been for understanding what's going on here? In our next episode, of course, we'll get into more of these. You've got to go to chapter 32, but the next 3 chapters are going to be about Tyre, and of course, one of those is the big one, the one we typically think of for divine rebellion, events in Eden, that sort of thing. But this is the kind of thing that is just lurking under the surface. It's the judgment of divine rebellion and bringing the divine rebels into submission to the King of Israel, who, in our context, is Christ. That's the story. Yeah, we'll jump in here. I mean, we got, we actually have 3 chapters, 26, 27, and 28, that are directed to the same nation. Again, these are the oracles against the nations, and we overviewed what the oracles against the nations are in the previous episode. But these 3 chapters are all directed against Tyre. And really sort of the money chapter is chapter 28. Again, this is the chapter, if you've read Unseen Realm, when we were going to devote a whole episode to chapter 28 because I want to take readers into, well, why do so many commentators want to deny that Ezekiel 28 has anything to do with Genesis 3 and the rebellion of the Nachash, again, the serpent, and they'll say it doesn't have anything to do with Isaiah 14, the rebellion of Hillel ben Shakar, again in Latin that was Lucifer. That's how that gets translated, Lucifer, son of the dawn, the shining one. A lot of scholars want to divorce Ezekiel 28 from that stuff, even though, as I've argued in Unseen Realm, there are lots of good parallels. We're going to devote a whole episode to that chapter next time. For this chapter, though, we got to start with the previous 2 chapters 26 and 27. So, in some respect, this is sort of lead up again to chapter 28, to the so-called money chapter. But I don't want to lump all 3 of them because there's just a lot to talk about when we get to chapter 28. So as far as 26 and 27, prophecy against Tyre, chapter 26 is really sort of the primary oracle. Again, the prophetic utterance against Tyre, announcing the fact that Tyre is going to be judged by God. Chapter 27 is actually a lament over the fall of Tyre. And that doesn't mean that God punishes them in 26 and then God's sorry in 27. The lament is really focused on the surrounding peoples that are affected by what happens to Tyre. And of course, Tyre itself and that sort of thing. And by the way, Tyre, for those of you listening, it's Tyre. In case the term's unfamiliar, you're not actually looking at the text. This was a place geographically to the just to the north of where ancient Israel would have been, and even of course modern Israel. It's to the northern parts, the northern regions. In the ancient world, this would have been Phoenician territory. But I want to say a little bit about Tyre because part of the impact of the fact that Tyre is going to be judged in chapter 26 it's hard to understand why that was a big deal for us. I mean, we don't have that context. For the ancient person to suggest that Tyre could fall would have been like, oh, come on, you got to be kidding. That's just never going to happen. And there are reasons for that we want to talk about in this episode, because I think that'll help a little bit sort of capture the magnitude, what that would have meant for people in the ancient world to see a city like this be conquered. Now, Bloch, we'll just start with him to sort of, again, set up the context, and then we'll go into to another source here. But Bloch writes this: all the oracles in chapter 25 had been hypothetically addressed toward the nation states on Judah's eastern, southern, and southwestern doorsteps. Remember this is me now interjecting here. Remember the last episode we talked about how they sort of proceed in this, clockwise fashion around Judah. Back to Bloch. He says, along with Israel and Judah, Ammon, Moab, Edom, and Philistia represented nation states, entities whose ethnic boundaries tended to be coterminous with their geopolitical borders. That is, the name of the state derived from the name of the people inhabiting the territory. But Tyre, and later in Ezekiel we're going to read about Sidon, Sidon. Tyre and later Sidon was different. This was a territorial state, according to which a single ethnic group was divided into a series of political units, each with its own capital city from which the state usually received its name, and its reigning monarch. The boundaries of the territorial states fluctuated depending on the strength and reach of a king. Like the Arameans, the Phoenicians, these are going to be Phoenician people here, the Phoenicians were divided into a series of territorial states. The ethnic composition of the Phoenician states provides a further contrast with their neighbors to the south. Whereas the latter were all relative newcomers to the Jordan proper and the Transjordanian scene, having dispossessed the native inhabitants in the last half of the second millennium BC, the Phoenicians represented the remnants of the original population that occupied Canaan when the Israelites arrived. The name Tyre, in Hebrew it's Tzor, derives from the rock. Tzor is the Hebrew name for that. You can see how Tzor and Tzor are very similar. Tyre derives from the rock on which the city was built. In ancient times, the rock formed an island about 600 yards off the coast of Phoenicia, approximately 25 miles south of Sidon and 28 miles north of Akko. Ezekiel's recognition of this insular state is reflected in his location of Tyre as Belev or Betok Yamim, in the heart or in the midst of the sea. So Tyre was actually not on the mainland. The city was off the coast. Again, Bloch says about 600 yards off the coast on this huge rock. Now, Tyre is probably most known, if it's known at all, because of this situation, because of it. The military advantage to having your major city not on the mainland, but just sort of right out there in the middle of the water, should be kind of obvious. I mean, it would have been very, very difficult to assault the city because of what it was. Okay. Now, the Phoenicians were seafaring people. They had a very, very good navy. They could protect the city. And you couldn't have an invading army, just sort of walk up to the door or roll up siege ramps, because you got a 600-yard distance between where you're standing and where you want to be. So Tyre had this reputation for being kind of impregnable. That changes with Alexander the Great. And this is, again, if you've heard of Tyre, it might be because of this story, this whole episode. Tyre, again, is probably most familiar because of what Alexander does to take the city. In 332 BC, Alexander finally, after lots of people had tried, finally conquered Tyre by building, get this, he built a walkway of stone connecting the island to the mainland by means of an underwater causeway. There was a ridge of land that reached out to the island, but the land that was submerged by a good number of feet. It wasn't a huge depth, but it was You couldn't take horses, through it. I mean, you couldn't do that. But what Alexander decides to do is to dump a lot of stone in and around that little, part of land under the water, and he built essentially a road. He built a causeway, the distance from the mainland to Tyre to take the city. Now, it still wasn't easy. I'm going to read a little bit of a section here from Wikipedia. It has a nice little description of what went into this, and I'll read some excerpts. As Alexander could not attack the city from the sea, he built a kilometer-long causeway stretching out to the island on a natural land bridge about 2 meters deep. This causeway allowed his artillery to get in range of the walls. I mean, you could walk some people out there once you had it built. And in fact, it is still there to this day, as it was made of stone. As the work came near the walls, however, the water became much deeper, and the combined attacks from the walls and the Tyrian navy, again, the Tyre, the Phoenicians, they have a navy here, made construction nearly impossible. Therefore, Alexander constructed 2 towers that were approximately 160 feet high and moved them to the end of the causeway. And these were mobile towers. Like if you've ever seen siege warfare, you kind of get the idea. Moved them to the end of the causeway. And like most of Alexander's siege towers, these were, again, artillery platforms that were mobile. They had catapults on the top to clear defenders off the walls. They had ballista below to hurl rocks at the wall and attacking ships. The towers were made of wood, but they were covered in rawhide to protect them from fire arrows. Although these towers were possibly the largest of their kind ever made, the Tyrians, the people of Tyre, quickly devised a counterattack. They used an old horse transport ship, filled it with dried branches, pitch, sulfur, and various other combustibles. They sent it out there. They hung cauldrons of oil from the masts so that they would fall onto the deck once the masts burned through. They also weighed down the back of the ship so that the front rose above the water, again, so that the Greeks couldn't easily destroy the other stuff that was sort of planned as offensive weaponry against them. So the front rose above the water. Then they lit it on fire and ran it into the causeway. Okay, the fire spread quickly because of all the combustibles on it, engulfing both towers and other siege equipment that had been brought up. The Tyrian ships swarmed the pier, destroying any siege equipment that hadn't caught fire, driving the Macedonian, the Greek crews away. Okay, so this doesn't quite work. It doesn't finish the job. After this, Alexander was convinced that he would not be able to take Tyre without a navy. Fortunately for him, his previous victory at Issus and subsequent conquests of the Phoenician city-states of Byblos, Arwad, and Sidon had caused the fleets of these cities, which composed most of the Persian navy, to come flocking to his banner. So he goes out, he conquers other places, and then he gets the navy. That's how he's going to finish the job here. This immediately gave him a command of 80 ships. This coincided also with the arrival of another 120 war galleys sent by the king of Cyprus, who had heard of his victories and wished to join him. With the arrival of another 23 ships from the Greek city-states of Ionia, Alexander all of a sudden had 223 galleys under his command, giving him command of the sea. Now, eventually this is going to work. They're going to succeed in getting the rest of the causeway to the city so that troops can go there. They're going to use the navy for that. Alexander's new navy is going to defeat the Tyrians, and eventually they're going to take Tyre. So Wikipedia adds those citizens that took shelter in the temple of Melkart inside the city were pardoned by Alexander, including the king of Tyre. According to Quintus Curtius Rufus, 6,000 fighting men were killed within the city, and 2,000 Tyrians were crucified on the beach. The others, some 30,000 people, were sold into slavery. The severity of reprisals was both because of the length of the siege and because the Tyrians had executed some captured soldiers on the walls in the sight of the attackers. That's the end of the Wikipedia quote. In short, Alexander got ticked off by that. And again, he, not wishing to offend, the deity of the city, if you took refuge in the temple, he spared you. But if you didn't, well, you're either going to be dead or sold into slavery. So this is a very famous account because it's so unusual. It took so long. It's Alexander. This is what Tyre is sort of known for in ancient history. This post dates, what we're going to be reading about in terms of what goes on in Ezekiel. But typically, that's what people know about the place. It was considered impregnable, and not only that, but as we get into the content of the message here, Tyre was an extremely wealthy city. There's a reason why the king of Cyprus would want to help Alexander. Sure, he wants to be Alexander's buddy, but as well, this is a way to eliminate the place that economically controlled the region, and basically substitute yourself. Move yourself in there to take care of your competition. So Tyre was extraordinarily wealthy, the center of trade for the area, and it was considered impregnable. So in Ezekiel 26, everybody, it has this reputation by this time, and it's going to have it for centuries. And Ezekiel more or less says, well, that's nice, but you're going to lose your independence anyway. And what Ezekiel actually prophesies as far as Tyre's judgment is, yes, you're going to be in trouble, just like all the other oracles against the nations here. And that's not going to, your reputation isn't going to save you. You're still going to be dealt with. And the historic outcome of what Ezekiel says in this chapter isn't the loss of the city, because it was never, conquered, physically like this until Alexander's time. But it did lose its independence. It does get taken over, put under tribute, and controlled by foreign powers, and winds up being economically a has-been until it can build itself back up a little bit, and then of course Alexander takes care of business later on. So as far as the actual chapter, let's just jump in here. We're not going to read all 2 chapters, but we're just going to skip around here. The first 6 verses are going to sound familiar if you listened to last week's episode. In the 11th year, on the first day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, because Tyre said concerning Jerusalem, aha, the gate of the peoples is broken, it has swung open to me. I shall be replenished now that she is laid waste. Therefore thus says the Lord God, behold, I am against you, O Tyre, and will bring up many nations against you, as the sea brings up its waves. They shall destroy the walls of Tyre, break down her towers. I'll scrape her soil from her, make her a bare rock. Now, those are the first 4 verses. Eventually, that's what's going to happen. It's going to take a while to get there, but you're going to have in near time to what Ezekiel is saying, Tyre is going to lose its independence. Eventually, Alexander's going to wipe it off, the rock, so to speak. So we're going to get there, but this sort of introduces what's going to follow as a long history of troubles for Tyre, and it's going to be cast as this is the judgment of God on you. And why? Why? What's her crime? If you remember from last episode, this gloating over the fact that Jerusalem is destroyed. This, the thrill, this exclamation that Yahweh's people is no more. Yahweh has been stripped of his inheritance, or he surrendered his inheritance. Now, this place is like all the other nations. Okay, the Most High has given up again, which means, of course, that the Most High's plan is lost. Okay, because you gloated over this set of circumstances, I am against you. In other words, as I said last time, a number of times in that episode, the story does not end here. And Tyre's going to find that out, just like the other nations in chapter 25 found out as well. So the gloating is specifically mentioned again. And again, it's this theme of hubris, this theme of Yahweh's the loser. His plan didn't work. He has to disinherit them like he disinherited us. And this is good news, because now he is without an inheritance. Back to the Deuteronomy 32:8-9 worldview. So this is what sort of incenses God, or becomes in the text the reason for what's going to happen. Now, when we get past that point, we get typically, like we saw last time, you get descriptions of the kind of things that are going to happen. Verse 7, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will bring against Tyre from the north Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, king of kings, with the horses and chariots and horsemen and a host of soldiers. He'll kill with a sword your daughters on the mainland. He will set up a siege wall against you and throw up a mound against you and raise a roof of shields against you. He'll direct the shock of his battering rams against your walls. With his axes he will break down your towers. You get this long description of battle that ultimately is just going to end badly for Tyre. Now the description here, Taylor notes, I just want to read a little section here before I make a few comments here. Taylor writes this: the description of the siege comes oddly in connection with an island stronghold like Tyre, where horses would certainly not be deployed. Perhaps Ezekiel was using conventional forms without regard to reality, but it is better to understand this as the description of a land-based siege, as was adopted by the Assyrians when they besieged Tyre earlier in 673 and 668 BC. When Alexander the Great took Tyre, it was after a similar siege operations following on the building of an enormous causeway from the mainland to the island, again, that we just read about. So apparently, Taylor says that, what Ezekiel knows of battle, he's drawing on what he knows of battle, siege warfare, and that's why you get the description. The Assyrians did use this, but in their case, of course, they didn't destroy the city. Typically what happens with Tyre, it happened with the Assyrians, it's also going to happen with the Babylonians, is that they take enough of a beating where they solicit their enemy and say, look, it's going to take you forever to take this place because, hey, look, you got 600 yards of water between you and it and us, but we don't want to sit here and be under siege. We don't want to do this. So we will pay you money and be under your tribute, and let's just call it good. And that's typically what happened with Tyre. They would submit to treaty, not really treaty, but tribute. It's sort of a treaty, but essentially, again, paying off their aggressors, their enemies, to end the siege. And again, historically speaking, that's what's going to happen here with Nebuchadnezzar. Now, the effect of this, though, it could be sort of so-so, not so bad, or it could be terrible. It could be awful. And from this point forward, it's really going to be something that amounts to the beginning of the end for the city. Because the Babylonians and those who follow in the wake until you get to the time of Alexander, when again he just finishes the job, they're not going to be content with just, okay, pay me a lump sum and then we'll call it good. Tyre is going to start losing its commerce. It's going to be usurped by not only Babylon but other nations in the area that are in league with Babylon. Babylon allows them and enforces the idea of cutting off Tyre economically from some of the things that the city had a monopoly on. That the reason why they got so wealthy. So it's really going to be the beginning of the end for them. And eventually, the city is going to lose its independence and fall. It's going to be very ordinary. And you get that feeling when you read through the chapter. I'm going to go down to verse 15. It says, thus says the Lord God to Tyre, will not the coastland shake at the sound of your fall, when the wounded groan, when slaughter is made in your midst? Then all the princes of the sea will step down from their thrones and remove their robes and strip off their embroidered garments. They will clothe themselves with trembling. They will sit on the ground and tremble every moment and be appalled at you. And they will raise a lamentation over you and say to you, how you have perished, you who were inhabited from the seas. O city renowned, who was mighty on the sea, she and her inhabitants imposed their terror on all her inhabitants. Now the coastlands tremble on the day of your fall, and the coastlands that are on the sea are dismayed at your passing. Why should they worry? Why should they care? Well, because their economic livelihood depended on Tyre in many respects. The region is now going to be controlled by somebody else. Yeah, Tyre's still there. It's still a functioning city. There's still people living in it, again, but it's not the same place. Everybody that was tied to her fate, her destiny, her wealth, her livelihood, if she was doing well, we do well. If that all changes. And so this is a big deal. This is a big deal in the whole region. Verse 20, you actually get even darker language. Thus says the Lord God, this is verse 19, we'll go there, when I make you a city laid waste like the cities that are not inhabited, when I bring up the deep over you and the great waters cover you, then I will make you go down with those who go down to the pit, to the people of old, and I will make you dwell in the world below, among ruins from of old, with those who go down to the pit, so that you will not be inhabited, but I will set beauty in the land of the living. That's verses 19 through 20. Now, again, this refers to an even darker future. You probably recognize it. The writer is using the language of the underworld to describe what is ultimately going to happen to Tyre. I'll make you go down with those who go down to the pit. I will make you to dwell in the world. The word there is eretz, and which is sometimes, if you've read Unseen Realm, you know that eretz can be a term used not just of the earth and the land, but also the underworld, where the dead live. I will make you to dwell in the eretz below, among the ruins from of old, and those who go down to the pit, so on and so forth. So Taylor writes, in highly figurative language, the island city of Tyre is pictured as submerged beneath the waves of the sea. Again, this is a poetic description. The island didn't actually sink. And it's fitting because, again, the waves represent chaos. If you're a victim of chaos, you go underneath the waves. Again, Sheol, the place of the dead, the abyss, was a watery place in Israelite cosmology. Okay, so the portrayal fits. Taylor writes, these become the waves of the mythological cosmic flood, the waters of chaos, which have engulfed her at last. Similar language is used of Egypt in chapter 31, Ezekiel 31, verses 14 through 18, Ezekiel 32. We'll get to these passages. It's also used of Isaiah's taunt song over the king of Babylon in Isaiah 14. Okay, this language about being in Sheol. The passage gives the impression that the pit, which is identical with Sheol, is the place of no return and of utter lostness. There is no hope of resurrection, simply a murky, continuing existence alongside the people of old among the ruins of the past, unquote. That's the end of Taylor's quote. Again, the underworld was, we don't use words like that. We use afterlife. Okay, this is how you have to think about it. The realm of the dead was a place where there's still people. Okay, they're the people of old. They're the ones who've been there a long time, because this is where all the dead go, and they have this cadaverous existence. And Tyre, again, that language is used here of Tyre, basically saying, this is your destiny. This is what's going to befall you. There is no resurrection from this place. It's permanent. This is why, again, the hope of the righteous in the Old Testament was to be extracted from Sheol, to be taken to be with the Lord. You don't have the kind of precise language that you get in the New Testament for the heavenly afterlife or the hellish afterlife or something like that. It's a very negative place. It's the place where the Rephaim dead live, again, who are regarded as, again, these demonic spirits, again, bad guys. You don't want to stay there. You want to be with the Lord, and this is your hope. The hope of getting out, and it's only because the only way you can get out, the only way you can escape death, is for the Most High God to remove you from that situation, that place, and transplant you to someplace else where He is. Again, this is it's Old Testament afterlife talk, but it's very familiar to us too. And the fact that Tyre is described in this way, look, Tyre is not the people of God. There is no resurrection for Tyre, for the people, the people of Tyre. When this happens to you, it's going to be permanent. You are going to be separated from anything positive forever. This is your destiny. So it's a pretty dark, description of ultimately what's going to go on here. We've got sort of an immediate set of circumstances going on, with the whole loss of economical livelihood, both her and everybody else around her that's connected to her. Everybody's affected by this. No one thought that, again, by the time Alexander gets there, really does wipe the rock clean, that the place was impregnable. This couldn't happen. Again, the messaging is fairly clear. If it can happen to Tyre, it can happen anywhere. It can happen to you. Tyre is not going to be an exception. Tyre offended Yahweh, the God of Israel, by gloating over the fact that Yahweh's presence departed from the land of his inheritance, and his people were driven away from their inheritance from him. They gloated, and they're going to be punished, because the same thing awaits them, and even worse, because whereas God will, in the book of Ezekiel especially, whereas God will raise up Israel. Remember the dry bones chapter? Again, we haven't gotten to that yet, but it's very familiar. That resurrective imagery there, as God's going to do that with his people, but he ain't going to do it with you. You know, you're going to be in the pit, you're going to be in the abyss with all the critters down there. Again, the people of old, that sort of thing. It's not where you want to be. So that's where the story will end, not here. Chapter 27, we get a lament of Tyre. And again, this isn't God saying, oh boy, I wish I hadn't done that. So it's not like God lamenting, over what happened. Let's just jump into the chapter. You'll get the feel for it. 27 verse 1, the word of the Lord came to me. Now you, son of man, raise up a lamentation over Tyre, and say to Tyre, who dwells at the entrances to the sea, merchant of the peoples, to many coastlands. Thus says the Lord God, O Tyre, you have said, I am perfect in beauty. Your borders are in the heart of the seas. Your builders made perfect your beauty. They made all your planks of fir trees from Senir. They took a cedar from Lebanon to make a mast for you. Of oaks of Bashan they made your oars. They made your deck of pines. From the coasts of Cyprus, inlaid with ivory, a fine embroidered linen from Egypt was your sail, serving as your banner. Blue and purple from the coasts of Elisha was your awning. The inhabitants of Sidon and Arvad were your rowers. Your skilled men, O Tyre, were in you. They were your pilots. The elders of Gival and her skilled men were in you, caulking your seams. All the ships of the sea with their mariners were in you to barter for your wares. This first 9 verses will stop there. I mean, in essence, what you have here in this lament, Son of Man, raise up a lament for Tyre, is you have a poem. There's this. If you look, you're looking at it in a modern English translation anyway. This is going to be put in poetic stanzas. What I just read. You have a poem that casts Tyre as a ship, which is kind of fitting. Again, they were a seafaring people, sort of the good ship Tyre. It's cast as a ship, and it's fitted out with all the best stuff. It's expertly built. It's expertly crafted. It's expertly crewed. It's built from the best materials, by the leading craftsmen of the day, all that stuff. And it's not an exaggeration where in verse 3, God says, you've said, O Tyre, you have said, I am perfect in beauty. Well, yeah, that's kind of true. There wasn't anything like her, nothing like her. Verses 10 and 11, the prophet adds, Persia and Lud and Put were in your army as men of war. They had mercenaries. Syrians had mercenaries fighting for them. In verses 12 through 25, I'm not going to read the whole thing, just give you a sampling here. You get a list of all of the cities, the places that traded with Tyre. By the way, if you're reading a King James here, there's going to be lots of disconnects between modern translations of this section, this whole chapter really, and the King James, because there are a lot of textual problems in this passage that are only going to get sorted out through modern text discoveries like Qumran and whatnot, and that's sort of a sidebar. So in verse 12, Tarshish did business with you because of the great wealth of every kind. Silver, iron, tin, lead they exchanged for your wares. Javan, Tubal, and Meshech traded with you. They exchanged human beings. They were slave traders. And vessels of bronze for your merchandise. From Beth Togarmah they exchanged horses and war horses and mules. The men of Dedan traded with you. Many coastlands were on your special markets. They brought you payment in ivory tusks and ebony. You go through the list. There's just a whole grocery list of things that get traded with Tyre and places that are doing it. This is New York City. This is the commercial capital of the region. The good ship Tyre is the place where it all happens. This is where the world trades. Okay, this is They're the seafaring, they're the top of the heap here, and they benefit from it immensely. Now, a couple of things to observe here. Again, I'm not going to read through the whole chapter because it's basically just more of this. Tyre's wonderful. Look at all the trade that she did. And then in verses 25 through 36, Tyre gets shipwrecked because, again, it's an analogy to the destruction that we read about in chapter 26. But I just want to actually make a few other kind of observations, things that we can get from this chapter. Because on its own, again, this is sort of window dressing leading up to chapter 28, which is what we really want to focus on with Tyre as far as the king and the backdrop of divine rebellion and the whole Genesis 3 serpent question and all that. We have to wait for next time to do that. But as far as this, I just want to point out a few things that I think are interesting that I think the listeners might think are interesting. First of all, if you read through this chapter, and I've given you enough of it to give you the feel for it, all of these locations, these places that Tyre is trading with, all of these locations need to be, this is going to sound like I'm pointing out the obvious, but it actually does need to be pointed out. All these locations need to be accessible by means of the sea and waterways leading to the sea. That is, they all need to be situated in the Eastern Mediterranean or the Black Sea area, or the Aegean Sea right there. You say, big deal. Who cares? Well, did you catch some of the place names that we read? Tubal, Meshech, Beth Togarmah. Folks, contrary to what you may have heard in some or read in some popular prophecy book, these places are not Russia. Now, when we get to Ezekiel 38 and 39, we're going to look at other reasons why the prince of Rosh, Tubal, Meshech, Togarmah, okay, these are not, it's not Russia, and these aren't cities in Russia, in Russian territory. That is utterly bogus. It is utterly without merit. There are textual reasons in Ezekiel 38 to conclude that, but here, think about it. We're talking about Tyre. Okay, Russia, Moscow is not Meshech. Moscow is over 800 miles from the Black Sea, and it's not connected by a waterway. Okay, what you need in this passage is these places need to be sea accessible by ship. This is trading. This is maritime trading. You got to you got to be right there on the sea at a port, or you've got to have some waterway, that you can, get to the sea. Now, sure, you could say, well, land traders, could bring their goods to the ports and all that. Yeah, they could. Almost 900 miles. Okay, and even if you say they made the trip from Meshech, Moscow, okay, to a port, the port still isn't Meshech. Okay, this is not Russian territory. It violates biblical geography, not to mention common sense, to say that. But you'll have prophecy experts, go to Ezekiel 38 and 39, probably never even look at, Ezekiel 27. That's a boring chapter. They'll go up there and talk about the Prince of Rosh and Russia and Meshech and Moscow and all this stuff. It's nonsense. Okay, you basically just have to ignore biblical geography to do this kind of stuff. Now, Bloch has, I think, a nice summary in his commentary of some of these, and so I'm going to pick out some of the more interesting ones and just read what he says to you. Javan, or Yavan, Javan, is the standard Old Testament designation for the Greek world. It's related etymologically to Ionians. Again, that's Asia Minor, Aegean area. Okay. Tubal or Tabal was the territorial designation of the interior Anatolian kingdom, and that's Asia Minor, Turkey, Aegean Sea, to the west there, the Mediterranean to the south. Okay, territorial designation of the interior Anatolian kingdom known to the Assyrians as Beit Boratash. This landlocked kingdom between the Halius River waterway and the Taurus River waterway in Asia Minor was bounded on the west by Meshech, on the south by Hilaku, on the east by Melidu and Til Garimu, which is Beth Togarmah, on the north by Kasku. I'm not going to go through the whole list here, but here's the point. Scholars know where these cities are. They know where they were, they know where they are. These terms show up in ancient texts, whether they're Assyrian text, Hittite text, that would be one of the languages of Anatolia. Okay, these are not mysteries. This is not Russia. So we either throw all of the ancient Near Eastern evidence to the wind, or we just ignore it, or I think more likely we're just ignorant of it, and we just throw biblical geography out the window, or we don't. Okay, we're either going to interpret the Bible in its own context, or we're not. It's real simple. Again, this Russia nonsense, frankly, is just, we need to stop the madness. I don't know any other way to say it. Just stop the madness. Quit. Using the Cold War as your hermeneutic. For understanding this passage and passages like Ezekiel 38 and 39. Back to block here. Meshech is to be identified with Mushku in Neo-Assyrian sources. Again, it's no mystery. It was located in central Anatolia. Beth Togarma, Genesis 10:3 identifies Togarma along with Ashkenaz and Riphath as the son of Gomer, the nephew of Javan, Meshech, and Tubal. Again, associated with all those other geographical names. Most scholars equate the name with the capital of Kamanu, or Kumani, known in Hittite text as Tegarama, and in Akkadian as Tilgarimu, and in classical sources as Garina, modern Gorun, which is a district of Turkey, ancient Anatolia. Again, we are not talking about Russia. Now the point, again, as if you didn't get it already, the Russia nonsense is not just about misreading words in Ezekiel 38 and 39, which we'll get to. It also involves violating biblical geography and throwing all the ancient Near Eastern comparative material just out the window. So if that's what you want to do, be warmed and filled, but that's not responsible biblical interpretation. The second thought I want to sort of just leave you with as we wrap up here is, what was the actual outcome historically, closer to Ezekiel's day, as opposed to, what we read, earlier, back in chapter 26 about Tyre and Alexander and all that. Anchor Bible Dictionary, I think, has a good summary here of kind of the way this winds up. Mercenaries served the Tyrian Empire, but there is never any mention of a military campaign on the mainland in which Tyre was involved. The Tyrians knew how to defend their island stubbornly, as seen from the annals of the Assyrian kings, and also from Tyrian records, which Josephus alludes to. But they always preferred, if possible, to pay tribute, which was redistributed to Tyre's customers. Okay? Nebuchadnezzar's victory over Pharaoh Necho in 605 BC changed the political map of Western Asia, and that's actually mentioned in 2 Kings 24:7. From that time until the conquest of Babylon by Cyrus in 539 BC, Tyre was the main foe of Babylon in Asia. While there were contacts between Tyre and Judah, Jeremiah 27, verse 3 is an example, and between Tyre and the Philistine city-states, Tyre was jubilant when Jerusalem fell in 586 BC. The Tyrian king did not, however, recognize the immediate danger. Only too late did Tyre recognize the political and strategic line of Nebuchadnezzar, who, after the fall of Jerusalem, turned to Tyre and besieged it to safeguard his lines, his trade lines, his own trade, for his ultimate goal, the conquest of Egypt. He's basically going to use them. He's going to use their navy. He's going to use their wealth to turn and conquer Egypt. Continuing with Anchor Bible Dictionary, Josephus quotes the Phoenician or the Tyrian archives and also Philostratus's history. This is in Antiquities, Josephus Antiquities 10, 228, which record that Nebuchadnezzar besieged Tyre for 13 years. The siege is mentioned by Ezekiel in chapter 29, who says that Nebuchadnezzar will carry off much booty from Egypt as a recompense for his failure in Tyre. Again, he never destroys it. Apparently, the long siege ended with a treaty. The royal Tyrian house had to reside in Babylon. So they're losing their independence here, like we've mentioned earlier. The Tyrian house, the royal house, had to reside in Babylon. Although a Tyrian king could rule in Tyre, next to him a Babylonian commissioner was appointed with a seat in Ushu. In contrast to other royal families living in Babylon, the Tyrians could always fetch the heir apparent from Babylon. They were extended that privilege. Yet Tyre's power had been totally exhausted. Its overseas territories were taken over by Carthage, with the exception of Tyrian possessions in Cyprus. Again, they lose their independence permanently. Their wealth is in decline, and eventually, again, they become ordinary players. And they are owned. Okay, if we can use that modern expression, they are owned by Babylon. And they never really recover from this financially. Again, the city was still there. They weren't totally destroyed. The rock isn't wiped clean. That's going to happen with Alexander. But they are never the same. And that's the point of what Ezekiel is saying here. You say in your heart, I'm perfect in beauty. I'm this, I'm that, and the other thing. Well, yeah, you are. But that's going to come to an end. And this is the way it's going to happen. You gloated when Nebuchadnezzar, came in there, did what he did to Jerusalem. But guess what? Newsflash, the same guy is going to do this to you. And you're not going to be what you have always been. So this is, as I mentioned, the prophecy, Ezekiel 28 prophecy against the prince of Tyre. And we had, in the last episode, we had 2 chapters about Tyre, and here we zero in, Ezekiel zeroes in on the prince. And it's a pretty familiar passage for anybody who's read Unseen Realm, because I do spend a good bit of time here. For our purposes, we're really going to focus on the first 19 verses. So verses 1 to 10, you have the oracle. Again, this is part of the oracles against the nations. Here we have an oracle about the demise of the prince of Tyre. And then verses 11 through 19, there's a lament over the king of Tyre. So those are the first 19 verses. There's a little bit more in the chapter. There's a prophecy against Sidon, and then there's a little hint about Israel's regathering. Of course, just a few chapters ago, Jerusalem, has been destroyed, or at least that's what Ezekiel tells the captives. We got to wait till chapter 33 to actually get the fugitive that tells them the news, hey, it really happened. It's destroyed. But you have a hint here at the end of the chapter about Israel's regathering in contrast to what is going on with Tyre and Sidon. But we're going to focus on the first 19 verses. But let's just jump in and read the chapter, and then we'll get to commenting on those 19 verses, because honestly, that's what really draws people to this chapter. So reading from the ESV, the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, say to the prince of Tyre, thus says the Lord God, because your heart is proud, and you have said, I am a god. I sit in the seat of the gods, in the heart of the seas. Yet you are but a man and no god, though you make your heart like the heart of a god. You are indeed wiser than Daniel. No secret is hidden from you. We should just stop there. What you have here, I am a god, I sit in the seat of the gods, the heart of the seas. Those who have read Unseen Realm know that these are phrases drawn right out of Canaanite Ugaritic material for divine, the divine council. So that, situates us pretty clearly, again, in supernatural, divine territory as far as the analogy. Because everybody knows that this chapter is about the Prince of Tyre, a human being. But the key question is going to be, what is he being analogized to or with? And I'm going to say it's a tale of a divine rebellion. And other scholars are going to disagree with that. We'll get to that point. But here you have, at the very opening, some very clear indications of tapping into Ugaritic material. And you are indeed wiser than Daniel. You remember a few chapters ago, we had the whole discussion of Dan-el, the Ugaritic Dan-el versus the biblical Daniel, and Ezekiel and Daniel are contemporaries. Who is this guy? Again, there's that issue as well. Are we also tapping into Ugaritic material there? So at least in the first 2 verses, it's pretty clear of what the orientation is. So verse 3 again, you are indeed wiser than Daniel. No secret is hidden from you. By your wisdom and your understanding, you have made wealth for yourself and have gathered gold and silver into your treasuries. By your great wisdom in your trade, you have increased your wealth, and your heart has become proud in your wealth. Again, the previous episode, We talked all about Tyre and her status, again, as sort of the economic hub of the region. In that was verse 5. Verse 6, therefore, thus says the Lord God, because you make your heart like the heart of a god. You're really puffed up. Therefore, behold, I will bring foreigners upon you, the most ruthless of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of your wisdom and defile your splendor. They shall thrust you down into the pit, and you shall die the death of the slain in the heart of the seas. Will you still say, I am a god, in the presence of those who kill you, in the hands of those who slay you? I will stop here. Remember, the last episode, there was this reference to being put into the pit, into the abyss. We get the language here as well. Again, this netherworld language I mentioned last time reminds you of the destiny of the rebel guy in Isaiah 14, which is clearly a divine being. It's clearly a divine council context. The seed of the gods, I will be, above, the stars of God. I will be like the Most High. All that stuff in Isaiah 14. Part of that language overlaps very clearly here and even in the preceding chapters. So again, the context here is a divine council context, and I'm going to suggest that we have the tale of a divine rebellion in the council, and that is going to be the point of the analogy to or for or with the prince of Tyre. So verse 10, you shall die the death of the uncircumcised by the hands of foreigners, for I have spoken, declares the Lord God. So this is what's going to happen, an oracle against the prince of Tyre. Then in verse 11, it shifts to a lament over the king of Tyre. And prince and king, as we've seen earlier in parts of Ezekiel, they can be two terms that really speak to the same person, and we don't need to sort of retread that ground. But beginning here in verse 11, moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, raise a lamentation over the king of Tyre, and say to him, thus says the Lord God, you were the signet of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering, sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper. Sapphire, emerald, and carbuncle, and crafted in gold were your settings and your engravings. On the day that you were created, they were prepared. You were an anointed guardian cherub. I placed you. You were on the holy mountain of God. In the midst of the stones of fire you walked. You were blameless in your ways, from the day you were created till unrighteousness was found in you. In the abundance of your trade, you were filled with violence in your midst, and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the mountain of God. And I destroyed you, O guardian cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Your heart was proud because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I exposed you before kings to feast their eyes upon you. By the multitude of your iniquities, in the unrighteousness of your trade, you profaned your sanctuaries. So I brought fire out from your midst. It consumed you, and I turned you to the ashes, or to ashes on the earth, in the sight of all who saw you. All who know you among the peoples are appalled at you. You have come to a dreadful end and shall be no more forever. That's the end of verse 19. So early in verses 11 to 19, again, we get clear divine counsel, divine abode. The reference to Eden, the holy mountain of God. Again, the context is once again very supernaturalistic in terms of the content of the analogy that's being used to describe the king of Tyre. And then the rest of verses 11 through 19 sounds a whole lot like chapters 26 and 27. Again, what's going to happen, or what did happen. And that, again, we don't need to go over that ground again. Then we hit verse 20. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, set your face towards Sidon and prophesy against her, and say, thus says the Lord God, behold, I am against you, O Sidon, and I will manifest my glory in your midst. And they shall know that I am the Lord when I execute judgments in her and manifest my holiness in her. For I will send pestilence into her, and blood into her streets, and the slain shall fall in her midst, by the sword that is against her on every side, and then they will know that I am the Lord. And for the house of Israel there shall be no more a briar to pick, to prick, or a thorn to hurt them, among all their neighbors who have treated them with contempt, then they will know that I am the Lord. Thus says the Lord God, when I gather the house of Israel from the peoples among whom they are scattered, and manifest my holiness in them in the sight of the nations, then they shall dwell in their own land that I gave to my servant Jacob. And they shall dwell securely in it, and they shall build houses and plant vineyards. They shall dwell securely when I execute judgments upon all their neighbors who have treated them with contempt. Then they will know that I am the Lord their God. That's the end of the chapter. So it closes again with this, hint that Israel's situation is going to change for the better, as opposed to the nations. Again, their judgment when it happens is going to be pretty permanent. And we saw that again, back in chapters 26 and 27. Again, this contrastive idea a little bit. But we want to focus on 28, 1 through 19. It's a controversial passage, to put it lightly. It's definitely an oracle and a lament against a human prince of Tyre. Everybody agrees on that. So you'd say, well, why is it controversial? Well, although no one disputes that point, who it's directed against in Ezekiel's own time, his own context. The disagreement is about verses 11 through 19 mostly, but all of the whole section, 1 through 19, is affected. There are two divergent views over who the prince, the king in these verses, in verses 11 and 19, is being compared to. In other words, what specifically is the point of analogy? Now, these two views, I'll just outline them for you. The first one, many, and I would say probably a majority of scholars today, say that the prince of Tyre is being compared to Adam in Eden. Now, that would mean that it is Adam who is being referred to as a guardian cherub in verse 14. It was Adam who walked in the midst of the stones of fire, which is a reference to either divine council members or the divine council location. We did a whole episode on the stones of fire when we were going through Enochian material. If you read, for instance, 1 Enoch 17 through 19, you're going to get this kind of language where it is either, stones of fire are either members of the divine council. Remember, divine beings were thought of as stars, which are stones of fire. They're bright, fiery, shining things in the sky, stones, that sort of thing. This is how they're described, or it describes the place. It's kind of 6 of one and half a dozen of another. It's the divine council either way. It's either the place or the members. So if you take the first view, you would have Adam, as either a member or right there, in the divine council. And again, I wouldn't object to that, that Adam again was in the divine abode, Eden was the divine abode. This is familiar turf from unseen realm. And so it's appropriate to talk about Adam in the context of the divine council. We all get that. But what I'm saying is that the point of the analogy isn't Adam, but that is the dominant view. Again, you'd have to argue, therefore, that it was Adam. Adam was filled with pride, even though Genesis 3 never says that. Adam was filled with pride. Verse 17 here in Ezekiel 28. It was he who was destroyed or exiled from the midst of the stones of fire, from the divine council. Okay, well, that you could argue, again, from Genesis because of what Eden was. But you can see there are some connections and there's some disconnections. Really, Adam was a guardian cherub? But that's what you have to argue. Or that he was with a guardian cherub. There's actually two figures being talked about here in Ezekiel 28 instead of one. And you might be thinking already, because we just read the passage, well, it only sounded like there was a cherub. Where's Adam? Where does he get it? How does he even enter the picture? Because you can't really call Adam a cherub. But then if you have Adam with the cherub, we just read the chapter. Where's Adam? Well, we'll get to that. But this is the dominant view. Part of this view is the gemstones that show up in the chapter. A lot of scholars say, well, these gemstones are reminiscent of the gemstones on the breastplate of the high priest. And so Adam is viewed as some sort of high priestly figure in Eden. Again, if that sounds odd, look, this isn't my view. I'm just telling you what the dominant view is. Adam would be some sort of, I guess, mediator, between God and the rest of humanity that are going to be birthed from Adam and Eve and so on and so forth. This is how you have to think. This is This is how scholars do think about the passage, and this is the majority view, that the point of analogy to the prince or the king of Tyre is Adam, not a divine rebel figure. Okay? Now, my view, again, if you've read Unseen Realm, is different. My view, which, I'm in the minority with other scholars, with me, I'm certainly not the only one, but I think it's fair to say that this is a minority view, is that the Prince of Tyre is being compared to a divine rebel, and that this passage is related to another passage, Isaiah 14, the Hillel ben Shakar, the so-called Lucifer passage, because that's what Hillel, that's the way it gets translated in the Vulgate, Lucifer, the shining one, that's all it means. I think that this passage, Ezekiel 28, has a very close relationship to Isaiah 14, and that passage, Isaiah 14, compares another human ruler, in that case it's the king of Babylon, to a divine rebel. There's really no way to get away from the divine rebel idea in Isaiah 14. And basically, all scholars are going to agree with that in Isaiah 14. The only disagreement there is, well, which myth of divine rebellion is Isaiah 14 drawing on? Nobody argues that you have a human with the divine rebel, or the human is the focus, and then there's no divine. Nobody argues about Isaiah 14 the way they argue about Ezekiel 28. It's very clear that there's a relationship between the two. They're very similar. Everybody agrees with that. So right away, what should be surfacing in your mind is, well, if Isaiah 14 is pretty much clearly a divine rebellion thing, that is kind of transparent, then why, since it's so similar to Ezekiel 28, why can't they accept that for Ezekiel 28? Good question. Again, we'll get to that. Now, if you take my view, again, still sketching the view out, I would argue that Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14 are related. Again, that's the part everybody would agree with, just they don't know. They're going to argue about which rebellion story goes with Isaiah 14. And then I further argue that those two passages are in turn related to Genesis 3. That all three passages either utilize a story of divine rebellion or describe a divine rebellion. That means that the anointed cherub in Ezekiel 28 is a divine being. It's not Adam, and Adam's not with him. The divine being to whom the prince in Ezekiel 28 is being analogized was a member of the divine council, in my view, who was destroyed or expelled from the divine council from the midst of the stones of fire. Again, the gemstones, in my view, are not about the high priest. They are descriptors of shiningness, luminescence, okay? They do not correspond with precision to the high priest's breastplate. They just don't. Okay, some of them do, some of them don't. Rather, this kind of description, fiery stones, okay, shining stones, gemstones, are stock description of divine beings in the ancient world. Again, I would argue, and I do in Unseen Realm, that the gemstones have a precise correspondence. You can account for all of them in later descriptions of the temple, the new temple in the new Eden in the book of Revelation. Again, the gemstones are about the divine council. They're not about the Israelite high priest. So again, this is how I flesh this out. The gemstones just give us no reason to think of the high priest. It gives us every reason to think of the divine council context. And if you don't have a human high priestly figure in there, well, what are you left with? You're left with a divine rebel. So those are the two views in general. And you can imagine we're going to jump into specifics here. I have two objectives as we go through this material. One is I want everyone listening here to understand why scholars would opt for this Adam thing. Either have Adam as the cherub, or more properly, have Adam in the scene where you have this anointed cherub. How do they get two figures in that scene, one of them being Adam, and then why do they argue that the prince is being compared to Adam and not the other guy, not the divine rebel guy? Why do they argue this? So that I hope is going to be clear by the end of the episode. And then I also hope people understand and see why opting for that idea, opting for Adam being in the picture at all, is unnecessary, and I would say even misguided. So let's take the first one. Why would scholars opt for Adam here? I mean, why put him in the scene? Why put him in the chapter? I think there are basically three reasons for this. A lot of scholars don't want to be seen as arguing that Ezekiel 28 is, and this is a key word, is about Satan. Okay, they don't want to be seen as arguing for that. You say, why? What's so terrible about that? Well, because the word Satan doesn't appear in Ezekiel 28. That's sort of at the heart of it. But, basically, if you go around saying Ezekiel 28 is about Satan, then you look kind of dumb because Satan, the word, never shows up in the chapter. And other scholars would look at you and laugh and say, chuckle, chuckle. You really don't know the text that well, do you? So scholars don't want to be ridiculed for that. That's one thing. Second, scholars gravitate toward getting Adam into the picture here because of the gems. We've already mentioned this. They presume that the gems point to the high priest's breastplate, mostly at least. And they pretend, or maybe they aren't, troubled by the ones who don't correspond to the high priest, whatever. They want to argue this high priest angle because then Adam can be argued as a mediator between God and the rest of humanity right there in Eden. Okay, that's number two. And the third reason they opt for it is and this one is key. They choose, and I'm using that term very deliberately, and you'll see why as we proceed. They choose to follow the Septuagint translation of Ezekiel 28 rather than the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text has several difficulties in the Hebrew grammatically that the translator of the Septuagint more or less, quote unquote, solved for himself. And we're going to see that the solution, quote unquote, in the Septuagint for the problems actually produces Adam in the scene. Again, that if you're not used to, if you haven't been exposed prior to this to the problems in Ezekiel 28, that might sound kind of weird, but it's actually true. People opt for the Septuagint to avoid the grammatical problems in the traditional text, and when they do, Adam all of a sudden appears in the chapter. I'll unpack this as we go. Now, the first of these items, the thing about, hey, I don't want to be seen by my colleagues as saying Ezekiel 28 is about Satan, it's a little phony. Every scholar knows Ezekiel 28 isn't about Satan. It's about the Prince of Tyre. Okay, it couldn't be more transparent. But older commentaries, usually written by non-scholars, many of them famous preachers, and lots of modern preachers, say that the chapter is about Satan with so much frequency that scholars just don't want to sound like them. They don't want to sound in their own writing like they're endorsing a flawed idea. Now, I say that that's kind of phony because you can just say what's obvious, like I just did. Hey, it's not about Satan, but that doesn't mean it doesn't draw on the story of a divine rebellion similar to Genesis 3 or Genesis 3 itself. You can have both of those things. You don't have to say this chapter is about Satan. You can say, well, this chapter draws on, the events of Genesis 3, to draw the analogy. What's wrong with that? Again, the distinction is clear. So pretending that taking the position I do means that you're saying Ezekiel 28 is about Satan and not about the Prince of Tyre is like saying that an analogy and the thing being analogized are the same thing. Okay, that's just not clear thinking, but scholars feel that way. For example, if I were a World War II historian describing Hitler's stupidity in attacking Russia and getting caught in the Russian winter like Napoleon did, I'm not saying Hitler was Napoleon. I'm not saying Hitler was a reincarnation of Napoleon. I'm just making an analogy. The two things are different. If a student of mythology notes that Star Wars follows the tropes of what Joseph Campbell called the hero's journey of classical mythology, in other words, it has all the stock elements of heroic tales, they're not saying that Star Wars is about Osiris or Prometheus or anybody else, any other figure, from mythology. Rather, the point is that George Lucas constructed his story according to a pattern. It's the same with Ezekiel 28 and I would say Isaiah 14. The authors used the story of a divine rebel to write about the Prince of Tyre, and of course, in Isaiah's case, it's the king of Babylon. With respect to Ezekiel 28, and again, I would include Isaiah 14 here, the writer drew on, this is my view, both a Canaanite tale and Genesis 3. We have a clear reference to Eden. That's not going to come from Canaanite stuff. It comes from Genesis 3. He draws on a couple tales of divine rebellion that have a relationship with each other. Rebellion against the highest authority in the divine council in an effort to be as the Most High, an effort to puff themselves up to that level, to be the lead, in their respective worlds. So again, comparing, this divine rebel who wanted to be the lead in the divine council. Well, the Prince of Tyre was like that. He just wanted to be, the top dog and wanted everybody to know it. Think of himself as divine or a god or something like that. Again, the character in the analogy isn't the person being analogized. Now, this would seem simple. To me, it's pretty simple. Make the distinction like I just did, but it seems to escape some scholars or again, it just doesn't make them feel better. Okay? That's why I say it's kind of phony. Now, I would argue as well, and people who've read Unseen Realm know this, that Ezekiel 28, this approach to Ezekiel 28 is very coherent, that it's using the analogy of a divine rebellion, precisely because so many elements of Ezekiel 28, 1-10, have demonstrable links into Canaanite divine rebellion stories. Now, the best source for this, and I footnote this in Unseen Realm, is the 1990 Harvard University doctoral dissertation by Hugh Rowland Page. It was called The Astral Revolt, a study of its reflexes in Canaanite Hebrew literature. If you go to moreunseenrealm.com and you click on the tab for Chapter 11, I have a link to a PDF of that dissertation in that site. Now, that dissertation was later published under the title The Myth of Cosmic Rebellion, A Study of Its Reflexes in Ugaritic and Biblical Literature by Brill. It's expensive. It's a little hard to find, too. You can read the dissertation. This dissertation is available in PDF. Go up to tab 11 on moreunseenrealm.com. You can get more of the details of the argument than I'm going to be able to give you here in a podcast episode. But just so that you know that what I'm going to say here, what I have said in Unseen Realm, I'm not making stuff up. Okay, it comes right out of a Harvard dissertation. Again, that he gathered all the data, did a nice job so that I didn't have to or somebody else didn't have to. There it is, and I utilize it in Unseen Realm. I also have a published article on Isaiah 14 called The Mythological Provenance of Isaiah 14:12-15, A Reconsideration of the Ugaritic Material, published in Vetus Testamentum back in 2001. There's a link to that at moreunseenrealm.com, tab for Chapter 11. So you can get a lot of good scholarly peer-reviewed material about this that's going from which I draw material to defend my position. Again, it's a minority view, but it is a good, solid academic position. Again, I'm not making one up of my own that I just like. So there's a key point, again, to not be missed here as we go on to some of the other topics that I introduced. Nearly all scholars acknowledge Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14 do similar things. They portray a monarch whose hubris is over the top. Isaiah 14 clearly draws on a myth of divine rebellion from Canaanite material to make that point. And scholars universally acknowledge that. They just disagree on which divine rebellion myth of the ancient world is being used. That's one thing not to miss. The second thing not to miss is there are clear links between Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28, which raises the crucial question. Here it is. If everyone agrees that Isaiah 14 draws on a myth of the divine rebel and not some rebellious primeval man, then why not agree that's the case for Ezekiel 28? Why not? My view is that this refusal to do that, to be consistent, the refusal to have a divine rebel myth behind Ezekiel 28 and then yet acknowledge one in Isaiah 14 is totally inconsistent when it comes to the method of interpretation. If you allow them both to be drawing a divine rebel story, and then you compare that to Genesis 3, you get a matrix of ideas that in my mind is really hard to miss. But again, scholars don't like it for the reasons I've been talking about. I don't want to sound stupid. I don't want to say it's about Satan. Well, then don't. Then don't. Make an intelligent dichotomy between the two things like I just did. Now, the second reason, again, that scholars want to have Adam here First one I said is a little bit phony, this reputation thing. Again, I think that's a little empty. But the second one is the gems. And can we just dispense with this quickly? Because as I write in Unseen Realm, this is pages 79 and 80, I say this. As I mentioned earlier, proponents of the view that Ezekiel is drawing on Adam's rebellion for his analogous portrayal of Prince of Tyre want to argue that the gemstones point to a human priest king. But the adornment can quite easily be telegraphing something else, I would say divinity. All of the gems have one thing in common: they shine or sparkle. Luminescence is a characteristic of divine beings or divine presence across the ancient Near Eastern world and the Old Testament. You have it in Ezekiel 1, verses 4 through 7, 27 and 28. You get it in Ezekiel 10. You get it in Daniel 10. You get it in Revelation 1. Again, you throw in a bit of the New Testament in there. I mean, this is just a smattering. You get this a lot. The description of the divine cherub in Eden is designed to convey divinity, a shining entity, a shining presence. The stones of fire is another clue in that direction. This phrase is associated in other Jewish texts, again, 1 Enoch 18, 1 Enoch 24 and 25, with supernatural mountain dwelling of God and the divine council. It may be objected here that Eden was the dwelling place of God, and so the stones of fire do not only point to the divine beings of Yahweh's council. Well, that much is true, but there's more to the phrase than a dwelling place. Okay? Other scholars have also drawn attention to the ancient Near Eastern propensity to describe divine beings as stars. Job 38:7, Isaiah 14:12-13 refers to a being fallen from heaven as the day star, son of dawn. And of course, he wants to vault himself above these stars of God. The stones of fire, therefore, do not only describe an abode, but also the entities. Now, that's the end of the quotation from Unseen Realm. Now, I have a couple footnotes in that material, and I'm not going to read you all the footnotes, but footnotes 7 and 8, if you have the book, where I draw on the work of Kelly Koblenz Bouch, A Study of the Geography of 1 Enoch 17 and 19. An excellent book. Bouch's work, again, discusses the Mesopotamian background, all this. Other sources. Again, the scholarly sources, there's plenty of material here to argue that all the stones in Ezekiel 28:13 can be accounted for. Now, it's interesting. All of the stones in Ezekiel 20:13 on the surface, except one, are used to describe the supernatural Jerusalem in Revelation 21. In other words, the new Eden in God's new kingdom, the new abode of God. Now, the lone exception is the Septuagint's anthrax, which is its translation of the Hebrew Tarshish. That word is used elsewhere in Ezekiel to describe the divine throne, though, Ezekiel 10:9, as well as in Isaiah to describe the New Jerusalem. Lo and behold, Isaiah 54:11. Readers who check the Greek closely may presume a point of incongruence with one or the other item in the Septuagint rendering of Ezekiel 28:13. Again, that uses a different word, anukion, for the Hebrew borkat, that isn't found in Revelation 21. They say, Mike, you can't argue your point. They're not all accounted for. Well, actually, they are, because instead of anukion, again, if we look at the terminology that's actually used, instead of anukion, we see sardonyx in Revelation 21:19 in the place of what we would want to see anukion if he's really citing Ezekiel 28. Well, he uses a different term, sardonyx. Okay, guess what? Both terms describe the same gem. They describe onyx, which means that, yes, we can say that all of the gems of Ezekiel 28 are accounted for in the description of Revelation 21. Okay, that is just the fact. You can't say that if you're arguing that the gems refer to the breastplate of the high priest to get your human priestly figure. You can't say that. You don't have the same coverage. Again, that's the point here. So, again, let's just dispense with the gems. They don't indicate there's no secure link back to the human priest. There is a secure link back to the new Eden, okay, the divine council. That's what's going to count here. That's the most thorough connection. Now, the third reason that I said that scholars gravitate toward getting Adam into the picture. The first one was, we don't want to say it's about Satan, so we got to say it's about something else. Okay, we got to say Adam is the point of analogy. The second one was, again, hey, the gems, point to a human priestly figure. Okay, but they actually don't. All right. That's the second reason scholars opt for getting Adam into the picture. The third one is really, again, I think the most substantive one, if I can use that term, but kind of where the whole rubber meets the road sort of thing. The textual problems in Ezekiel 28. Now, again, there's going to be more detail on moreunseenrealm.com than what I'm able to give you here. And a lot of it is Hebrew stuff, which doesn't really translate well to podcasting, but we're gonna take a shot at it here to explain what's going on in the text and how that is reflected in the Septuagint, and how scholars decide to pick the Septuagint and run with it in this passage because it gives them Adam in the chapter. So we're going to try to explain that. Now, the most thorough study on this is very recent, 2012, a book by Hector Patmore. It's called Adam, Satan, and the King of Tyre, the interpretation of Ezekiel 28, 11, and 19 in late antiquity. So it's sort of a historical work. It's published by Brill. Now, what Patmore does in this book is he analyzes the Masoretic text, traditional text, and the Septuagint very thoroughly. Along with the Targums, he throws them in, and he does that on his way to discussing how early church fathers and rabbis in the rabbinic period interpreted the passage. So it's a good book to have. Now, I don't always agree with Patmore's conclusions, but he lays out the data pretty well, and he points you to good sources. And so it's very worthwhile having, but again, it's one of these Brill titles, so it's expensive. One of the articles in particular that Patmore draws attention to is James Barr's article, Thou Art the Cherub, Ezekiel 28:14, and the post-Ezekiel understanding of Genesis 2 and 3. Barr was a very famous Hebrew philologist. He was a Hebraist. And he's going to defend the Masoretic text reading. And of course, he's not the only one, but he's a big name against the Septuagint. So I'm going to be drawing on Barr a little bit. I'll quote one or two things from him. But the text itself is actually pretty explainable. So here's how we do this. It'd be nice if you actually have a Bible in front of you, either on your screen or on your lap, because I'm going to try to walk you through what your translation probably says and the textual difficulties that underlie the English that drive some scholars, that at least give them a good out, helps them get away from the divine rebel thing in here, helps them define Adam in the passage. I'm going to try to walk you through this, using translations and getting into the textual details. So Ezekiel 28:12, okay, this is at the beginning of the lament for the Prince of Tyre, describes the prince as the signet of perfection. Okay, now if you've read Unseen Realm, you know that instead of signet of perfection, okay, the word for signet is kotam. That could be rendered perfect serpent or skillful serpent if kotam has what's called an enclitic mem. If you remember Unseen Realm, enclitic mem just means a silent M. Doesn't factor into how you should translate the actual term. Okay, it's a rare thing in grammar, but it's possible. It's rare. Here, if you want to argue it here, it's speculative, and I admit that in Unseen Realm, and I don't need kotam to be serpent instead of signet, again, to create this relationship to Genesis 3, and of course, also including Isaiah 14. But, I talked about that in the book, so you can read that. Okay, what I want to do is focus on some other things in verse 13. So let's go to 28:13, and we read this. In the Hebrew, the first part of 28:13 is Be'eden gan Elohim hayita. Okay, in Eden, okay, the garden of Elohim, okay, the garden of God, you were. All right. Now the verb form translated "you were" hayita is clearly second masculine singular. Okay, if you know Hebrew, sorry, there's really no other way to sort of tell you what's going on here without doing a little bit of a Hebrew. But the grammatical point is important. If you're familiar with foreign languages, inflected languages like Spanish, German, French, whatever, verb forms have person and number. Hebrew's the same way. This is a second masculine singular verb form. So that point is important. We're going to come back to it. The king is therefore analogous. Again, the king of Tyre in verses 11 to 19 is analogous, being analogized with some being of whom it is said you were in Eden, the garden of God. Okay? Now, we then get, in the rest of the verse, we get the precious stones description, again, which has nothing to do with a high priest, but those who want to have a human being the point of the analogy will say it does, but they're all accounted for better elsewhere. At the very least, we've got something going on here with a being in the divine council in Eden in the garden of God. Okay, so far we don't know who it is. Now we get to verse 14, and here's where the trouble really starts. Now, verse 14 here, I'm just going to read it in Hebrew, and then I'm going to unpack it. So if you know a little bit of Hebrew, you're probably going to find, or maybe detect with your ear, a couple of issues. So we have at karuv mimshach hasokek u netatika behar kodesh Elohim hayita betok avnei esh hith halakta. Now the first phrase, at karuv mimshach hakosef, reads very simply, you were an anointed covering cherub. Now that's typically the way you see it in English Bibles. You say, well, what's the problem? If it's kind of transparent, and all the English Bibles, or at least most of them, have that, why don't we just go with that? You were the anointed covering cherub. The problem is the first word, at. It is pointed, that is, the vowels that are given to it by the Masoretes. It is pointed like a second feminine singular pronoun, whereas the figure being talked about up to this point was described with second masculine verb forms. Here we hit a feminine, and scholars are like, well, that's kind of weird. Why would you do that? If you're talking about some figure in Eden, in the garden of God, and you're using masculine verb forms to do it, why would you use a feminine here? Okay, so that draws the eye of someone reading it in Hebrew. Now, to make matters more confusing, the very next word, okay, the very next verb, I should say, as you keep going through the line, netatika, I place you, or I placed you, is a normal verb followed by a second masculine singular pronoun. The you there, I placed you, is masculine. So it's like, well, wait a minute. We have masculine forms, and then we got this weird feminine, and now we're back to masculine again. I placed you, masculine guy, in the midst of the stones of fire and all this stuff. What's going on here? The final verb form, you walked, again, among the stones of the fire, or you walked, is also masculine, second masculine. So we have a string of second masculine grammatical references in these two verses. And then we got this weird, what looks like a feminine, right in the middle of it. Now, scholars who, again, are reading the text in Hebrew, they say, that's just odd. There must be something going on here. Again, it's hard to unpack, but we'll take a shot at it here. Now, this pronoun, this is the one that is feminine, the one that's causing the trouble, is just two consonants, Aleph Tav. And this is not the same Aleph Tav as the Aleph Tav nonsense in Genesis 1, that, we get Jesus, the Alpha and the Omega. I've blogged about that silliness before. This is same two consonants, but it's a different word. It's okay, you can spell different words with two consonants, and that's what Hebrew does. So we've got Aleph Tav here, two consonants. It can be the pronoun, but it would be feminine, at least, again, predominantly, that's what scholars are saying. But it could also be a preposition. If it just had a different vowel, if it was et instead of at, then we wouldn't have this problem. Okay, so we'd get rid of this odd feminine form here in the midst of all this other stuff that makes sense. Maybe, since the vowels were added later by the Masoretes, maybe we just have these two consonants. Maybe it's a preposition. And that is what the Septuagint translator assumed. And you say, well, big deal. Who cares? All right. Well, here's why you should care. If you make this little two-letter word a preposition, here's what the verse reads. With an anointed covering cherub, I placed you in the garden of God. Let me read it again. With an anointed covering cherub, instead of you were an anointed covering cherub. With an anointed covering cherub, I placed you in the garden of God. There you go. All of a sudden, you have two figures in the garden. One of them is a cherub, and the other one isn't. The other one was placed in the garden with the cherub. And so, if you go with the Septuagint, what it allows you to do is it allows you to say, well, who would have been with a member of the divine council in Eden? Adam, because all the other references are masculine. All of a sudden, Adam appears, poof, in the passage if you go with the Septuagint translation. The translator decided those two little letters, that little particle there, that's not a pronoun, because if it was a pronoun, it would be feminine. That doesn't make any sense with all the other stuff. So it must be a preposition. And when you translate it accordingly, you get with an anointed covering cherub, I placed you in the garden of God. Adam is there. He like materializes in the text if you go with the Septuagint here. Now that is really the guts of this whole issue, this problem, because scholars, again, are going to be looking at the Hebrew text. They're going to be looking at the Septuagint. And it's like, wow, I'm going to go with the Septuagint guy. End of story. End of problem. I don't have to wonder what in the world were the Masoretes thinking, pointing that like a feminine. I don't have to wonder. Solution. Problem over. I can move on now. And I've got Adam in the garden as the point of analogy to the king of Tyre. There you go. Again, this is the majority view, but guess what? Guess what? There's another solution that lets the Masoretic text stand as it is. You don't need the Septuagint. Now, you all know me. Again, the Masoretic text to me has no sacrosanct status. I'm not saying, it's the Masoretic text. We have to go with that because it's the Masoretic text. No, I don't assign it any more higher status than the Septuagint, okay, or any other text. I mean, there were multiple traditions of the Hebrew Bible. They go all the way back to Qumran. All three of the major ones, Septuagint, Masoretic text, and the Samaritan Pentateuch, they're all witnessed at Qumran. They all hit the same chronological wall. There's no reason to elevate the Masoretic text to sacrosanct level, okay, like it came down, like it dropped in somebody's lap from heaven. There's no reason to do that. But the Masoretes knew what they were doing. Okay, they were professional scribes. And when they pointed something the way they did, you ought to at least ask, well, instead of assuming that they had a bad day or they made an error here, they just pointed it wrong. Maybe there's another solution. And guess what? There is. Okay, there is. James Barr and a number of other Hebrew scholars have pointed out the other solution. And here it is. What looks like a second feminine singular pronoun form, the thing that gives everybody the trouble, is actually still masculine because it's what Hebrew scholars call a primitive form of the pronoun. It's a pronoun spelling from an earlier stage of the language, an earlier stage of Hebrew than most biblical Hebrew. There are actually several of these in the Hebrew Bible found elsewhere. And a range of Hebrew reference grammars have Ezekiel 28:14, that apparent feminine pronoun, they actually label it as masculine. And that would take away the problem too. You don't need the Septuagint guy to say, that's a preposition. That's the only way to have this make any sense. You don't need that. The three occurrences that Hebrew grammarians say that this happens clearly in is Numbers 11:15, Deuteronomy 5:27, and a bunch of them include Ezekiel 28:14. Walt Gion O'Connor include it. Juan Muraoka include it. Gesenius includes it. I mean, the Hebrew grammarians know what's going on here. You don't have to go with the Septuagint here. Barr actually says this. He says, a very large number of commentators have followed the Greek text, the Septuagint. R.R. Wilson lists many of them in an interesting article mentioning the numerous difficulties that are thought to arise if the text is not amended after the Greek version. Whatever the obscurities and possible errors of the Masoretic text at other points in Ezekiel 28, at this particular point it is much easier to suppose that the Septuagint translator failed to recognize Aleph Tav as the pronoun than to suppose that it really was the preposition, okay, or a particle later wrongly vocalized by the Masoretic tradition. To put it another way, if the Masoretic tradition had seen the form Aleph Tav and there was some doubt about it, it's understandable that they would have thought of diagnosing it with the preposition or as maybe a direct object particle. But it is frankly unbelievable, Barr says, that they would have identified it as the very rare form of thou as the pronoun. Now, what he's saying here, that's the end of the quote, is that Barr doubts that the Septuagint translator of Ezekiel would have known that the word in question was actually the rare pronoun. He doesn't think that the guy knew it. So that makes the Septuagint decision to treat it as a preposition understandable. So that's all Barr's saying. Now, it's possible that the Septuagint translator had no idea what he was looking at. Okay, that's possible. But we'll never know, that what he was familiar with or not. In the other two instances, the other two examples where you have Aleph Tav that is pointed like a feminine pronoun, but it's actually masculine. The other two instances, considering the word a preposition is grammatically impossible, since the form in question immediately precedes verbal forms that are masculine participle, second masculine, and perfect. So the translator wouldn't have struggled there, but he could have struggled in Ezekiel 28. And Barr says, he probably did. He probably just didn't know it, just didn't recognize it. And, you have the same situation as well as you do with any other translation. The Septuagint wasn't translated by one guy. It was a committee. Lots of hands translated different books. So you had somebody struggle here, Barr says, in Ezekiel 28. They just didn't know that form of the pronoun could be masculine. They just didn't know that. There's no reason to go with the Septuagint here. And I agree. I agree with Barr. So in a nutshell, if you don't follow the Septuagint here, then you have zero ammunition for saying that the Prince of Tyre is being analogized with Adam. You got nothing. Honestly, even without Ezekiel 28, my view of the Nakash would still stand. Again, this whole matrix of ideas that I've argued for an unseen realm. I could still just say, hey, Ezekiel 28 is its own thing. Isaiah 14, Genesis 3, that's where we need to look. And, because Isaiah 14 doesn't have any of these grammar problems. All I'm arguing for is consistency. I'm arguing for the MT here because it's more consistent with the obvious relationship between Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14, to have them both be using an analogy of a divine rebel. It's just more consistent. The bottom line is that the grammatical oddity in Ezekiel 28:14 does not compel having Adam with the cherub in the garden, and scholars need to stop pretending that it does. It doesn't compel that. That brings us to another grammatical problem. It's related to the first one. You go down to verse 16, you got another one of these, and it's kind of like the same thing. The Masoretic text reads this. If you just keep the Masoretic text as it is, you keep the vowel pointings as what the scribes have there, here's what you get. This is Pat Moore's translation. By the abundance of your merchandise, they filled your midst with violence, and you sinned. That's the second masculine form. So I cast you, second masculine suffix, as a profane thing from the mountain of God, and I expelled you, another second masculine suffix. I expelled you, O cherub who covers from the midst of the stones of fire. Okay, that's verse 16. Now the point is that if you translate the verse that way, according to the Masoretic text, it's very clearly has God punishing a divine being. He's punishing a cherub. And he's the only one in the picture. He's the only object of punishment. He's the only one in the scene that God is punishing, okay? Now, if you go with the Septuagint, here's what you get. By the abundance of your merchandise, internally you were full of violence and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the mountain of God, and a cherub who covers expelled you from the midst of the stones of fire. There you go again. The Septuagint clearly has a cherub expelling somebody else, and that somebody else would be Adam. So again, the Septuagint changes the whole picture. Now the issue here in this verse is one verb form, abed ka. Now the consonantal text of the form is aleph, bet, dalet, kaf. The form can be pointed as either third person, which would be ibed ka, or first person, abed ka. The Masoretic text has the latter, the first person, I expelled you. The Septuagint, though, treats the verb form as third person, so that you have a cherub expelling somebody else. Why does it do that? Well, it treats it as third person because of its choice, of the translator's choice in verse 14, to have with an anointed covering cherub you were in the garden, to have two people there. So the Septuagint treats verse 16 in concert with what it does in verse 14. It creates two figures in the garden or the mountain scene, and there you go. Again, there you have Adam in the text. Now, I want to say again that it's best to go with the Masoretic text here because of consistency with Isaiah 14. You have a divine rebel in the background here. And of course, then they're both consistent with Genesis 3. It's best to go with MT here and go with the first person. Why? It makes sense with retaining the Masoretic text pronoun in verse 14. And again, there are following verbs. All the following verbs are first person. Okay, they would obviously be in concert with a first person form, for what these ambiguous consonants. Now, to be fair, there are ways that using a third person here, having Adam in the picture, you can get around the first person verb forms, the other ones, by saying, oh, God has entered the picture and is talking to somebody. Okay, you can do that. But here's the bigger point. There's no compelling reason to do that. The Masoretic text, as it is, works just fine. And if you go with the Masoretic text, the person to whom the Prince of Tyre is being compared cannot be Adam. It's a rebel divine being, which aligns nicely with Isaiah 14 and Genesis 3. That's the bottom line. So let's summarize, as we wrap up the episode here, what we get in the chapter, what we have, what's going on here. So think about what's said about the figure to whom the Prince of Tyre, the King of Tyre, is being compared. Think about how it doesn't work with Adam. This is what I'll ask you to do as we wrap up. Number one, you have the brilliant appearance. The gems do not correspond exactly to the breastplate of the high priest. There are things that don't work there. They do point to a member of the divine council or the divine council headquarters itself. They're accounted for in the New Eden in Revelation 21. Again, so that tells us that the point must be the divine council, not the human Israelite priest. So if that doesn't work, if you don't have the priest there, then having Adam there is kind of pointless. Arguing that Adam's there on the basis of the gems doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's one item. Number two, this being, whoever it was, is the point of the analogy, is perfect in beauty. That is something never said of Adam in Genesis. You can see how preachers would want to preach that, though, but it's just never said. Third, this being fell by virtue of hubris, wanting to dethrone God. Again, that is never said of Adam. Period. Adam's never described that way. Fourth, and I got this from Barr, I kind of like it. Ezekiel stresses the wisdom of this being, a feature which makes him rather more similar to the serpent of Genesis 3 and less like the humans of that story who conspicuously lacked that quality. Okay, bingo, it's true. Who was the smart one in the story of Genesis 3? It's the serpent, it's the divine one. That's the one who has advanced knowledge. That's the one who's wise, not Adam. Okay? So the bottom line, again, for listeners and readers of Unseen Realm as it relates to this podcast is this. Mike is not crazy. Okay? My views are not idiosyncratic. I am not out on a limb. Now, you'll hear that kind of thing from pastors who know a little Hebrew, enough to be dangerous, or scholars who want to avoid tethering Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 to Genesis 3 in any way. If you hear it, you know you can safely ignore it. My view is rooted firmly in scholarship and the text. Those who want to see a human rebel here, Adam, behind Ezekiel 28, have to ignore or explain away the cosmic rebellion motifs that I discuss a little bit in Unseen Realm and in more detail on moreunseenrealm.com. And they also have to abandon, at least in a couple places, the Masoretic vocalization, what the Masoretic scribes saw in the text. In other words, they have to choose to do these things and choose not to see the connections with Isaiah 14 and Genesis 3. So, again, I'm not crazy. I'm not idiosyncratic. I'm not sucking this out of my thumb. What I'm saying about the chapter is rooted in good scholarship. And that's what's going on in Ezekiel 28. We have the prince of Tyre, the king of Tyre, being compared to a divine being who rebelled in the divine council. And that's what you get in Isaiah 14, and that's what you get in Genesis 3. Yep, 29 and 30.
Egypt.
Yep, Egypt. These are the first 2 of 4 chapters directed against Egypt in this section, the oracles of the nations. And again, just like we had with Tyre, we had these sort of 2 warm-up chapters and until we got to Ezekiel 28, which is the one that everybody's really really interested in. We had 26 and 27, talking about the fall of Tyre. Then 28, of course, the prince of Tyre with all the stuff that is involved in that. It's going to be the same deal here. We've got 29 and 30, and in many respects, they're sort of warm-up chapters to 31 and 32 because there's some really sort of odd and unusual images in 31 and 32 that really take us right into potentially at least divine council stuff and Sheol and the Rephaim and possibly Nephilim and all that sort of thing. So 31 and 32, I know there are people out there in the audience that can't wait to get there, just like they couldn't wait to get to 28. But we got to do these warm-up chapters in 29 and 30. And there's some real interesting things here too. Maybe not, the bulk of material is going to be, in this sort of sweet spot. But there are some things, and so when we hit these 2 chapters, most of what I'll say is sort of in chapter 29, and then there's going to be a few things in chapter 30, to kind of mop up with as far as comment. But we're not, as is our habit here, we don't do verse by verse. We just try to focus on things that are interesting, and so that's what we're going to do here. So let's just jump into chapter 29, and I'll read the first 5 verses just to get the ball rolling here. In the 10th year, in the 10th month, on the 12th day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him and against all Egypt. Speak and say, Thus says the Lord God, Behold, I am against you, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great dragon that lies in the midst of his streams, that says, My Nile is my own, I made it for myself. I will put hooks in your jaws and make the fish of your streams stick to your scales. And I will draw you up out of the midst of your streams, with all the fish of your streams that stick to your scales. And I will cast you out into the wilderness, you and all the fish of your streams. You shall fall on the open field and not be brought together or gathered. To the beasts of the earth and to the birds of the heavens I give you as food. So that's the first 5 verses. And there are a couple of things in here that are noteworthy. I think, one in particular, that if you're sort of used to my content at all, maybe even going way back, to reading the early drafts of what I called the myth book, then the thing that became the Unseen Realm, you're going to be able to pick out a few things probably already just by virtue of the English wording. The reference to Pharaoh being referred to as a great dragon. And the Hebrew word lurking behind the English dragon there is tanim, and it comes from the lemma tanin, and that should be again a familiar term if you've been exposed at all to what we call in Old Testament study the chaos symbolism or chaos mythology or whatever. The whole ancient Near Eastern idea again, and ancient Israel had its own perspective on this, its own view of this, but the notion of primeval chaos, all the opposition to the kind of order that, in Israel's case, God, in the ancient Near Eastern case, the gods, wanted to create so that Earth would be habitable for human beings. So the forces of chaos, really anything that opposes that, anything that gets in the way, anything that disrupts it, and again causes upheaval on Earth. Well, Tanin, and the plural here, Tanim, is important. The reference to the Nile again is important. We'll get to that. We'll get to why just in a few moments. But here we have Pharaoh cast as this great dragon, again in the midst of his streams, claiming that the Nile is my own. And then we have a reference to the fish, being stuck to the scales of the great dragon. Again, if Pharaoh is the dragon, then the fish are the people. Okay, they're basically the whole point here in the first 5 verses is that Pharaoh is going to get judged, and the people of Egypt are going to get judged along with him. So it's not just him; it's everybody. The typical explanation for this language, this reference to Tanim, is that, oh, we're talking about a crocodile. Again, because of the Egyptian context, that's perfectly understandable. It's coherent. But what I'm going to suggest to you, and again, it's not just me; it's lots of Old Testament scholarship here, that there's more than just drawing an analogy to a creature that we know as the crocodile. There's that description and that picture in someone's head in the ancient world, and the terminology being used here is really going to be much more loaded. There are going to be certain concepts that glom on to this description that are very abstract and a whole lot more important than just some sort of zoological observation. Now, incidentally, the Hebrew word for Nile is Yaor. It's actually an Egyptian word. Again, so we have obviously a descriptive context. We also have a linguistic context here. For Egypt, the Egyptian loan word for river, specifically the Nile, is Yittaru. From the 18th dynasty onwards or so, it's spelled without the T, so you get Yiru, Yeor, Yiru. Again, there's very close relationship there. So this is actually considered by scholars to be an Egyptian loan word, the term that's used here for Nile. But the really important thing to notice here is not the river itself, even though, again, think about it, even though for the Egyptian, the Nile was everything. The regular flow of the Nile, the regular flooding of the Nile, was the thing that kept the people alive. It enabled civilization to exist in Egypt, because as the Nile regularly, and it does annually, it floods every year, and the water spills out onto either side of the river and makes the ground that's covered, agriculturally, not only makes agriculture not only possible, but makes it really abundantly possible. It's really where the Egyptians are going to get their food supply, and so they depend on the regular flooding of the Nile, the timing of it, the planting, the harvesting, the whole agricultural cycle really depends on this. In other words, the Nile became a symbol for them of order. The gods gave Egypt the Nile. The gods instilled this order in their civilization. It enables their civilization. Pharaoh is the one who is supposed to regulate all this because he's the Horus on earth. He's the god king on earth. And so this is why in Egyptian history, just a little sidebar, oftentimes the, quote, intermediate periods in Egypt, if you've ever studied Egyptian history, you have different kingdoms: Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, so on and so forth. And then between them, you have these intermediate periods. Well, the intermediate periods are when there's chaos in the land. And it's not a coincidence, again, scholars, people who study soil and geology and climatology and whatnot, have, marshaled a lot of evidence that it was during these periods where you had drought. Okay, the Nile didn't do what it was supposed to do. It disrupted the cycle. And the Pharaoh always got blamed for that because, hey, you're the one that's supposed to be regulating this. And so the intermediate periods would be periods where you'd have more than one pharaoh. You'd have rivals rise up, and a different, important household, family, extended family in Egypt would, assert their authority and say, well, we're going to be the pharaoh now. We're going to kill this guy off, or we're just going to start our own little sub-kingdom over here. And you actually have multiple pharaohs at different times in intermediate periods, and just lots of chaos, conflict, civil war in a number of situations. And it really goes back to the regularity of this. Well, while for the Egyptian, the Nile was a symbol of order, the Egyptian term for this would be ma'at, again, the divinely imposed order, the thing that makes life possible and good, and that the gods control. That's how the Egyptians looked at it. But for the biblical writers and for Yahweh looks at it as, no, you're the thing that gets in the way. You're the thing that has been disruptive to my people, my plans. You've been an enemy. And so there's this inverted way of looking at Pharaoh and the Nile from the Israelite perspective that is sort of lurking in the background here. Let's get into the abstract stuff, with that bit of an introduction. You have several things in the passage that sort of scream to scholars, again, this symbolic, mythopoetic sort of context for what's going on here. Number one, you have the proximity of this material to Ezekiel 28. Okay, here we are right in the next chapter. And you had plenty of, again, cosmic references, again, various, divine stories from Canaan and, and a few other parts too. But you have a very clear mythopoetic bent in Ezekiel 28 that says, hey, we're talking about a historical figure here, but lurking in the background are these religious theological things that have to do with the divine council and cosmic rebellion and all this stuff. So you have here chapter 29 right on the heels of that. And we've seen this at other places in the book of Ezekiel. But that's one thing that leads scholars to think, okay, we're just getting more of the same. It's just that now it's directed against Egypt. Before it was the Prince of Tyre, now it's against Egypt. You also have following chapters 31 and 32, which when we get there, it's going to be abundantly clear that there's something going on there in this, again, kind of mythopoetic, cosmic worldview sort of thing. So the fact that here you have chapter 29 right between those two things, again, scholars are thinking, well, the context argues for this. Secondly, the word tanim, again, the lemma tanin is important. We'll see in a moment why, because I'm going to take you to some other passages. The line about the hook in the jaw is important because that's going to show up in other passages where the great dragon, Leviathan, who is called Tanin, is going to be discussed. And Leviathan is perhaps the most well-known chaos symbol in antiquity. And then fourth, the notion of being cast into the wilderness to be given as food for land-dwelling animals and birds is another thing that pops up in episodes or passages where Leviathan is discussed. When Leviathan is judged, he is handed over again to the other beasts to, so they can pick its carcass, that kind of thing. So those four observations, when scholars read these first 5 verses, again, just scream to them, okay, we're going to have some sort of mythopoetic context here, some sort of wider abstract religious worldview at work in this passage. It's not just about, hey, there's a crocodile that we're just going to take that big beast and we're going to sort of analogize Pharaoh to that thing. It's more than zoology here. So let's talk about Tanim, and of course the lemma is Tanin with an N. It appears in Deuteronomy 32:33, for instance, and I'll just read it to you. Their wine is the poison of serpents and the cruel venom of asps. Okay, if you cut out to that passage, the word there for serpents there is tanim. Okay, tananim in that case. But here you have a parallel. Now notice the parallel. You have this word for dragon in parallel with another word clearly for serpent. In that case, it's going to be the asp, which is a different term than nakash. In this case, it's peten is the lemma. Again, a common word for a serpent, an asp, a type of snake in the Bible. But you have, again, the dragon in parallel with this, this particular snake. So it could be, and again, it often is, that dragon here would have been conceived by the ancient person as a serpent-like creature. The serpentine idea is clear from the encounter with the Egyptian magicians. Remember, Moses and Aaron goes in before Pharaoh. They go in there and they confront Pharaoh in Exodus 7, verses 9 and following. Well, if we read verse 9, it says, God tells Moses, when Pharaoh says to you, prove yourselves by working a miracle, then you shall say to Aaron, take your staff and cast it down before Pharaoh that it may become a serpent. Okay, believe it or not, that's Tanim right there. Same thing for verse 12, same chapter. Again, the confrontation with Pharaoh. So again, this term, this dragon term, which everybody says, oh, that's a crocodile because it lives in the Nile. Well, okay, it could be, it might be, because there's not just one description of the great sea creature that is the symbol of chaos, the symbol of hostility to Yahweh's good order. Okay, there's no one way of telegraphing that. But in some of these, there is a very distinct, again, serpentine flavor to the context, and I'm harping on this for a specific reason that I'll mention in a bit. Tanim is also used of saltwater creatures. Job 7:12. So it's not always fresh water. We read here, "Am I the sea or a sea monster that you set a guard over me?" Job 7:12. Sea monster there in the ESV is Tanim. Now I'm going to go to Isaiah 51:9, where I think the most significant connection here is made, because this is going to help us go to a couple other passages. But in Isaiah 51:9, again, we're talking about this dragon motif. Again, what people in the ancient world would have thought when they either hear preached or they read in a text tanim. Again, they're going to be thinking some very specific things that relate to just why the world is the way it is. Why is it chaotic? Why is there upheaval? Why is there disorder? Surely God wouldn't make the world this way on purpose. Okay, well, there are forces at work against the way things God wants it to be. And that's where you get the concept of chaos. So in Isaiah 51:9, we read this: Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of the Lord. Awake as in days of old, the generations of long ago. Was it not you who cut Rahav in pieces, who pierced the dragon? Now again, note the parallel there. Dragon, Tanim, is in parallel to Rahav. Okay? Verse 10, was it not you who dried up the sea, the waters of the great deep, who made the depths of the sea a way for the redeemed to pass over? Obviously, that's a reference to the Exodus, crossing over the great deep. Well, the great deep here is where the dragon lived. It's where Rahav lived. And in Isaiah 51, God is judging Rahav. He's judging the dragon by drying up the sea, okay? Now, if you take that back, to Ezekiel 29, again, we have the dragon in the Nile, and God says in verse 5, I will cast you out into the wilderness, and you and all the fish of your stream, I'm going to empty that thing out. You're going to be, essentially put on dry land. The beasts of the earth and the birds of the heavens are going to pick your carcass, that sort of thing. So keep all these things in mind. Let's go to Isaiah 30, verse 17. Egypt's help is worthless and empty. Therefore I have called her Rahav, who sits still. Again, Rahav, the same word as in Isaiah 51, where it's paralleled with this, with the dragon. Again, part of the matrix of terms that speak of chaos. Well, what's the point of, God sort of making fun of Egypt here by calling her Rahav, who sits still? Well, basically because you don't have the power to do anything. You're not a threat. Okay, you might as well just, sit on your butt over there in the corner, because, you're not doing anything. You're sort of feckless or useless. Again, you're impotent is the idea. You're not active. Okay, you're not, a force to be reckoned with. Let's go to Psalm 89. This is a divine council passage. Let the heavens praise your wonders, O Lord, your faithfulness in the assembly of the holy ones. For who in the skies can be compared to the Lord? Who among the heavenly beings, the B'nai Elim, is like the Lord, a God greatly to be feared in the council of the holy ones, and awesome above all who are around him? O Lord, God of hosts, who is mighty as you are, O Lord, with your faithfulness all around you? You could also translate that your faithful ones all around you, in a council reference. You rule the raging of the sea. In other words, you are greater than the powers of chaos. The sea and the creatures, of course, living in it, like this great sea monster dragon, super sea serpent kind of thing. Okay, those were symbols of something not under control. Why? Because the sea was unmanageable. It was unpredictable. It was threatening. Okay, but the Lord, God, is stronger than the sea. He is the one who calms the waters. He is the one in control of them. He is the one who puts the sea under restraint in the creation narratives. So verse 9 again, Psalm 89. You rule the raging of the sea. When its waves rise, you still them. You crushed Rahav like a carcass. You scattered your enemies with your mighty arm. The heavens are yours. The earth also is yours. The world and all that is in it, you have founded them. The north and the south, you have created them. Tabor and Hermon joyously praise your name. You have a mighty arm. Strong is your hand, high your right hand. Righteousness and justice are the foundation of your throne. Steadfast love and faithfulness go before you. Again, here you have a reference to the God of the council, Yahweh, the Lord of the council, subduing, crushing, bringing, into restraint Rahav, again, the great sea beast, the forces of chaos. He stills the seas, he stills the waves, and he crushes Rahav like a carcass. Psalm 74, yet God my King is from of old, working salvation in the midst of the earth. You divided the sea by your might. You broke the heads of the sea monsters. There's our word tanim, on the waters. Because you broke the heads of the sea monsters, the tanim on the waters. You crushed the heads of Leviathan. You gave him as food for the creatures of the wilderness. Okay, right there it is. The same kind of language that we see right here in Ezekiel 29, where God is judging, God is crushing, God is destroying. There's a number of words here. God is, again, overpowering the Tanim. He is overpowering Leviathan. He is mightier than the forces who work against him. Again, and the way this is portrayed in biblical thinking is the raging sea. This is the primary metaphor for all of the forces that frighten us, threaten us, oppose the order that God imposed in creation. Okay, when there are problems, it's viewed as sort of an eruption of the forces, of nature. And again, this is why, when you had natural disaster, when you had things like this, it was viewed as in cosmic terms, that this is just symptomatic of the fact. Now catch this. This is symptomatic of the fact all this bad stuff that happens, again, either in the natural world, natural disasters, or we are reminded of by the threat, by the fearsomeness of the world we live in. It just reminds us that our world is not Eden. Our world is not the way God originally wanted it to be. Now, I think it's significant that the imagery for a lot of this is a dragon, that it's Tanim, that it's Leviathan, that it's Rahav, again, the great beast. Now, in later Jewish literature, Rahav is going to be viewed as the counterpart to Leviathan. In other words, Leviathan is the sea image for chaos, and Rahav is going to be viewed as a land beast that has the same metaphorical value. And it's not completely clear-cut here, but that's the way later Jewish material will take it, like in the Second Temple period. Be that as it may, I think it's important to notice that the metaphors really, again, are that are really crucially involved here are this dragon stuff, this serpent stuff, Leviathan stuff. Well, you say why? Well, I don't think it's a coincidence that back in Genesis 3, when you have, again, the initial disruption of God's good world, when you have divine rebellion and you have human rebellion, of course, the human rebellion is prompted by, an initial divine rebellion, by the Nakash, again, which can also be taken as serpent or shining one, or the one who dispenses divine information. Again, all those things apply in Genesis 3. But I think the fact that the writer latches on to serpent imagery, I don't think that's coincidental, because serpent imagery in the bigger picture, both in terms of Genesis, you have the waters that are stilled, in the early verses of Genesis. And again, I'm not arguing that Tehom is Tiamat, the Babylonian sea monster that Marduk has to slay to bring order into the world. Obviously, it would fit if that was the case, and scholars have made that case in the past. It's probably a better way to go if you take Tehom there as being Ugaritic in flavor, because that is the abyss, that's the great deep where, of course, Leviathan lives. Okay, it's the same idea. It's just, what's the point of origin? But I think to cast the divine rebel in serpentine form, okay, in a way that would be familiar to people in the ancient world, that okay, this is going to turn out badly, because when these guys are in the picture, and when we clearly know it's supernatural because snakes just don't talk, okay, we know that something is afoot here. We know that this is going to be an enemy of God and God's world, and the order that God wants for the humans to carry out the dominion mandate to make the rest of the world like this wonderful place called Eden. Something is afoot here, and it isn't good. Again, I don't think it's coincidence. Now, Dick Averbeck has done some interesting work here, relating the Leviathan imagery with the Genesis 3 imagery. I will try to remember to put that up, for people who are interested in that. I think I have a copy of his paper. It's been a while since I looked at it. If I do, I will post it. It was a conference paper that was later published. But again, catch the drift here, catch the point. There's a certain logic to portraying the divine enemy in this way, because the serpent becomes a symbol of disorder, disruption, adversarial hostility to the way God wants things. That is not an accident. In fact, if you go to Isaiah 27:1, this is an eschatological passage. In that day, the Lord with his hand and great and strong sword will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent. Okay, Leviathan, the twisting serpent, and he will slay the dragon in the sea. Well, guess what word is dragon there? Well, you guessed it. It's Tanim. And the fleeing serpent there is Nachash. Okay, the twisting serpent. Again, Nachash. Now, this passage, in fact, a lot of this verbiage here and in Psalm 74, again, is right out of Canaanite material about the same thing. Again, the forces of chaos, the battle of Leviathan. Now, here's the larger point here for our purposes here in Ezekiel 29. If this is the loaded backdrop against which people would naturally read Ezekiel 29, when they see Pharaoh, he's the dragon and the Nile, and he's going to be destroyed, and his carcass is going to be out there to get picked, and all this kind of stuff. Again, the literate Israelite who, again, is familiar with the wider worldview that they're in, both Egyptian and Canaanite, and just general Near Eastern imagery, because the imagery is not just isolated to one or two places. They're going to naturally read between the lines here, and they're going to see how Pharaoh is being cast as the great chaos enemy, like other chaos enemies, like Leviathan, like the Nakash of Genesis 3. This or that. These passages we read. Ezekiel 29 is going to be part of that whole matrix of divine rebellion motifs. Now, I'm belaboring this point for a specific reason. Why is it that again, nobody fights about this stuff when it comes to Ezekiel 29? Why is it that we fight about it when it comes to Ezekiel 28? Again, I'm pointing this out to draw attention again to what I think is a great inconsistency with how Ezekiel 28 is handled. Again, I'm not going to drift back into that. You can listen to the previous episode. Again, I am not one who says Ezekiel 28 is all about comparing the Prince of Tyre to Adam. I think it's about comparing the Prince of Tyre to a divine rebel. And I think that's very consistent with what went before and now what's going to come after, because it's not going to be just this chapter 29, with its transparent chaos mythology themes, okay? It's not just chapter 29, it's going to be 31 and 32. We're going to get it over again. This whole section, again, these parts of the oracles against the nations are casting the nations as forces of chaos. It's linking the nations back to the original time of chaos, back in the garden. Again, when all that was right was disrupted, when it all just gets blown up, okay? It's casting the rebellion, the disobedience, the antipathy of the nations against God's people and against Yahweh himself. It's casting all of that in the same light. And therefore, this material needs to be read, okay, against this common backdrop. You don't just intrude in all of that, again, all of this cosmic upheaval, this war against God. You don't just intrude into one chapter of that and say, oh, in this chapter it's about Adam. Okay, that's just hopelessly inconsistent. But again, I'll get off my hobby horse here. Now, let's go back to Ezekiel 29. I want to say a few more things about this, again, just to give you a flavor for it. I want to read just a little section here from the Dictionary of Biblical Imagery about the sea. And again, about the dragon again, and then we'll move on to some other things here. This source, Dictionary of Biblical Imagery, says this. This is from the entry on the word sea. The cosmic sea, however, also symbolizes the continued threat the forces of chaos pose against God and creation. The sea pushes against the boundaries established for it. Job 38:8, 8 through 11, Jeremiah 5:22. The Bible adapts its neighbor's creation myths of a primeval battle between a creator god and a sea monster of chaos called Leviathan, Rahab, or the dragon, or the serpent. Job 41 is an added reference there. Unlike the myths of neighboring nations, God creates the chaos monster and places it in the sea. Genesis 1:20 and 21, you have a reference there to the Tanim there. Psalm 104. The monster stirs the cosmic sea but is wounded and subdued by God. Job 26, Psalm 74, Psalm 89, Isaiah 51. We read most of those. And will ultimately be vanquished in the end times. There's your Isaiah 27 reference. As the home of the chaos monster who can be roused, the sea symbolizes the threat of the reemergence of chaos. In fact, the evil world powers and the Antichrist of the last days, which oppose God and his people, are, guess what? Symbolized as beasts arising from the sea. It's Daniel 7 and Revelation 13. Again, that is not a coincidence. This is part of how this concept, the concept of the forces of chaos against God's good order, against God's wish that the world would be what it was originally intended to be, would be Edenic, okay? This orderly kingdom of God on earth where God's children, humans, they're part of the family, are happy and productive, okay? All of that gets contrasted in this way. And so it's no coincidence that the great enemy of the end, the great eschatological enemy, would be cast in the same way, a beast that arises from the sea. And the Antichrist is called the beast. All right. Again, these things are deliberate, they're intentional, they are put there in the text, Old or New Testament, by the writer with the presumption that you're going to know what the language means. Okay? Back to the Dictionary of Biblical Imagery. As creator, God controls the sea, both producing and calming its waves, and keeping it within its boundaries. He can dry up the sea at will, Nahum 1:4, or unleash it to judge the world, as in the flood. Thus, the threat of chaos and evil, which the sea symbolizes, is ultimately hollow because it's under God's authority. The parting of the Red Sea and destruction of Pharaoh is a reenactment of the subduing of the sea and the chaos monster, once more demonstrating God's ultimate authority over forces of chaos and evil. The same authority is symbolized by Jesus walking on the sea, and I like to add basically wiping his feet on it, and calming the sea. Even the beast of Revelation, which arises from the sea, is subdued and cast into the lake of fire. And we'll stop there. Well, one more line because I like this too. The throne room of God contains something like a sea of glass, which may refer to the cosmic sea, Revelation 4:6, Revelation 15:2. But it's like glass, it's calm. Okay, the calmness of the sea symbolizes the absence of evil and the absence of chaos in heaven. For there is no monster of chaos able to disturb it. At the consummation, the cosmic sea is mingled with fire, perhaps a symbol of impending judgment, Revelation 15:2. And after the consummation, there is no more sea, Revelation 21:1. Which symbolizes no more actual or possible threat to the creation and the sovereignty of God. And I would say there's no more threat to the new global Eden. Everything comes full circle. So in light of all that, in light of what I've said, in light of what the DBI says, again, you read Ezekiel 29, the judgment of Pharaoh is a reenactment of the judgment, okay, way back in Moses' day, the conquest of the sea for God's people. And even deeper than that, it's a reenactment, it's a rehearsal of the idea that God is the one who is mightier than the forces of chaos. God will defeat Pharaoh, who is the dragon, who says the Nile is my own. Well, actually, Pharaoh, it isn't your own. Actually, Pharaoh, it's not you who is in control of it. Your nice little ordered world is about to be turned upside down because I view you as a force against me. And I'm going to deal with that force. Again, people in the ancient world would have picked up on the messaging very readily, but for us it takes a little bit of work. Now, 29:3, a little side note here that's kind of interesting. When we read my Nile or the Nile, my Nile is my own. I made it for myself. The reading I made it for myself is actually based on texts other than the Masoretic text, like the Septuagint. Okay, the Masoretic text says, "The my Nile is my own. I made myself." It's a if you just go with the Masoretic text, it's actually a claim of self-creation. Why is that important? Because Atum Ra, the high god of Egypt, again, who is supposed to be the one ruling in line with the Pharaoh, Atum Ra claimed to be self-created. And God's like, well, let's just find out how powerful you are. Let's just illustrate who's really the ultimate power here. And there are some textual issues. If we go with that Masoretic text, I'll just give you a for instance here. It's the only occurrence, according to Bauer Leander, their well-known lexicon. It's the only occurrence of a reflexive form with a suffix, and so they look at that and say, well, maybe the translations really did read something else, or so maybe it's not the original text, but if it is, this "I made myself" idea is actually very consistent, with the way an Egyptian would have been thinking because of Atum Ra. Let's just work through the rest of the passage now real quickly because I want to get to something else in particular in chapter 30 here. But in the next few verses 6 to 9, Egypt is a broken reed, okay? When God says, you have been a staff of reed to the house of Israel. When they grasped you with a hand, you broke and tore all their shoulders. Basically, the Israelites leaned on you and you weren't any help. In fact, you were destructive. And if you want to go through the verses there, the whole point is that Egypt is not someone to be trusted. They are not reliable. It is a broken reed and it fails everybody who trusts her. So it's an indictment. We have here, Egypt will be made a desolation in verses 10 through 16. We have a specific reference to 40 years. Okay, verse 13. For thus says the Lord God, at the end of 40 years I will gather the Egyptians from the peoples among whom they were scattered. I will restore the fortunes of Egypt, bring them back to the land of Pathros, the land of their origin. It shall be the most lowly of kingdoms and never exalt itself above the nations. So, basically Ezekiel's saying, Egypt is going to have a bit of a comeback, but it'll never be what it was. And the 40 years here is, scholars have been interested in this because 40 is a very common, again, symbolic number. Taylor writes here, in terms of literal fulfillment, these threats never become reality. Egypt never endured an exile as Judah did, but her subsequent history consisted of repeated conquest and humiliation. So he's actually saying it's not just restricted to 40 years. Ezekiel's going to get, Ezekiel is prophesying that Egypt is going to get trashed, and they do by Nebuchadnezzar. That's the immediate context. And from that point on, they never really recover. They go through not just 40 years, but centuries of, well, we're still here, but somebody else is a threat now. Somebody else, takes over. This is the period where you're going to have foreigners become pharaohs. Again, we had a period earlier where you have Semites that become pharaohs during one of the intermediate periods, and that factors into the whole discussion of biblical chronology. But afterwards, you actually have Persians in one instance, Libyans, become the pharaoh over United Egypt. They're not natural-born citizen pharaohs. They are ruled from outside. They never recover, from the set of circumstances that Ezekiel is talking about here. In verses 17 through 21, we get a chronological reference. In the 27th year, in the first month, on the first day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, made his army labor hard against Tyre. Every head was made bald, every shoulder was rubbed bare, yet neither he or his army got anything from Tyre to pay for the labor that he had performed against her. Basically, it was sort of a war of diminishing returns. But we talked about the circumstances with Tyre that eventually their royalty their rulers were actually sent off into exile to live in Babylon, and Tyre became a city that sort of functioned by tribute. Verse 19, back to our present chapter, because Ezekiel brings up Tyre and then says, therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I will give the land of Egypt to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. So, when Nebuchadnezzar shows up to face the Egyptians, he's going to be really irritated because of what happened at Tyre. It took a long time. They didn't completely destroy the city, but they did, conquer it in the sense of tribute situation and all that sort of stuff. Well, in Egypt's case, he's going to come off in verse 19. He will despoil it and plunder it. It shall be the wages for his army. Basically, the loss that Nebuchadnezzar suffered in time and expense on Tyre, he's going to make up for it in Egypt. So this doesn't bode well for the Egyptians. Verse 20, I have given him the land of Egypt as his payment for which he labored, because they worked for me, declares the Lord God. Now, again, in the case of the imagery or the reference back to Tyre, Taylor writes this: Nebuchadnezzar's siege of Tyre had lasted for 13 years, and by the end of that time, this is Ezekiel's language, every head was made bald and every shoulder was rubbed bare, meaning this is a graphic description of the chafing of helmets and the carrying of burdens for the siege works. I mean, it took so many years. Soldiers, were suited up, helmeted for so long, they started to lose their hair. Their shoulders are rubbed raw because they keep having to carry siege works back and forth and all this stuff. It's just a reference to the duration and the frustration that Tyre put up in its resistance. But Nebuchadnezzar, again, wins out, again, in a tributary sense, but he's going to basically make up what he lost when he gets to Egypt, and that is not good news for the Egyptians. Again, the chronological reference gives us a book. We have here the reference that it is actually given puts us at 571 BC. It links the punishment of Egypt with that of Tyre a few years, preceding that when the Tyre campaign wrapped up. So it's the right time period, and again, the picture here is consistent. In verse 21, the last thing in chapter 21 is the last verse in chapter 29, but this is the last thing I want to say in chapter 29. So verse 21, it says, on that day, when all this happens, I will cause a horn to spring up for the house of Israel, and I will open your lips among them. God is speaking to the prophet. I will open your lips among them. Then they will know that I am the Lord. Now this might be, for those of you who, again, have some serious Bible under your belt, when you see the reference to the horn, you might be thinking of the Messiah. Okay, it might be messianic because you do get this language in passages like Psalm 132:17. There I will make a horn to sprout for David. I have prepared a lamp for my anointed. Okay, there's horn language associated with the Messiah. It could be a more general reference to the restoration of the Davidic dynasty. In other words, they return from exile, because Ezekiel, the people that he's with, are in exile. So it could be a reference to the return of the Davidic dynasty back again to the homeland. Some scholars take it as a reference to Ezekiel's preaching about Israel's future restoration. In other words, linking those two ideas. So in essence, God says, I'm going to judge Egypt, and on that day when all this happens, I'm going to cause a horn to spring up for the house of Israel. So that's either a reference to that's when things are going to be set in motion to bring the Davidic dynasty back, and you're going to start preaching about that. I will open your lips among them. So when I'm finished with Egypt, then we're going to turn our attention to the future of the people of God. And that's basically what happens in the rest of the book of Ezekiel, because we're going to have chapter 30, chapter 31, chapter 32. That's still going to be about Egypt. And then chapter 33, we're going to get the report that Jerusalem has fallen. Okay. And then beginning with chapter 37, we've got chapter 34 and the fallout of the report. But when you get to chapter 37, the rest of the book is about the restoration of Israel. So this verse might be a way of sort of telegraphing that, we're about to get to the place where God says, I'm going to start putting in motion plans to bring Israel back, and you're going to start preaching about it. So that's probably the best general way to take it. I want to read to you a little bit about the horn, though, because to us it sounds really odd. What does a horn have to do with Messiah? What does a horn have to do with David? It just doesn't make any sense. Well, there's a reason why it would have made sense, again, to an ancient person. So I'm going to go back to the Dictionary of Biblical Imagery. I think it has a real good article in this. I'm going to give you a few excerpts from it. It says this: the literal image of horn is of the animal horn as an effective defensive weapon. The Bible does not distinguish between horns and antlers, so horn refers to pointed bony structures on the heads of male sheep, goats, deer, cattle, oxen, and so forth. They give the animal a regal look and provide such an impressive defense mechanism that their imagery was widely employed to represent power. The metaphorical value of the horn comes primarily from the fact that the size and condition of an animal's horns are indicative of its power, its status, it's grown to a certain point of maturity in the herd, and its health. Okay. In general, horn represents power or status in a social context. In Deuteronomy 33:17, Moses compares the tribes of Joseph to, quote, a firstborn bull whose horns are the horns of a wild ox, unquote, because Ephraim and Manasseh were large tribes and very powerful. Therefore, quote, lifting up the horn of someone means bestowing power and joy and health and prestige. So you get references like Psalm 92:10. You have exalted my horn like that of the wild ox. You have poured over me fresh oil. Again, you've given me power. You've given me prestige, is the point. 1 Samuel 2, verse 1. And Hannah prayed and said, my heart exalts in the Lord. My horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth derides my enemies because I rejoice in your salvation. Remember the context, the other women are making fun of her because she's barren. And when she gets this promise about having a child, or makes this vow, this is part of her prayer, that I'm going to get the strength, the health, to bear a child, and I'm going to have victory over my enemies. Again, so even in her context as a woman who of course doesn't have any military position or anything like that, it's still viewed the same way. That again, we're going to give you the strength, the power, the whatever, to overcome something, to be victorious over something. Back to the dictionary. Conversely, on the other side, cutting off the horn is the removal of one's power or influence. You get references to that effect. Okay, Psalm 75:10. All the horns of the wicked I will cut off. Okay, well, the psalmist isn't saying, hey, those guys were fighting, they had horns, like they were just weird animal creatures or something. No, the whole point is that I'm going to defeat the wicked. All the horns of the wicked I will cut off. I'm going to make them powerless. I'm going to take away their power. I'm going to take away their prestige. I'm going to take away, again, their status. Jeremiah 48:25, same thing. I'm not going to read all the verses, but back to the article. Since God is the source of strength to those who trust in him, David declares, quote, the Lord is the horn of my salvation, my stronghold. In Revelation 5:6, the Lamb has 7 horns. And the number 7 is significant. His kingly power is perfect. Okay, there's nothing lacking. By metonymy, horn came to symbolize those who had power, political or military. This is why in Mesopotamian art, for instance, horns indicate deity and deified kings. Okay, again, this is just stock. It's stock imagery in the ancient Near East. In Daniel 7 and 8, the horns represent successions of kings or multiple branches of military power. The book of Revelation picks up this kind of imagery. Both the dragon and the first beast in Revelation 12 and 13 have 10 horns, which Revelation 17:12 explains as 10 kings. And we could go on and on, but you get the idea. So this is an important, biblical image that I wanted to sort of camp on a little bit, because you're going to encounter it elsewhere, and people, might wonder, well, what's so big about a horn? Again, this helps you understand the metaphor a little bit. Let's go to Ezekiel 30. There's one or two things I want to point out here in what remains of the episode. This is a lament for Egypt. So just like we had in Ezekiel 26 and 27, we had the judgment of Tyre, then we had a lament, for Tyre, then we had the same thing for the prince of Tyre, 2 halves of Ezekiel 28. You get the judgment, then you get the lament. Well, here we have a judgment, And in chapter 29, this judgment oracle. Now we have a lament in chapter 30 for Egypt. The word of the Lord came to me, Son of man, prophesy and say, thus says the Lord God, wail, alas, for the day is near, the day of the Lord is near. It will be a day of clouds, a time of doom for the nations. A sword shall come upon Egypt, and anguish shall be in Cush. When the slain fall in Egypt, and her wealth is carried away, and her foundations are torn down. Then he lists Cush, Put, Lud, Arabia, Libya, all the people of the land that is in league. Again, these are geographical areas, that surround and are in league with Egypt. They're, basically under Egypt's sphere of dominion. They shall also fall with them, with the Egyptians, by the sword. So the whole, chapter, goes into this kind of language, you're about what's going to happen to Egypt. Again, very familiar, very similar to what we've seen before with Tyre. In verse 13, there's something here that people might have a question about. It says, thus says the Lord God, I will destroy the idols and put an end to the images in Memphis. There shall no longer be a prince from the land of Egypt, so I will put fear in the land of Egypt. Now, this word prince is used here. It is the word nasi, again, which we have seen and people might remember from previous episodes or maybe Q&As or something like that, is one of the terms that can be used for divine beings, divine princes. I don't think in this case that we have here the judgment of the divine prince, the divine being over the land of Egypt. I think this is a reference to the Pharaoh again. And the reason I say that is because elsewhere in Scripture, like Isaiah 34, Isaiah 24, the judgment of the gods over the nations is something that is associated with the day of the Lord. And of course, when you get into the New Testament, it's associated with the resurrection for that reason. That the resurrection begins the reset. It is the reset button, again, to fix the power of death, to annul the quote-unquote legal arrangement that Yahweh had created in Deuteronomy 32, where the nations are put under other gods. When Christ rises from the dead, again, he is Yahweh incarnate. He becomes the seed from Genesis 12:3. Through you, all of the nations of the earth will be blessed. He becomes that seed of Abraham that is the conduit, the gateway through which the people of those nations can return back to the family of the Most High and to throw off the authority of the now corrupt gods of the nations. That is day of the Lord stuff. And in the New Testament, it initiates with the resurrection, and it will be consummated at the actual day of the Lord, the final judgment, when the gods of the nations are displaced and replaced by believers, who are put over the nations. So I don't think that this is a reference in Ezekiel 30 to that, because we lack. There's an immediate historical context for this. This is not the day of the Lord kind of thing going on here. So that's why I don't think we're talking about the judgment of the particular god or gods of Egypt in that sense in this passage. Verse 22, one more comment here. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I am against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and I will break his arms, both the strong arm and the one that was broken, and I will make the sword fall from his hand. Just a word on arm here. Now, the arm imagery is used a number of times in this chapter, proceeding on from verse 22 here, strengthening the arms of this or that nation, this or that person, Pharaoh, Babylon, whatever. Again, it's not this. We don't want to overly literalize this, and I think most readers are going to realize this. But you might still be wondering, okay, what's with the arm imagery? Well, Dictionary of Biblical Imagery. Again, I'll read you a couple of excerpt statements from that. Both the arm and the hand are biblical images of power. Typically, such images suggest power toward a purpose, although the agent may be either divine or human. For example, the psalmist praises the Lord whose, quote, arm is endued with power, unquote. Again, it's an anthropomorphic image. That's Psalm 89:13. But elsewhere, he pleads with God to, quote, break the arm of the wicked and evil man, Psalm 10:15. So, you might have a bigger problem. The psalmist might have had a bigger problem with the wicked man than just, oh, go break that guy's arm and make it hurt for a while. No, the reference is to more than that. The reference is to judge this evil guy. Remove this obstacle, this evil person who is my enemy, who is being hostile to me. And it could have been in any range of difficulties. This wicked person that the psalmist is thinking of could have been troubling him for any number of reasons. It's not just, again, to inflict physical injury, but it's basically asking God to deal with this wicked person. Take their power away. Okay, break the arm of the wicked and evil man, and of course, anyone who preys upon the weak. Depending on the context, the images of the arm or hand can represent power in action, either good or evil. Dominating all else is the epithet in the Bible of the outstretched arm. There are nearly 20 references to this. He gives a few examples: Exodus 6:6, 15:16, Deuteronomy 4:34. Whenever this formulaic phrase appears, it is always in reference to the power of God. Okay, outstretched arm, power of God. This image can apply to God's power in creation, in the deliverance of his people, or in his judgment. But God's outstretched arm also functions as a picture of divine judgment, not just judgment on earth, but divine judgment, so on and so forth. Again, I think you get the idea that when we read about the outstretched arm, again, this is an idiom that the Bible uses generally for the power of God. And elsewhere, just the reference to arms, someone's arm can be power either for a wicked person or a good person, that kind of thing. So it's just a generic idiom for any sort of power that one exerts over someone else, that kind of thing. So I wanted to say a few words about that. The rest of Ezekiel 30, I mean, that reference to the arm basically almost puts us at the end of the chapter anyway. Again, it's just a rehearsal of bad stuff is going to happen to Egypt. Nebuchadnezzar's coming to get you, and you're in big trouble. Now, we're going to stop there because in the next 2 chapters, we're going to repeat some of these ideas, like Pharaoh is going to be judged. But we're going to get into some, again, very heady, kind of up to our knees in ancient Near Eastern cosmological, cosmic sort of divine council thinking when it with respect to Pharaoh and what's going to happen to Pharaoh and how Pharaoh is cast. And again, ultimately, the scene's going to shift to the underworld, and we're going to get into more of these things. A lot of it's going to remind you of Isaiah 14. Okay. And again, I don't think that's coincidental. I think that's deliberate on the part of Ezekiel. Again, we're in a section, this whole matrix of ideas, where God is using divine rebellion and judgment, and now we're going to get references to Sheol, the realm of the dead, as part of how all these events are being cast, and on the way to, again, reviving Israel, resurrecting Israel and its future. That Ezekiel's going to soon be, veering, away from the oracles against the nations and veering into this. Okay, Israel has a future. These other nations, not so much, but Israel has an amazing future ahead of her. So we're almost at that transition point, but we got to go through, again, some of the dark stuff in the next 2 chapters. We'll stick with chapter 31. Listeners may already know what the chapter is about as far as the theme. Scholars like to refer to this as the felling of the cosmic tree. So this is like tailor-made for the kind of stuff we do. There's a lot of divine counsel connection that we're going to be talking about with this chapter. But I should sort of issue a warning. This is really dense material, but I can say that on the one hand to kind of warn maybe people who haven't listened to too many episodes that we're going to be wading into some dense content here, that parts of which might sound foreign or be hard to follow. It's okay. I'm going to give you the resources that if you subscribe to the newsletter, you will actually get some really, really good stuff on the content of Ezekiel 31, and again, divine counsel stuff. We're going to get into Mount Hermon today. Again, that ties in, with my book that's due out imminently here. So there's a lot of stuff that you can get by listening, but you can get a lot more stuff if you subscribe to the email list. So to do that, you just go to drmsh.com, right-hand side, sign up for the newsletter, the email list, and you're going to get articles that I'll reference here today. So on the one hand, it's going to be a little dense, but on the other hand, this is also a good illustration of how this podcast gives people, normal people, access to high scholarship. That really is part of our mission. My attitude is even if people aren't trained in grad school programs in Hebrew Bible and the ancient Near East, even though you can't digest it all, you should still be exposed to it. And since a lot of it's not free online, again, you get it with the newsletter. That's the way I can deliver it to you. So please do that. We're going to be in for a good ride here with the cosmic tree. And again, we're arms dealers here. We're not afraid to give you content. Some people, believe it or not, I get criticized for stuff I write, and even things like the podcast occasionally that, oh, you're exposing people with all this content. They don't really know what to do with it. That it's like giving people a gun and they don't know how to use the thing. Well, okay, thanks for the analogy. I'm an arms dealer. I'm a content arms dealer. This is what we do here. So if you're new to the podcast, this is what you're going to get. This will be a good illustration. So let's jump in here to the chapter. I'm just going to read the chapter. It's not that long. And there are going to be some things that just pop out to you right away that you're going to say to yourself, if you are a frequent listener or if you have read The Unseen Realm, you're going to think, oh yeah, Mike's going to park on this. Okay, some of it's just that obvious. So first verse here, in the 11th year, in the 3rd month, on the 1st day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me. Son of man, say to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his multitude. So let me just pause right here and say, this is not just for Pharaoh. We're going to come back to that point in a moment. But son of man, say to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his multitude, the Egyptians, whom are you like in your greatness? Behold, Assyria was a cedar in Lebanon, with beautiful branches and forest shade and of towering height, its top among the clouds. The waters nourished it, the deep made it grow tall, making its rivers flow around the place of its planting, sending forth its streams to all the trees of the field. So it towered high above all the trees of the field. Its boughs grew large, and its branches long, from abundant water in its shoots. All the birds of the heavens made their nests in its boughs. Under its branches all the beasts of the field gave birth to their young, and under its shadow lived all great nations. It was beautiful in its greatness, in the length of its branches, for its roots went down to abundant waters. The cedars in the garden of God could not rival it, nor the fir trees equal its boughs. Neither were the plane trees like its branches. No tree in the garden of God was its equal in beauty. I made it beautiful in the mass of its branches, and all the trees of Eden envied it that were in the garden of God. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, this is verse 10, because it towered high and set its top among the clouds, and its heart was proud because of its height, I will give it into the hand of a mighty one of the nations. He shall surely deal with it as its wickedness deserves. I have cast it out. Foreigners, the most ruthless of nations, have cut it down and left it. On the mountains and in all the valleys its branches have fallen, and its boughs have been broken in all the ravines of the land, and all the peoples of the earth have gone away from its shadow and left it. On its fallen trunk dwell all the birds of the heavens, and on its branches are all the beasts of the field. All this in order that no trees by the waters may grow to towering height or set their tops among the clouds, and that no trees that drink water may reach up to them in height, for they are all given over to death, to the world below, among the children of man, with those who go down to the pit. Thus says the Lord God, verse 15, on the day the cedar went down to Sheol, I caused mourning. I closed the deep over it and restrained its rivers, and many waters were stopped. I clothed Lebanon in gloom for it, and all the trees of the field fainted because of it. I made the nations quake at the sound of its fall, when I cast it down to Sheol with those who go down to the pit, and all the trees of Eden, the choice and the best of Lebanon, all that drink water were comforted in the world below. They also went down to Sheol with it, to those who are slain by the sword. Yes, those who were its arm, who lived under its shadow among the nations. Whom are you thus like in glory and in greatness among the trees of Eden? You shall be brought down with the trees of Eden to the world below. You shall lie among the uncircumcised with those who are slain by the sword. This is Pharaoh and all his multitude, declares the Lord God. That's the end of the chapter. That's Ezekiel 31. Now, there's just a lot of places that we could drill down here, but I just want to draw your attention to a few things, and then we're going to get into something that's a lot wider thematically. This is like other chapters in Ezekiel, like Ezekiel 28, okay? The writer is describing not just Pharaoh here, but the whole nation of Egypt, the Egyptian empire, the might of Egypt, casting them by analogy to something. And he actually, brings Assyria into it. So it's before the Egyptian empire, before they were a big deal. Again, try to think historically now to Ezekiel's time period. Before the Egyptians were a factor, a serious factor in this part of the world, again, in relation to the people of God. And this is really during the monarchy, we'll say. Who were the big enemies to the Israelite monarchy? Well, it was the Assyrians. Okay, we've talked about the Assyrians before in the podcast, in the book of Ezekiel. Again, the Klingons of the Old Testament. They were feared for lots of legitimate reasons, but historically, their power faded, and Egypt became the big stick on the block. But here we have in this chapter, and we've had other indications in the oracles against the nations in the two earlier chapters, that Egypt's time is going to fade, and they're going to be dealt with by the new power in the area that God is going to use to judge his own people and Egypt, and that is Babylon. So, we have a reference here to the prophet addressing the Egyptians and saying, hey, remember Assyria? Remember how awesome they were? Remember how powerful they were? He actually compares Assyria, again, to this tree. And again, using an analogy, and of course the point is, well, what precisely is the analogy? What is he comparing Assyria to that would make sense to the hearer? Again, to someone from ancient Israel who would read this later on. What they're going to know what Assyria was about, but what's the other point of analogy? Now, clearly, it has something to do with Eden, because Assyria is being compared to this magnificent tree, again, what scholars are going to call the cosmic tree, the world tree. We'll get into that concept in a moment. Assyria is being compared to it, and God's telling the Egyptians, look, hey, they were just great, but they fell. Assyria fell because of their hubris. I judged them, again, because of their arrogance. And I'm going to judge you for the same reason. So we're getting sort of a comparison with Assyria. That's the guts of the warning here. And the prophet is using, he's describing their downfall, the mighty Assyrians that everyone was afraid of. He describes their downfall in this cosmic tree thing going on, this and he links it to Eden, this Edenic analogy, again, whatever it is. And he wants the Pharaoh and the Egyptians to listen to this, because their fate is going to be the same. If Assyria was judged, who do you think you guys are? Okay, I'm going to bring somebody along to judge you. And of course, we know from other parts, of the Old Testament, other parts of the prophets, that Babylon's going to get judged too. We don't get that in the book of Ezekiel, because in the book of Ezekiel, the Babylonians are God's instrument of justice against the nations and to judge his own people. But for instance, a book like Habakkuk, this is what the book of Habakkuk is about. Habakkuk says, hey, what about the Babylonians? They're worse than we are. I mean, they're just awful. Aren't you going to judge them too? And God says, yeah, I'll get to them. Okay. So we get that in the Old Testament, but here we are in Ezekiel 1. And so we need to start thinking about what the chapter actually says. Who are the points of analogy? It's not just one guy. It's not just Pharaoh. And I'm bringing that up because there are a lot of scholars, just like in Ezekiel 28, that will read Ezekiel 31 and say, oh, just like, Ezekiel compared the king of Tyre, the prince of Tyre, the king of Tyre to Adam, and said, hey, Adam fell, and you're going to fall too. So now we get Ezekiel telling Pharaoh that you're going to fall just like, believe it or not, Adam. You say, well, we just read the whole chapter. Where's Adam in there? Yeah, he's not in here. But scholars put him there because of the reference to Eden, and they put him there because of what they do in Ezekiel 28 to get Adam into the text. Now, we talked about that in a previous episode. If you haven't listened to that episode yet, I recommend doing that. But they're going to treat Ezekiel 31 the same way. And from the get-go, the very beginning of the chapters just tells you that that's misguided, because he says, Son of man, say to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and to his multitude. This is not about Pharaoh. This is about the Egyptian empire. And that's why it's being compared to the Assyrian Empire. So right away, if you're looking at this passage thinking this is about Pharaoh, and the right analogy for Pharaoh would be a guy, and a guy in Eden, well, the only guy in Eden was Adam, you're already down the wrong path, just from the get-go. But that's where a lot of people are. Now, I want to go back and unpack a lot of this, and you're going to see how problematic this is. And I also hope you see how cool what actually is going on is, what the point of analogy is, what's the other side of the analogy. Questions like, well, why even bring Eden into the discussion? And when you do, why are you associating Eden with Lebanon? Okay, Lebanon, again, if you're familiar with your biblical geography, Lebanon is going to be to the north. Again, here we go already with the cosmic north idea. If you've read Unseen Realm, this is going to be familiar territory. But we've got Lebanon in the north. This is, again, we know where Lebanon is in modern times in the Middle East. Well, it's the same place, same country, so to speak. But you have Lebanon to the north. There's going to be a mountain range there, actually a couple of them. Lebanon is going to be known for its cedar forests, and that's part of this chapter. But then it gets lumped in with Eden, and you think, what in the world is Ezekiel doing? Why is he comparing Eden, the garden of God, with Lebanon? Because if we go read Genesis and the four rivers there of Eden, that's just nowhere. That's Tigris and Euphrates. That is nowhere near Lebanon. What is he doing? Okay, it's about the cosmic abode of God, or the cosmic abode of the gods. Okay, that whole cosmic mountain concept you're going to have in your head to be able to track with this. So hopefully you've read Unseen Realm. Hopefully, again, you've listened to the previous episode in Ezekiel 28, because we're going to draw on things in both of those. But it's really, really cool. There's going to be sort of a content surprise or two that we're going to hit on today. So let's go back to the passage we have there. Son of man, say to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to his multitude, who are you like in your greatness? Like, who do you think you are? Behold, Assyria was a cedar in Lebanon. Well, the Assyrian Empire wasn't in Lebanon. And why would you compare it to a cedar? If you're going to compare it to a tree, why a tree in this place called Lebanon? Again, right away, we're like, what in the world is going on? And then you get this whole description. Did you notice how frequently in the description of this Lebanon place, okay, we get references to forestry, and we get references to a well-watered place. Verse 3, forest shade, beautiful branches. He's talking about this tree, the great cedar in Lebanon. Verse 4, the waters nourished it. The deep, and guess what the word is there? Tehom, okay? Again, the primeval deep that you get from Genesis 1. The deep made it grow tall. The deep is part of Israelite cosmology. Think of Israelite cosmology. You have a three-tiered universe. You have the earth, that's the middle tier. That's where people dwell. Above it, again, you've got this firmament dome, and God lives above it, and the waters above the firmament and all that stuff. And then below, you have the waters below. That's Sheol. Sheol, the underworld, is described as a watery abyss. Okay? This should be familiar. And if you're listening to this podcast or read Unseen Realm or a lot of other my stuff, you're going to know about Israelite cosmology. That's going to become a big deal here, because the idea of a cosmic tree is part of ancient Israelite cosmology, the three-tiered universe. Back to verse 4, we get a reference to the waters. We get a reference to the deep, to home. Verse 4, we also get a reference to rivers and streams. Verse 5, there's a reference to abundant water. Then we get the description of how magnificent the tree is. And verse 7, abundant waters. Verse 8, the cedars in the garden of God could not rival it. No tree in the garden of God. Verse 9, all the trees of Eden envied it that were in the garden of God. Again, you have abundant references to trees, forests, and a well-watered place. Just store that away for now. Again, the impression is this has something to do with Eden, but how is this possible? Well, let's start with how this language is usually interpreted by scholars. Scholars typically will note, if you have a good commentary, something that tries to take the text seriously, gets into the text, scholars will note that the passage obviously draws on the notion, this idea, this concept of the world tree or the cosmic tree. Again, you have to conceive of this. It's hard for us because we're modern. You have to think of a giant tree whose boughs reach to the heavens. I mean, the very heights of the heavens, even beyond the sky. It's planted on earth, though, so the tree is as tall as the sky is. And then its roots descend into Sheol to draw up this water. Again, it's watered by the abyss, by the deep. Okay, so this tree is like a pole or a column that runs right through the earth. And again, if you're thinking about Israelite cosmology, to the Israelite, ancient people, very typical worldview that the earth was a round, flat disk. It's set on top of pillars. It's surrounded by water. Underneath it is water in the underworld. It's covered by the dome, that meets the edges of the horizon, where light and dark, are separated. That's Proverbs 8. Again, lots of references to this. I have a whole lecture that's online about Israelite cosmology. But running through the center of this is this gigantic, enormous tree whose branches go to the heavens and whose roots go down to Sheol. By the way, that's something that the flat earthers won't tell you about, will they? In other words, they'll make a big deal that, Heiser and others, talking about Israelite cosmology. Well, we have to believe that the earth is flat because, that's what the Bible says. Well, the Bible talks about the world tree too. And I don't know about you, but we ain't running into a giant tree whose branches extend to the heavens and whose roots go down to Sheol. So the flat earthers conveniently forget that part of ancient Israelite cosmology. Again, believing this in the modern world is as dumb as it sounds. But the language, again, the YouTube videos, whatever you get on the earth is really flat, none of them touch this. They just don't. They're either ignorant of it or they just conveniently forget it. But it's part of biblical cosmology. Now, Allen, in his commentary, his Word Biblical Commentary, the second volume on Ezekiel, pages 124 and 25, says this. He puts it this way. After the direct rhetorical question of verse 2b, the story is told of a magnificent tree, a mythological cosmic tree. From verse 10, the story takes a sinister turn as the tree is accused of pride and wickedness, and Yahweh describes how he had it cut down and humiliated. In verses 15 through 17, the ritual mourning for the tree and its descent to Sheol are related, while verse 18 returns to the present and to direct address to a threat of future punishment that echoes the language of Sheol used earlier. So I'll continue a little bit more. Verse 18 has a summarizing role, presenting the chapter in a nutshell with greater clarity. The motif of the cosmic tree is well attested in ancient mythology. It presents the living world as an enormous tree with its roots in the subterranean deep and its top in the clouds, a shelter for every living being. It is a separate motif from that of the tree of life. So we're not talking about the tree of life here. This is something different. Although the two were often linked, as later in this poem. They're both in Eden, so they both get talked about. The motif came to greatest prominence in Indian, that's ancient India, and Scandinavian mythology. There is some evidence of it in Sumerian and Mesopotamian literature. Now, there certainly is, and we're going to talk about that as well. And Allen theorizes it must have been from Mesopotamian culture that Ezekiel became aware of it and utilized it for the allegory. End of quote. Now, Bloch says this: Ezekiel's description of Assyria as a cedar in Lebanon is remarkable, especially since ancient reliefs usually associate Assyrian kings with the date palm. But the cedar was a well-known ancient Near Eastern symbol of majesty, referred to as the glory of Lebanon, Isaiah 35:2. From the second millennium, the cedar was especially valued for the construction of palaces and temples. The source of Ezekiel's dendritic imagery, again, it's tree imagery, has evoked a great deal of discussion. The resemblance to the majestic Meshu tree described in the Babylonian era epic is striking. Now we're going to talk about, I'm going to stop there with Bloch. We're going to talk about the Meshu tree and go back to a little bit of what Bloch says about it. But I'm doing this for a reason. When I talk about Ezekiel 31 here, that it has something to do with the world, the cosmic tree, I'm not making something up. This is well known in ancient Near Eastern Hebrew Bible scholarship. Okay, again, it might not be known. You're not going to hear this in church. The flat earthers aren't going to tell you because they want the earth to be flat. They don't want a big tree running through the axis of the earth all the way up to the sky down to Sheol, because that kind of ruins their view. Because you'd see that if it was there. So you're not going to get it there. But this is well known. Again, this isn't idiosyncratic to Mike. It's very well known. Now back to Bloch. He says, Ezekiel's allegory, he says, is a political rather than mythological statement. Okay, well, we'll see. Those of you who have read Amar Anos's article on the origin of the Watchers and an Unseen Realm, you're going to detect pretty soon here that how old Bloch's commentary is. It's over 20 years old, and he's really missing a lot of information here. But I'm going to read what he says anyway. He says allusions to the gods, are missing entirely. Well, they are, but of course the abode of the gods is there. The appeal to the garden of God, he says, carries little, if any, mythological baggage. We're going to find out in a moment how wrong that is. Because the tradition of Genesis 2 would have been familiar to Ezekiel's audience, it provides a useful standard by which the glory of Assyria and Egypt could be measured. For Ezekiel, the superlative cedar of Lebanon represents simply the foremost political force of the day. Again, Bloch wants to drift away, from seeing too much ancient Near Eastern mythology here. Why? Because he's with a lot of the other scholars that doesn't want this to be about the divine council and the abode of the divine council. He wants it to be about Adam. Okay? So again, both for that reason, and also he's writing 20, 25 years before material like Anos, ferreted out for us that I was able to take advantage of an Unseen Realm. It's dated. It's dated material. He also says, quote, Ezekiel's allegory finds its closest analog in another biblical story, Daniel 4, verses 7 through 9. Remember the big tree there with Nebuchadnezzar and all that? But that's a problem too, because that is clearly mythological material. It's not just about Nebuchadnezzar, just like this isn't about Pharaoh. There's a clear Mesopotamian connection with both Ezekiel 31 and Daniel 4, and it's the same connection. Bloch seems unaware that the Meshu tree gives the account in Daniel 4 and in Ezekiel 31 a distinct mythopoetic, mythological flavor, and that the tree in Daniel is in fact related to the Meshu tree. So it's far more than political. This isn't just a political analogy. There's something a whole lot bigger going on. Now, for listeners, again, if you subscribe to the newsletter, you're going to get an article. I'm going to put an article in the folder that I use for podcast, articles that I reference here, by Silviu Bunta. It's called The Meshu Tree and the Animal Inside, Theomorphism and Theriomorphism in Daniel 4. It's a journal article. Theomorphism is how is God's form or shape described. Theriomorphism is animal form. Again, it's just what it means. It's kind of an odd academic term. But if you read that, you're going to see that, oh yeah, we've got a lot going on in Daniel 4 that most people don't realize, and we got the same kind of thing going on in Ezekiel 31, and it ain't just political. This is theological messaging, again, through the use of ancient Near Eastern religious thinking. It is all over this chapter and all over Daniel 4. The cosmic tree, again, is not symbolizing just a man. And this is where Bloch and others want to go, because they're thinking that Ezekiel 28 is just about comparing the Prince of Tyre to Adam. Let's not have the divine council in there. Let's not have a divine rebel in there. Let's not have council rebellion in view. Again, that is quite misguided. You go back to Ezekiel 31 here, the text never says it's about Pharaoh. It's about the nation. It's about the empire. It's about Pharaoh and his multitudes. That empire, with its hubris, is analogized to the great tree. A man isn't the point of the analogy. The might of Egypt collectively and the hubris that goes with it is the point. It will fall just like Assyria did. And when we get to Daniel 4, the message is the same. Nebuchadnezzar, whom God will use in the time period of Ezekiel to judge Egypt, will be subject to the same judgment. And he gets the same imagery, the same messaging. Now you look at verses 15 through 17 and ask yourself if the description there fits with only one person, Pharaoh. Again, I'm belaboring this because this is how the chapter is typically talked about. Again, so that we're talking about Pharaoh here so we can justify isolating the discussion of the Prince of Tyre in Ezekiel 28 to the man in the garden, to Adam. Again, I'm saying that's just misguided. But let's just stick here. Let's try to stick with just Ezekiel 31. Here's verses 15 through 17. Thus says the Lord God, on the day the cedar, in Hebrew it actually says it, on the day it went down to Sheol, I caused mourning. I closed the deep over it and restrained its rivers, and many waters were stopped. I clothed Lebanon in gloom for it, and all the trees of the field fainted because of it. I made the nations quake at the sound of its fall, when I cast it down to Sheol with those who go down to the pit. And all the trees of Eden, the choice and best of Lebanon, all that drink water, were comforted in the world below. They also went down to Sheol with it, to those who are slain by the sword, yes, those who were its arm, who lived under its shadow among the nations. Now here's some questions. Why would Lebanon mourn for Pharaoh? Well, it wouldn't. Well, it's actually mourning for one of its own. Remember? The analogy is about the tree. So Lebanon, the forest in Lebanon, they're not mourning because of a man. They're mourning because of one of their own. The tree, the great tree, has fallen. Now, I'll just telegraph where we're going to go with some of this. The trees here are not representative of people in the garden of God. The trees are representative of divine beings in the abode of God, the headquarters of the divine council. They are mourning. Again, the point of the original rebellion incident, the original problem, the original tragedy, is not the fall of a man. It's disloyalty in the council. Lebanon would not mourn for a man. The divine council would not mourn for the man, because God's going to redeem the man. They will mourn for one of their own. Okay? They mourn for the great tree who has fallen. It's another question. Did Adam get cast down to Sheol, to the pit? Did Adam, quote, lie with the uncircumcised, which is Old Testament language for being buried, going to the realm of the dead with people who are not the people of God, the Gentiles, the uncircumcised, and not your family? Is that what happened to Adam? Or was Adam redeemed? This does not fit Adam, is the point. It doesn't fit it in any way, shape, or form, but you will have scholars consistently try to make this about the man in the garden. It is not about the man. What about the line comforted? The other trees, comforted by the great tree's trip to Sheol. Well, the verb here in Hebrew is in the nifal stem, and it can also be translated, they were filled with regret. Very common translation for this lemma in the nifal. And I would suggest to you that makes a great deal of sense, and that the ESV has sort of missed an opportunity here to have the passage make sense. Again, every translation has its problems. It's not a crime, just an observation. But the other trees They're mourning for one of their own, and they are filled with regret. The other trees of Eden joined in this lament. Maybe the point is that this great tree and others like it, okay? Maybe when we bring Assyria into the picture, maybe we have other divine rebels. Remember the gods over the nations? The gods assigned, allotted to the nations, Deuteronomy 32. Again, if you're new to the podcast, I can't go over all this information for you. You have to read Unseen Realm or watch the videos, on the podcast site. Start here. This is why they're there. Remember the gods who were allotted to the nations. They become corrupt. They fall. Maybe the point here, in an extended way, is that we've got lots of problems here with rebellion in the council. Others, like the original great tree, cast down to the pit. That's their destiny. And maybe that's the point. Some of these trees, again, were originally loyal. They were originally part of the forest in Lebanon. They were originally part of the council. And it's not just the great tree that ends up in Sheol, but there are others that end up in Sheol. Others that will go down to the pit. And there's regret. Now, again, just to belabor the point, it's just not about the man in the garden. This is about a divine rebel cast down to the pit, and other rebels like him are going to be cast down as well. Now, it could be, again, and it's difficult to tell because it's poetry. Hebrew stems and conjugations don't have ways of specifically plotting out their time and the chronology. This might be the only place that I know of where you could suggest that when the great tree fell, okay, the original divine rebel, Genesis 3, he's the Nakash, Isaiah 14, it's Helel ben Shakar, the shining one, the son of the dawn. When they go bad, others went bad with them. And we don't have a reference here to a third of the trees. We don't have a third of the angels and all that stuff. But it's possible, I'm not convinced of it, but it's possible that there may have been more than one. Again, if we press the analogy to that level, as opposed to others proleptically. Look at Ezekiel's writing in the 6th century BC. What happened at Babel is long history. Okay, the gods are a lot of the nations and they go bad. Okay, that could very easily, and I think it is, a reference to what's going on here. But you could press the analogy to make the other point. The point is that this is not about a man in Eden. This is about the forest itself, the members of the divine council. One of them falls and they mourn. Okay? So the original ancient point of the analogy is divine rebellion. Again, we saw this in Ezekiel 28. Now, that article I referenced, Bunta, about the Meshu tree, he confuses this point as well. And I want to say something about him for those of you who will read that article. He wants the Meshu tree material to be about Adam. And you say, well, how in the world does that work? Well, we're definitely dealing with a divine council in the context, just like Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28, Genesis 3. There's a man in Eden. Okay, we obviously can't deny that. There's a man in Eden. But I am denying that this story is about his fall because he doesn't go to Sheol. He's not unredeemed. He doesn't lie with the uncircumcised. None of this stuff fits. But nevertheless, Bunta and others would say they still want to look at this as Adam. Now, Ezekiel 31 shares obvious elements with Isaiah 14, these references to Sheol. Taylor writes this: the use of a cedar of Lebanon as an allegory for a mighty nation is no new thing. Ezekiel used the same idea in chapter 17, and other echoes of the language in this chapter may be found in chapter 19, chapter 26, chapter 28. Isaiah's description of the descent of the king of Babylon into Sheol has distinct similarities. Isaiah 14. And Daniel's description of Nebuchadnezzar's dream uses much the same imagery, Daniel 4. All right? Yeah, that's all true, but ask yourself the question, or just make the observation. There's no way to get Adam in Isaiah 14. It's not like Ezekiel 28 when you can appeal to the Septuagint and you can just put him there because of what a translation does with difficult Hebrew. You can't do that in Isaiah 14, and you can't do that in Daniel 4 either. The only way to view all of these chapters that have shared imagery between all of them, the only way that they can all be consistent in the same way is to opt for a divine rebellion being at the heart of the imagery. the awfulness and the pinnacle of unthinkableness of such hubris that one among the council would go astray. If you look at all of the passages through that lens, not just, you pull one out, you pull another one out and say it's about a man. If you look at all of them that way, they are consistent with each other. And again, that's what I'm suggesting here. Now, Bunta, back to him, he'll latch onto the phrase, the description of the Meshu tree as the flesh of the gods. This tree was the flesh of the gods, the stuff from which an insignia, a symbol of the gods, is made, which, of course, sounds like idolatry. And that's the way it's treated in Mesopotamian stuff. People take the wood from the Meshu tree and they make an idol. Okay? Well, here's the reasoning. Here's how Bunta and others think this is about Adam. Well, humans are the image of God, just like idols were the image of the gods to other people. So therefore, the analogy of the Meshu tree must be to the man, to the human, to Adam. Okay, we have some problems with that too. The Meshu tree accounts never have humans as being created in the image of the gods or a single god. The tree is only said to represent the god, whoever that is, and the idol represents that god. So arguing for Adam is to use the metaphor of the ancient Near Eastern material in a way that the metaphor isn't used in that material. The Meshu tree also isn't the tree of life for humans. So you have to wonder, well, why are we connecting it to humans at all? Again, the metaphor can be understood in different ways. That's just what metaphors are. Okay, there's different ways to see the analogy. The Meshu tree, yeah, sure, it's an idol. You may make an idol from it in the Mesopotamian material, and it's associated with the god or a particular member of the divine council. And one could therefore say that since in Ezekiel 31 the analogy is made not just to Pharaoh, generic humans, but to Egypt collectively, the tree that was Assyria, the tree that was Egypt, represents the whole disinherited nations, its people, and its gods. Okay, why not go that direction? Why not say that the Meshu tree represents the whole nation? In other words, you have these gods in the council, and they go astray. They're allotted to the nations, and they go astray. And so one of the trees in the council is assigned to people, and the people represent that deity, and he represents them. Why not go for that? Why do we have to say it's about Adam? Why not, again, apply the metaphor in a different way to the relationship of the gods to their nations? Again, I'm just suggesting, I'm not saying that's the way we should. I'm just saying that we can. Now, to flesh this out, again, pardon the pun there, it's worth noting that the Mesopotamian Meshu tree wasn't unique. It wasn't just one tree. In Mesopotamian material, when it talks about the Meshu tree, it's not just talking about one tree. So we're not talking about one tree that has to symbolize or be linked to one human, to Adam. Amar Anos, which is his article on the origin of the Watchers, it's already in that folder. I've mentioned it many times. In his article on the origin of the Watchers, he notes on page 310 that, quote, in the Mesopotamian Utuku Lemnutu incantations, some demons are compared to devastating flood, and the demons spawned by the seed of the sky god Anu scorch the land like daylight. They weaken the huge Mesu trees in the forest. Again, these trees are emblematic of the realm of the gods, the council of the gods. There's lots of Mesu trees. It's not just one. And my view is that these trees were considered the flesh of the gods, quote unquote, simply because in Mesopotamian thinking, the idols of lots of particular gods would have been made from trees. Okay? In other words, there's no evidence in the Mesopotamian material that the language was about one tree and one guy. And so it's illegitimate for biblical scholars to use the metaphor that way to defend the idea that, we're just talking about Adam here. Again, that is an illegitimate use of the metaphor. The metaphor does not have that element on its own terms, and it ignores lots of other stuff. Again, Adam didn't go to Sheol. He didn't die among the uncircumcised. He didn't go to the pit with the uncircumcised. Adam was redeemed. And if we look at Ezekiel 31, we're going to find out that Egypt, again, they're not going to have the same destiny as Israel. Israel's going to be raised to new life because of the people of God. Again, the analogy just doesn't fit in a lot of ways the way a lot of scholars want to think about it. So now let's transition now. Okay, Mike, well, we've talked about how it's usually talked about, how the whole tree metaphor, the cosmic tree thing is usually talked about, how scholars want this to be talking about one guy, one tree, one guy, so that we can say, oh, Pharaoh is being compared to Adam, just like the Prince of Tyre was being compared to Adam. And all this nonsense about these chapters are about rebellion and the divine council, and how that those two chapters, Ezekiel 28, Ezekiel 31, how they fit with Isaiah 14. Yeah, we know that the language is the same. We know that the metaphor is the same. Don't bother us with those details, Mike. Okay, this is about Adam. All these things are about Adam. Because God forbid that we say that Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28, and now Ezekiel 31 has any relationship to Genesis 3. Oh, we don't want to say that. Again, if you're curious as to, well, why would scholars resist that? Go back and listen to the episode on Ezekiel 28. And what I'm saying is, yeah, that is what's going on. These chapters are related. The metaphors are the same. The language is the same. And the reference point is the same. It is not about Adam. It is not about a man in the garden. It is about a divine rebel. That's what all of these things are about. And to be consistent, that's the way we need to treat all of them, not just one when we think it makes us comfortable for whatever other reason in our theology or in our scholarship. Okay, so you say all that and you say, well, okay, Mike, what's going on here? You haven't answered the questions you raised. Why the reference to Lebanon? Why the reference to this cedar forest? We know if we read Genesis 2 that Eden has geography that puts it, the Tigris Euphrates down there by the Persian Gulf. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles away from Lebanon. What is going on here? You got to answer that question. You're correct, I do. And at this point, I want to refer listeners, again, subscribers, you'll get this article too, to an article by Edward Lipinski. It's called El's Abode, subtitle, Mythological Traditions Related to Mount Hermon and to the Mountains of Armenia. It's from the journal Orientalia Lovaniense Periodica. It's published in Belgium. Now, I have to give kudos here to Derek Gilbert. Derek and I had a conversation a few weeks ago, and he started talking about Mount Hermon and the Anunnaki and, the Watchers, and it just wasn't clicking with me because I had given him, an article, a couple articles, for his book, and it wasn't clicking. And then I realized a little while later, you know what? I thought he was talking about a different Lipinski article. I have one on the furniture of El and a few other things. And I had to go back to my own archives and find this article. And it's awesome. It's awesome. So if I'd have never had that conversation with Derek, this wouldn't have like gone off in my head, but it did. So, kudos to him, for, waking me up there. Now, this article, like I said, is just amazing. I can't go through the whole thing. It's about 60 pages long. It's a long article. And it's very detailed and it's very dense. So everything I'm going to say here, I'm going to extract from the article a few things. Lipinski goes into mind-numbing detail to establish in various texts, in various languages. He is not making any of it up. Trust me. I mean, go look at the article. You'll find out. You don't have to trust me. Just go look at the article. So here are a few summary points of this, and then we'll tie this into Ezekiel 31, and then that'll be the essence of our episode here. Lipinski starts out, he points out that, because the article is about where does El live? Okay, El, Ugaritic El, who was the head, he was the one who fathered all the other gods. He's the highest authority, the high sovereign. Even though Baal, who is his co-regent, gets called the Most High and all that stuff in Ugaritic religion, he still has to get permission from El to do things. And we know in the Hebrew Bible that Yahweh, the God of Israel, gets described with both El epithets and Baal epithets, and that's because the biblical writers want to elevate Yahweh above El and Baal. Both. Ugarit was their next door neighbor. Of course, religiously, Baal had a big influence. El worship had a big influence on the Israelites, and so the prophets will use this material to say, no, Yahweh, Yahweh and this other guy El are two different things here. You need to worship Yahweh and Him alone, and all that stuff. Okay. All of that said, there was a lot of speculation, both in ancient times and in scholarship, about, okay, Ugaritic texts talk about El's abode and El's council, where it meets, and all this stuff. Now, we get a description of Baal's. Baal's council is in Saphon, okay, the remote north. But what about El's? Now, up until Lipinski's article, most scholars would have put this location, where is El's mountain, at a place called Afka, Mount Afka, near Kirbet Afka. It's a mountain that's between Byblos and Baalbek. And again, for subscribers, I may put this on because I just made this up, myself. But there's a PDF of a map in the folder for subscribers that you can, as you're listening to the podcast, you can look at the map. But there's again a well-known place here between Byblos and Baalbek that most scholars thought, okay, this was what the ancients thought was the mountain of El, the dwelling place of El. Lipinski points out, though, that, you know what, there isn't a single Ugaritic text that names this as the place of El and his council. And besides that, Afka is just a common noun. It's never used as a proper noun. So he says, I'm not convinced. I think there's a better possibility. And that's what his article is about. He writes this: it is likely the Ugaridians located the abode of El somewhere in their own geographical horizon, but rather far from Ugarit, since one Ugaritic text says, and this is text 51 from Cyrus Gordon's Ugaritic textbook, if you want that. It's also KTU 1.4, column 5, 20 through 25. It says this: it locates this place 1,000 fields and 10,000 acres distant from Mount Safanu, which was Baal's mountain. So you get sort of a vague description. This is where El's house is. 1,000 fields, 10,000 acres distant from Mount Safanu. So Lipinski seizes on this and says, okay, let's try a few locations out, and let's look in the Ugaritic texts for maybe some vocabulary that we can figure out where this would have been. So the rest of his article, this is what he's doing. And again, catch your breath here. This is what he says. He is convinced, and his article, I believe, presents a compelling case, that the mountain of El for the Ugaritic people, again, would have been in ancient Armenia, but for the biblical people, for the Israelites, okay, what they associated the Ugaritic stuff, the Ugaritic verbiage here, and their own conception of where El lived, they believed it was Mount Hermon. Lipinski, for example, again, he goes through lots of stuff. He makes this comment. He says, there's an old Babylonian version of the Gilgamesh epic that identifies Hermon and Lebanon with the dwelling of the Anunnaki. Now, the Anunnaki, again, in early Mesopotamian religion, were gods. They were members of the divine council. In later Mesopotamian religion, later texts, they get consigned to the abyss. They become like the lords of hell, okay, if you want to say it that way. But in the old Babylonian text, the story of Gilgamesh, they're just part of the divine council, and the place where they meet is Hermon and Lebanon. The Ugaritic term for Hermon is Sharyan. That is very, 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 very close to Sirion in Deuteronomy 3:9, Psalm 29:6, and 1 Enoch 13, verse 9. So what Lipinski does is he ties all these threads together and basically says, when we're talking about the forests of Lebanon, when we're talking about the cedars of Lebanon, there are other phrases, Cedar Mountain, as the abode of El. Again, his article goes through all the data, which I don't have time to just spill it out to you. He's suggesting, again, that Mount Hermon was, to these ancients, the dwelling place of the divine council. This is where they met. And it's specifically actually linked to the Anunnaki in this old Babylonian version of Gilgamesh. I'll even read it to you. This is from, if you have Pritchard's Ancient Near Eastern Texts of the Old Testament, the third edition. This is pages 504 and 505. Again, this is the old Babylonian fragment of the Gilgamesh epic. Gilgamesh is talking to Enkidu. And they're in the forest, okay, and they have to confront this monster Huwawa. It says, Gilgamesh heeded what his friend said. He took the axe in his hand. He drew the sword from his belt, and Gilgamesh struck him, Huwawa, in the neck. This is the guardian monster of the forest. And so they kill Huwawa. He struck the watchman, Huwawa, to the ground. For 2 leagues the cedars resounded. Enkidu killed him with him. And then there's a reference to the forest cedars. Then Enkidu killed the watchman of the forest, with him, and at whose word Sarya, which is the Akkadian word for the Ugaritic term Sharyan and the Hebrew term Sirion, at whose word Sarya, in other words Hermon, Mount Hermon and Lebanon, trembled. All the mountains became, and then there's the text is broken. All the hills became, text is broken. He slew the gap, and then there's a reference to the cedars. Then it says here, he opened up, they pressed on into the forest, and he opened up the secret dwelling of the Anunnaki. Gilgamesh is there cutting down trees, and the forest is referred to as the secret dwelling of the Anunnaki. Again, without getting into too much detail, because it's tough to translate this to a podcast, Lipinski's article demonstrates that these terms that you run across in these ancient texts, Sharyan, Sirion, a reference to a cedar forest, a cedar mountain, again, they point to Mount Hermon as being the dwelling place of El's council. And it makes sense, because that's where you have a cedar forest. And not only that, Lipinski goes on for 2 or 3 pages talking about how well watered it is geographically. El's abode in Ugaritic text described as a well-watered garden. Okay, you have the watering motif there, you have the garden motif, you've got the cedars, you've got all this stuff. So again, why the connection with Eden? Because Eden was the cosmic mountain. It was the dwelling place of Yahweh. It was the place where the divine council met to listen to Yahweh and figure out, hey, what's on the task list for today? It's where humans are created to be part of the council, and then to overspread the earth and make the rest of the earth like Eden. The cosmic mountain, the dwelling place of God. This is why Eden, we talked about it in Ezekiel 28. I've talked about an unseen realm. This is why Eden can be talked about as a garden and as a mountain in Ezekiel 28. Okay, it's just where God lives. That's all that the terminology means. It's where God lives, and where God lives, that's where he does business. And where he does business, the council is. Well, one of those biblical descriptions, we have Eden, we have Zion, we have Sinai, and we have Lebanon. Okay, there are references in the Psalms to this. Psalm 42. We have Psalm 48 that about the dwelling place of Yahweh, being the heights of the north, the Baal's mountain. But you also get it with references to Tabor and Hermon, again being associated with Yahweh. Psalm 42, 6 and 7. Catch the language here. The psalmist says, "My soul is cast down within me. Therefore I remember you from the land of Jordan and from Hermon, from Mount Mizar. Deep calls to deep at the roar of your waterfalls. All your breakers and your waves have gone over me." Again, Hermon, well-watered. It's a forest. Again, there's another, they're just, again, I can't really, bring all the references together. And that's why I'm giving you the reading material. But these places are cosmic mountains. These are places associated with where God conducts business. Now, to wrap up here, because I know the episode's getting a little long, but to wrap up, I want to take you back to Amar Anas's article, because he actually discusses a number of these themes, and I'll read you a couple of things from Lipinski as well. And just listen to how this language about Hermon and Lebanon makes sense in the context of the divine council and the watchers, and the gods of the council. All these ideas again that to listeners of this podcast should be familiar. We'll start with Lipinski here on page 40. He says, according to the Midrash Rabbah on Genesis 33, the cavern of Pan, the cavern of Banyas, which of course is on Mount Hermon, was one of the outlets of the deep or the ocean from which came the waters of the flood. A rabbinical tradition identified this with the source of the Jordan, with one of the fountains of the great deep from Genesis 7:11 and 8:2. In accordance with ancient cosmographical ideas, the outburst of water from the cavern of Banyas, this is Mount Hermon, has thus been conceived as an eruption of the subterranean ocean on which the earth was believed to rest. On the other hand, the Testament of Levi 2, verse 7, that's a pseudepigraphical text, locates above Mount Hermon a great sea hanging there, which is a celestial ocean. Again, remember in the Hebrew Bible, God dwells above the firmament, above the waters, and the waters above the firmament. Page 41. The passage, Psalm 42 and others, and in the Ugaritic text that have two oceans, the double deep, deep calls to deep, the Tehom calling to the Tehom. These passages have the subterranean source of the fountains, springs, and rivers that come out of the earth, and the celestial reservoir from whence comes the rain. They join in the region of the upper Jordan and of the, quote, giant Mount Hermon, whose summit was supposed to reach up to the first heaven. The two oceans are personified and represented as calling aloud to one another through the Tsinorim, through the water tunnels in 2 Samuel 5:8. And they are connected, again, according to Jewish thinking, inside the mountain, and they burst out from the cave of Banyas. This could suggest to localize El's abode in the midst of Mount Hermon, since he was supposed to live at the sources of the rivers, the midst of the springs of the two deeps, the double deep. Anas says this: there are more reminiscences of the Mesopotamian origin of all this, the backdrop, in other versions of the angelic descent myth. Now we're talking about the Watchers. That the Watchers descended to earth with a good intent is in background also in the Aramaic fragment 4Q530, which belongs to the Book of the Giants. Again, some of the Dead Sea Scroll texts, some of the portions of Enoch disagree over whether their intent was good or not. But he says, in this text, in this Aramaic fragment, it contains in a broken context the reference to the Watchers as gardeners at work, nurturing and protecting the trees, which connects the Watchers prior to their apostasy. What they were doing. They were the gods. They were the sons of God. They were these divine beings there to help take care of Eden, take care of the divine abode. This reference to gardeners is to be compared to Jubilees 5:6, where God sent the angels to earth, and further specifies the reason, in order to instruct human beings and to act with justice and righteousness upon the earth. But of course they go corrupt. According to Jubilees, only after the Watchers' arrival and sojourn among human beings were they corrupted and led astray by the irresistible beauty of mortal women. The statement in the Qumran fragment that the gardeners were watering may be an allusion to the initial good work, the good mission of the Watchers. But then they go corrupt. On another page, 304 Anas, he says, in an old Babylonian fragment, so he's talking about the same one Lipinski is, an old Babylonian fragment of the Gilgamesh epic, the Cedar Mountain is identified as Hermon and Lebanon. An interesting coincidence of identity. The association of the Watchers' sons with a cedar forest in the Damascus document from Qumran says that they were tall as cedar trees, and they had bodies like mountains. And this is a Dead Sea Scroll. Another one. The account of the flood, this is Anas 309, 310. The account of the flood and its results in the Era epic again invites a comparison with Jewish lore about the Watchers and the giants. In the Qumran fragment 4Q530, which mentions the Watchers as gardeners, there's also a reference to destructive water and fire abruptly doing away with all the flourishing vegetation in the garden under the Watchers' care. The gardeners in this symbolic dream refers to the Watchers, and the trees to the giants. Another Qumran fragment, which is probably a textual witness to the same dream, mentions a garden and a tree with 3 shoots, which apparently survives the flood. The image serves as a symbol for the preservation of Noah and his 3 sons. This narrative refers to the Watchers' original mission as culture bringers. Remember that phrase of the Apkalu? If you've read Unseen Realm, you know what we're talking about. When you read Reversing Hermon, you'll know even more. The Watchers, who were the original culture bringers, had turned to evil And the final result was their destruction by the flood. Again, all these ideas, here's the point. Ezekiel had access to all this stuff. Or scribes in Babylon who edited the book of Ezekiel into the form we have had access to all this stuff. These ideas in Israelite hands describe a primeval forest, okay, that is the dwelling place of God. Just like in other texts, the language of a garden is used, or the language of a mountain is used. Here we have the primeval forest of the divine counsel, the well-watered garden abode, the mountain abode of God, also known as Eden, also known as the cosmic mountain. Hermon and the forests right next to Hermon are easy matches for all of these things. The perspective, again, that unites all of this, just think about what we're doing here. We have Ezekiel 28, references Eden as a garden and a mountain, and we have a divine rebellion in there. That's the point of the analogy. We have Isaiah 14, which shares language from Ezekiel 28, that the divine rebel gets sent to the abyss, gets cast down to Sheol, cast down to Eretz, the earth, which is another word for Sheol. The council loses one of its members. We have Ezekiel 31 that describes the same thing, but now we get the element of that the great tree has fallen and the other trees mourn. And frankly, it's not over, because there are going to be other trees, other members of this council, who are also going to be cast down and take up residence in Sheol, in the underworld. All of these things, Ezekiel 28, Ezekiel 31, Isaiah 14, and Genesis 3, utilize the same metaphors, the same point of analogy of a divine rebel, not the man, not Adam. Inserting Adam into all this actually messes up the coherence of all the data. Without him, the mosaic of ideas comes together really, really nicely. Now, that may irritate some who don't want their demonology moved beyond a snake in a garden, and they don't want to hear about a divine council, much less a rebellion in the divine council. But folks, I don't write the stuff, okay? I just try to do some work to understand it and get you to material to help you understand it. And so what we have in Ezekiel 31 is, yet again, another reference to a rebellion in the divine council that is used, in this case, to say, look, Egypt, you think you're great, but nations and their gods who are greater than you have fallen. And to reinforce that point, I'm going to draw on the story of a wonderful being in a wonderful place, right there with his comrades in the divine council on Hermon, okay, right there. And they were judged. As mighty as these gods, these divine beings were, they're better than humans, okay, as mighty as they were, when rebellion against the will of God, against the high God, the most high God, when rebellion against him happens, it will be dealt with. So take heed, because you're nothing special. You're not an exception. You will not be a footnote to this pattern. You're going to be judged, just like they were, and just like others like you, other nations, have tried to flaunt themselves against the will of Yahweh. It's going to be terminated. You're going to be history.